the flower and light of the Edinburgh Empire. The fifth Princess Marianne. Every person admired her bright smile, and listened to her every word. The most golden eyes in the empire. Sweet face and a warm personality. Child, who loved by everyone. She was completely different from the heroine of our story. Black hair and muddy green eyes. Despite this, she loved and protected her little sister. Everyone laughed at her, even though she was also a princess. And no matter how much she was compared to Princess Marianne, she loves her with all her soul. Or rather, she loved her. Until she was accused of poisoning her. One day she invited Princess Marianne to admire the spring flowers and have fine tea. Until the cause of the poisoning is determined, our heroine was locked in a prison. Once a day she was given a bowl of water and bread. She had been in the cell for several days. In spite of everything, she believed that the false charges would be dropped. She would soon be out of here. When she left the underground prison, she was dazzled by the bright sunlight. The beautiful scenery of the imperial palace became visible. The sun was so beautiful and warm. The world was such a mysterious and wonderful place. The prison guards hurriedly pushed her into the emperor's throne room. All her brothers and sisters were in the palace. She loved everyone present and didn't see them for days. Princess Marianne was here too, thank God she's all right. The first Prince Lachias. The second Prince Elsis. The third Princess Adeline. The sixth Prince Loris. The fifth Princess Marianne. The Emperor, Jules. The Emperor said that for the attempted murder of Princess Marianne, the fourth Princess Alisa de l'Edinburgh is sentenced to death. The Emperor asks if she admits her blame. That she was jealous of Princess Marianne and therefore wanted to kill her. Sister asking Alisa to answer the question. Alisa could not make a sound. The younger brother Loris said that she could not justify herself because she knew about her crime. Alisa tries to say that it was not her blame. The brother asks to call a witness. Her name is Rebecca, one of Alisa's maids. She says that when Marianne was having tea with Alisa, Princess Alisa put white powder in Marianne's cup. The Emperor says they found the poison in her cupboard. But this is the first time Alisa has seen the poison. She says she does not know what it is. And she did not try to kill Marianne. She begs her elder brother to believe her. He tells her that her face is mad with envy. He offers to burn her eyes first and then decapitate her. Holding on to her last thread of life, Alisa looked at Marianne. But she just started crying, saying she was scared. The execution was to take place in 4 days. The boy asked his mother when his baby sister would be born. She replied that it would be in a few months. But the little boy wanted to see her now. He was looking forward to her birth. He said everyone in the world already loved her. Alisa was upset at the goddess, for she did not want to be born human again. She was born a princess again, and now her name is Aisha. The second princess of the Elmire Empire. A rival empire Denver. Crown Prince. Isis. He thinks his sister is beautiful. Her eyes are like a blue jewel, and her hair is soft silver. All attention was received by the child, Her brother brought her a beautiful flower. He is considered a symbol of the Elmire Empire. He bores Aisha, and she wants him to leave her alone. The brother is slightly saddened by his sister's lack of affection. Isis wants to tell her sister a secret. He has long wanted a younger sister, but his mother died 2 years ago because of ill health. Everyone was upset, and then Majesty Iris came and Alisa was born. He is very happy to have such a little sister. Majesty Iris enters the room. She is very happy that Isis has already come to visit her little sister. After the Empress, Emperor Tyrion enters the room. He is the wise ruler of the empire. On the day Alisa was born, he gave gold coins to the common people. The whole continent considers him a cold-hearted ruler. Only his family knows how gentle and caring he is. This is the new family of Alisa, who has given her an incredible amount of sincere love. But in spite of this, she is still tortured by memories of her past life. Who would come to visit Alisa? Marianne is very glad she could come here. She says that Alisa looks very miserable. Marianne recalls the day she was admitted to the palace. Even though she was the child of an ordinary maid, she was recognized for her golden eyes. Marianne thanks Alisa for her kind treatment, and offers to let her out. Alisa agrees. Marianne promises that this will not happen. For a few moments Marianne's eyes turn red. Marianne says goodbye to Alisa. Her native brother, her own mother, her cousins, they all turn their backs on her. No one believed her. My lovely little sister. Alisa cannot bear to hear these words. She cannot believe her brother's affectionate words. She wants no one else to pay attention to her, so that she can disappear unnoticed. Her brother says that he will always protect her, that everyone in this world loves her. The maid praises Aisha for her calmness. She is a true angel. Another maid wonders when the princess will speak. Aisha is already at the age when kids talk. She hasn't said a word to mom or dad yet. Because she is afraid. The spirits have come to support her. Her eyes can see spirits because she was born an elementalist. Aisha wants to talk, but she is afraid that someone will not believe her again. Her mother tells her not to worry. Soon Aisha will talk. Mama will be waiting. The emperor entered the room. He stroked Aisha on the head and noticed that she had grown a lot. Iris offers His Majesty to hold his daughter. But His Majesty refuses, for she will break if he takes her. Aisha thinks that she is not as fragile as her father thinks. The Empress asks His Majesty to look at his daughter. She says that their daughter will soon be 1 year old. That Aisha is very strong and growing every day. Emperor Tyrion says he wants to organize a banquet to celebrate his daughter's birthday. Empress Iris is worried about Aisha because she doesn't like crowds of people. She asks how long the banquet will last. 1 month.
What?
Her Majesty Isis worries about the cost of the banquet. Tyrion was probably just joking. But no. The Emperor says there's no expense to be spared for his daughter's grand feast. But Aisha thinks a month-long celebration is too exhausting. Perhaps her mother will persuade her father to change his mind. In fact, Iris has only recently become Empress. Empress Thetis's people are still in the palace. Of course, Empress Iris is very concerned about Aisha and her position in the palace. But after the Emperor's announcement of the month banquet, all the people in the palace learn of his love for Aisha. Tyrion offers to invite Iris' parents to the banquet. The Empress's family, the House of Lucelle. They rarely appear in the capital, because they are charged with the duty of guarding the northern lands. A long banquet would help Iris spend more time with his family. Yes, they are very different from Aisha's past family. Her own mother never paid any attention to her. Her father cared only for the heir of the Kokias. The only exception was Princess Marianne. Mother takes Aisha in her arms. Perhaps she has something painful, or she wants to eat. Mom says her daughter has no reason to worry. Everyone will come to congratulate her on your birthday. Aisha fell asleep while her mother hummed a song to her. Aisha wakes up at night. It is already dark. Aisha doesn't like the dark. She invites the spirits. In the morning, the maid wakes Aisha up. She says Aisha slept soundly, apparently having a good dream. Aisha thinks she saw the full moon. She had forgotten that the King of Spirits had visited her last night. Recently, Aisha has had a new activity. She is trying to take her first steps. Other things don't interest her yet. But she tries her best to learn to walk. With each step, she feels freer. She was born quite small, like her mother. Not having enough strength in her legs, Aisha finds this activity hard. But Empress Iris encourages her. Watching her new loving mother, Aisha involuntarily recalled her former mother, Empress of Denver. Had she ever been gentle with her? With difficulty, Aisha could recall a few moments. At official events, the Empress would sit little Alisa on her lap. Of course, she wanted to demonstrate family harmony. Even knowing this, little Alisa felt her mother's warmth. And she was happy. Aisha took only 3 steps, and her legs were already tired. But she will be able to walk a little more. She is almost there. The maids are wondering how Aisha is feeling. She almost sets a new record with 4 steps. The maids are amazed at Aisha's perseverance. She is not going to give up. After all, every step she takes, however small, bringing her closer to the embrace of the Empress Iris. A few days later, the parents of the Empress Iris arrive at the palace. They are very happy to see each other in good health. They have never seen Aisha before. The grandmother wants to hug her granddaughter. Empress Iris says that Aisha is very calm and not capricious. As they hug Aisha, they remember Iris when she was a baby. Empress Iris asks her parents what is going on in the north. Iris's father asks if she is asking for Denver. It is better to go inside. Grandpa calms his daughter, saying that everything is peaceful and quiet after the signing of the peace treaty. But a strange rumor reaches him on the way in. Envoy from Denver is going to come to the banquet and present Aisha with a birthday gift. No one in this room wanted to see anyone from Denver. Especially Aisha. Grandpa says that the Denver Empire is in turmoil right now. That someone from the imperial family. The grandma beats the grandpa for raising her voice in front of the child. Iris calms Aisha down and says she will scold Grandpa. He apologizes to Aisha, but he thinks it was because of Edinburgh. Apparently Aisha doesn't like Edinburgh people too. She hates everyone. Empress Iris asks if Aisha is still upset, and how to make her daughter feel better. Maybe give her some cookies. Aisha feels uncomfortable because she cried when she heard about Edinburgh. Emperor Tyrion and Prince Isis enter the room. Iris asks why they have come. Both say that they have come to see her with Aisha. Empress Iris asks them to sit down. Emperor Tyrion is glad that she and Aisha are doing well. Iris says that everything is thanks to His Majesty and Isis. Prince always takes care of Aisha. Isis says that as in Big Brother he will always protect his sister. Iris believes him completely. Prince Isis tells Aisha in his ear that he has prepared a gift for her. But it's a secret. He is sure she will like it. Well, Aisha will have to wait. Two young ladies are riding in the carriage. They are discussing the prince's upcoming birthday banquet. Apparently the emperor loves his daughter very much, since the banquet will last a whole month. One of them says that Prince Isis gave Aisha the skin of a bear he caught personally. They are very interested in who the princess looks more like, the emperor or the empress. Preparations for the banquet are in full swing. Empress Iris and Aisha are ready for the banquet. While the mother praises her daughter saying how cute she is, Aisha notices that a weightlessness spell has been cast on the tiara. Mom shows her daughter what's outside the window. Mama says that all these people are here for you, because they love you. Happy first birthday, Aisha. Someone called for Aisha. It's Prince Isis. He praises Aisha saying that she is cute, adorable, and generally the best, congratulating her on her birthday. He asks Empress Iris to carry Aisha to the banquet hall. She doesn't mind, but he must not drop her. The time has come. Aisha is worried because there are so many people there. Her brother asks her to smile. She must be the happiest in the world. A smile will help get rid of nerves. He offers to smile with him. Aisha does not understand why Isis does not give her to the emperor. Isis says that she is his younger sister. But the emperor is reluctant, saying that she is also his daughter. Aisha remembers how afraid he was of breaking something. The ceremony proceeded smoothly. Her head was sprinkled with sacred water from the Temple of Light. The spirits loved this ceremony. Afterwards, the nobles began to give precious gifts. Next. Aisha was tired of so many people. Next, the envoy from the Edinburgh Empire. Aisha hopes not to see any of her relatives. Blue eyes. Maybe it's her big brother Kokia's. Arson. She remembered, the blue robe is a symbol of an Edinburgh magician. The Elmire Empire is an empire of knights, while Edinburgh is an empire of magicians. Arson is the first son of Duke, and he is the youngest person to receive the title of Sage from Edinburgh's Tower of Magicians. And most importantly, he's also her only childhood friend. Alisa was 14 when she died, and Arson was 17. 2 years have passed since her death, he must be 19 now. The parents are worried about Aisha. It's strange, why he was the one assigned to give her the gift. Aisha needs to calm down, no reason for her parents to worry. Arson hands Aisha a magical gemstone. Protection magic and water magic protect the wearer. Aisha glad that he's doing well. And last gift. From Crown Prince Isis to Elmire. Apparently this is the secret gift. Isis congratulates her little sister on her first birthday. Emperor Tyrion says, that Prince Isis wants to take his oath of knighthood, to Princess Aisha. Aisha gets shocked. The Knight's Oath. This is the eternal oath which exists in the Elmira Empire. A knight who has sworn to protect someone under this oath. Not only to put their creed and honor on the line, they are even willing to sacrifice their life. No, she hated, it's too much for her. People change. She can be betrayed at any time. So Isis promised that he would always protect her. She is his wish, miracle, blessing. And he going to become stronger, to protect her. Then they shall proceed with the oath ceremony. Honor, creed, and for power. He promised to give all honor, creed and power to protecting Aisha. Well, perhaps all the bad things are in the past. The warmth of the Emperor, mother's love and Isis' smile. Aisha might actually be able to become happy. Tyrion think that's probably enough for Aisha. The Empress offers to take Aisha to bed. Isis wants to keep an eye on her. But leaving now means missing the fireworks. The parents decided to put Aisha to bed after the fireworks. Isis will show Aisha fireworks. Since Aisha has never seen fireworks, her brother tells her what they are. The magicians made fireworks with almost no noise. So she won't be scared. Isis promises it will be very beautiful. Aisha knows that there are few mages in the Elmire Empire. The Emperor must have invited them to the banquet. It's finally starting.
Isis. Mama. Papa.
Arson was approached by his master. He said that their empire's family is such a mess. While this place is so peaceful. How shameful. Arson is worried that someone might hear what he said. But master doesn't care. He's too old to be afraid. Arson asks him to be careful. Insulting the imperial family is a grave crime. Arson wants to ask master a question. They both know what he wants to ask. Why Alisa had to die. He say if he knew earlier, he would have tried to do something. But when he found out, it was already.
I never thought you'd be the one. I never meant to take your heart. I never felt so hard. I never meant to be the one. I never thought I'd break your heart. And after the stars have crumbled to dust, we still feel the
Master doesn't mind. Let him do it if he wants to. And Master will help him out as well. Arson thanks Master. But Master wants not words, but deeds. Arson will give him a shoulder massage every day. Arson thanks Aisha. Thanks to her he has solved his problem. Six years later. Someone called Aisha. This is her big brother Isis. He came to see her. Aisha is very happy to see him. Isis asks what Aisha is reading. He is reading the title of a book. The history of the formation of ancient languages, and the principles of their development. Can 7-year-old children read books like this? It's all because his sister is very smart. She is a real genius. Aisha is now 7 years old. But let's go back a few years. The maid is afraid that Princess Aisha will fall if she runs. Aisha decides to open her heart to a new family. She began to reveal herself when she was 3 years old. Aisha really wants to read a book. So she started to learn letters. Or rather she pretended to learn. The reaction of the family was explosive. Isis asks Lady Iris to watch. Aisha is a real genius. She was able to write his name. In addition, she wrote Mom and Papa. Later, Aisha learned Marianne. She began to read stories and learn ancient languages. Most of all she was interested in spirits. But much time has passed since the elementalists ceased to exist. So even in the Imperial Library it was difficult to find information about them. It is said that there were many different elementalists in ancient times. To find information about the spirits, she would have to learn the ancient language. Aisha likes to learn new things. But she was even worried because not being the successor to the throne, she achieves extraordinary success. When your family considers you a genius, you automatically become the crown prince rival. But that's not the case with Isis. He's got a lot of credibility. Isis suggests that Aisha read something more fabulous. Aisha notices that her brother has grown up a lot. He's become much taller, and his voice has dropped. Aisha thinks her brother is so handsome. Isis wants to read to her. She says she has already read all the storybooks. Then Isis offers to draw her a bunny. Aisha thinks she is better at drawing bunnies than he is. She likes to tease her brother sometimes. To tell the truth, Aisha has only one reason why she wants to learn more about spirits. Is to take revenge on the Edinburgh Empire. She is glad that she can easily find out what is going on in the Edinburgh Empire, while in the Elmire Empire. Since they used to be great enemies for hundreds of years, and Anna started having friendly relations a few decades ago. Marianne is still treated like a saint. And it's said that Lucius will be named the crown prince this year. After her death they live quite happily. The spirits ask Aisha not to be sad. In her past life, she could not see the spirits. But in this life they will be a trump card in her revenge. Aisha still can't understand what happened back then. Marianne's red eyes, why she hated her so much. Isis says that sometimes he feels like she is more of an adult than he is. Aisha says it's just his imagination. Yeah, she's probably right. That's because Aisha is a genius. Aisha says her brother is a genius too. That no one in the Empire is as good with a spear as he is. And he trains every day. Aisha says it's getting cold, so it's time for them to go home. Isis promises that no matter what happens, if she gets hurt she can always rely on him. Aisha doesn't understand what's going on. The nanny notices her. Aisha asks what is going on. Nanny says that Her Majesty came to visit her. And she's waiting for her now. Elmire holds a big event for each season. The events are the Spring Festival, the Summer Solstice, the Fall Hunting Tournament and Winter's New Year's celebration. And for a week before and after each event, people give thanks to God. These are the biggest feasts, so the entire palace is fully occupied with preparations. Aisha is sure her mother doesn't have a minute to spare right now. It's almost the Spring Festival. She could have warned her beforehand. Maybe something important had happened. Aisha says she missed her very much. She's doing well. Iris says it was hard not seeing her daughter for 4 days. Aisha asks how the preparations for the Spring Festival are going. Iris says it's the same as always. People are even a little bored with the festival. She wants to think of something new, but she has no ideas. Mom asks if Aisha remembers Mr. Alman, the scholar who came to visit recently. Of course Aisha remembers him. Maybe he was unhappy with her ability to learn. Perhaps she should have answered more convincingly. The professor told Iris that Aisha have great abilities. He even said that she was a generational genius. Aisha thinks she should have answered even worse. Mom asks Aisha what she plans to do in the future. Iris of course knew that Aisha had an excellent memory. But after Mr. Alman's words she wondered what they could do for her. If Aisha wants to do something, all she has to do is say so. Iris realized she was rushing her daughter too fast with her answer. Aisha can take her time to think it over. How does she feel about making friends with her peers at Spring Festival? Maybe new friends will help her decide what she wants to do. Aisha jokes that her father and brother won't let her leave the palace. In any case, she will do that. They continued to talk until the sun began to set. Aisha wonders what to do. Her family is so kind to her and everyone wants to help her. But if she takes revenge, she will have to rely on herself. She doesn't want to be a burden to her family. That's why she have to refine her elementalist magic. Aisha tries to read the contents of ancient books. But she can't read it properly. Yesterday she finished learning the elementary level of the ancient language. Despite the difficulty, she can already understand the general meaning. Aisha decided that now would be a good time to move on to practice, so she returned to the library. But apparently her level of knowledge is not enough. By the way, despite the fact that the Imperial Library contains all the books of the Empire, there are quite few books in the ancient language here. Despite everything, Aisha decided to keep searching until she found the books she wanted. This is what she needs: the history of elemental spirits. After reading this book she will definitely learn more about spirits. The spirits seem to be happy too. Well, it's time to start reading, but the spirits have something to tell Aisha. They obviously want Aisha to take this book. Aisha wonders if the book has anything to do with magic. The spirits want her to read the book. Despite her abilities, Aisha has never fully spoken to the spirits. But since they insist, they probably have a reason. Someone called out to Aisha. It's Isis. He asks what she's doing here. And what it is. Aisha admits that it is a book of an ancient language. She says she wants to learn it, so she took the book. Aisha. Isis has heard that Mr. Almin thinks she is a genius, and her brother is very proud of her. He knows that Lady Iris is seriously concerned about her future. He asks his sister not to worry so much. She can do whatever she wants, and they will support her. Isis still has things to do, so he must go. Aisha wonders what her brother is thinking. It's as if he knows she is hiding something. But that's not possible. After all, what Aisha is hiding is hard to believe. The fact that she's an elementalist, and the fact that she was reincarnated. There probably won't come a time when she can tell them. Aisha reads the book. It says that the spirits are at war with each other. They ended up suffering because of it. Aisha finds the book very interesting. Her knowledge is still not enough to understand the text completely. But Aisha thinks that the reason why there aren't elementalists anymore, because they were caught up in the fight between spirits. But there's nothing here about people who are born with the ability to see spirit. So, who is she? Aisha doesn't even have anyone to tell. And so what is she to do with this ability? Elemental spirit summon. She finally found it. In order to summon an elemental spirit, first you need the user's mana and something else, that Aisha can't read. If all the components are present, the next important part is the elemental spirit summon contract circle. It has the power to connect an elemental to this world. But in this book isn't going to delve into that. Anyone that wishes to try summoning, should try buying the book about elemental summon circles, which you can buy in. Aisha can't believe it. Are they kidding her? She had already hoped to learn more about summoning spirits. Whoever wrote this book was clearly a businessman. The spirits ask what happened. She needs to calm down. Aisha says everything is fine. She just needs to relax. Wait. There is also a book that the spirits asked her to read. Perhaps it contains information about spirits and how to summon them. Here it is. Low-class elemental spirit summon contract circle. Aisha will try to summon the spirit using what is written in these books. First, prepare the elemental spirit contract circle. Second, if the user lacks magic power, prepare a magic gemstone. Third, if there isn't enough, attempt this with a high-class elementalist. And finally, once the contract circle has been drawn, put your hand on top and recite the following phrase.
My heart rages around like an ocean in my head, because there are so many things that I left unsaid. I can almost feel you walking in the distance, but I know that it's not reality. If you are echoing around inside these parallel dimensions all alone, now I'll find you in my dreams.
The spirit says her name is Lu. She is a low-class spirit of light. Aisha is surprised that Lu's form has changed. Lu says that the elemental spirits get a physical body after the contract is signed. So, this is the spirit that has been with Aisha since birth. Aisha didn't expect it to be so easy to make a contract with a spirit. Lu says it's usually not that easy. She was able to summon it because its affinity is better than others. Lu is very happy that Aisha was able to summon her. Aisha wonders why she and Lu couldn't communicate the same way before. Lu says that until the lower spirits are summoned, they are part of nature. But after Aisha summoned her, she found herself. Now they can communicate together for a long time. Lu wants to introduce herself. Her name is Lu. She is a low-class elemental spirit of light. Aisha may call her Lu. Aisha is happy to meet her. Her name is Aisha Elmire, but she thinks Lu already knows that. Lu says that she has been watching her since she was born. She thinks Aisha is very cute, kind, and also very popular. Even the elemental spirit king. Aisha doesn't understand what she means by popular, and who the elemental spirit king is. Lu doesn't even know how to say it. It's because she is the only person in the entire world who can see elemental spirits without forming a contract. Aisha is in shock. It can't be true, but Lu says it is. Aisha hasn't even considered how unique her abilities are. Aisha wants Lu to tell her the names of the other higher spirits, and what she should do to summon them. So, first, the method of summoning all spirits is the same. If she has a summon circle and enough magic power and affinity, she can summon any elemental spirit. Unless of course, the spirit refuses. Lu says that affinity is a vessel that holds magic power. Magic power is the water that gathers in that vessel. The bigger the bowl, the more water it can hold. But Aisha is still too young. Compared to her affinity, she lacks a great amount of magic power. So Aisha was able to summon a spirit of light with whom she has a close relationship. Lu hopes that Aisha understands everything, so that cookies. Lu really wants to eat those cookies. It seems now Aisha understands what was written in that book. Aisha asks Lu how to increase her magical power. Lu says that after Aisha summons a spirit, her magical power and affinity will grow on their own. Lu wants to tell Aisha more about elemental spirits of light. The mid-class name is Limi, the high-class name is Ludian, the supreme class name is Lonian. Finally, the elemental spirit king, the name of Luminos. Aisha says that Luminos is the name of the god of light, the primary god worshipped in Elmire. Luminos is the god who brings victory and honor. But his primary purpose is to illuminate all creation. Without light there can be no life. Aisha knows the purpose of the spring festival is to worship and pray to the god of light. Lu completely forgot that it is now called that. She says he is their great and glorious king. To make things easier for Aisha, Lu tells the story. A long time ago, when the world was chaos, the god of creation made day and night. That is when the elemental spirit kings were born. After that, the names of the kings changed. Once Luminos was called ruler of day, in another period he was the enemy of night. Lu also says that not all gods are spirits. But since both spirits and gods exist in this world, people sometimes confuse them. Aisha is surprised that the one everyone thinks is a god is actually a spirit. Aisha seems to have understood something very important. Aisha thanks Lu. Thanks to her, Aisha found a way to help her mother. Aisha is sure Mom will be happy. Aisha suggests a ceremony for elemental spirits during the spring festival. It has been raining for days. Lu says it hasn't stopped raining since Aisha visited Emperor's quarters. After Aisha summoned Lu, and learned about the Spirit King, she has been busy making plans for the Spring Festival every day. Her mother really liked her idea. And Dad patted Aisha on the head, saying what an incredible job she had done. Lu is also looking forward to the upcoming festival. This year's festival will be in honor of spirits. Aisha wants people to know more about elemental spirits. Aisha asks Lu what kind of person the Spirit King Luminos is. Lu says he is very strong, very beautiful and very cool. Even though he looks like a male human. Of all the kings, he is the most handsome. Platinum hair and golden eyes as if formed of light. Lu says it's impossible to forget someone like him. Aisha is sure that she definitely couldn't have met him before. Aisha wants to ask Lu an important question. Will she be able to summon the Spirit King? Lu says that no person has ever been able to summon the King of Spirits. But why? Lu answers that it's all because of magical power. People don't have enough magical power to summon a Spirit King. No matter how big your vessel is, if you don't have enough water, you can't summon an elemental spirit. Aisha asks if a magic stone can help with summoning. Lu says the magic gemstone can only help summon a medium or high-class spirit. Aisha admits that summoning such a great spirit is not easy. Perhaps it's because of her love of light, but Aisha feels a special closeness to the Spirit King. Aisha wonders what her brother Isis is doing right now. Someone overhears Aisha wondering where Prince Isis is. It was her nanny. She came to ask if the princess would like more tea. Aisha asks if she knows where her brother Isis is. This is the first time they have not seen each other for so long. Nanny says that Prince Isis is completely focused on swordsmanship. Because of this, he caught a cold while practicing in the rain. Aisha is worried about her brother and asks the nanny how he is feeling now. The nanny had completely forgotten that it was a secret. Aisha doesn't understand how the nanny could have hidden it from her. Nanny explains that this is an order from Prince Isis. He doesn't want her to visit him and catch a cold either. Aisha says that her brother always visited her when she was sick. Why did he ask her not to visit him? He also kept it a secret. She doesn't like it when her big brother hides things from her. No matter what difficulties Aisha had, her brother always helped her. Aisha decided she would write him a letter. She had never written a letter to her brother before. She will put all her feelings for him into the letter.
My heart rages around like an ocean in my head, because there are so many things that I left unsaid. I can almost feel you walking in the distance, but I know that it's not reality. If you are echoing around inside these parallel dimensions all alone, know I'll find you in my dreams.
Prince Isis has been sick for several days. He has a sore throat, and his fever hasn't dropped for a long time. The prince says he needs to stop practicing fencing in the rain. The boy beside him does not understand why it was necessary at all. Isis says he wants to be able to fight with a sword in any situation. The boy says the prince looks unwell, and he shouldn't throw a tantrum over him. Isis asks why of all the knightly order, he is the one who came to him. The boy's name is Vian. Lord Vian Veltmore. Vian says that only he can deal with His Highness when he is in a bad mood. It was an idiotic thing to train in the pouring rain. But the prince says it was necessary. He must become stronger than everyone else. Vian still insists that he no longer train in the rain. Isis asks him to stop nagging him, as if he were his older brother. The servant says that someone has come to His Highness. Isis reminds him that he has asked him to refuse all visitors while he is sick. The servant says it is a maid from Princess Aisha. The servant asks if he should refuse her. Isis tells her to wait a second. The maid says her name is Rina, and she has come to deliver a letter from Princess Aisha. Isis specifies that this is a handwritten letter from Aisha for him. Rina says it is. Isis is very happy that she wrote him a letter. He reads it. Dear Big Brother Isis. Vian asks His Highness to calm down, or else the fever will rise even higher. Isis asks Vian to be quiet. Rina can go now. In the letter, Aisha asks how her brother is feeling. As soon as she finds out that he is sick, she decides to write him a letter. Aisha asks him not to exhaust himself by training. She was very upset when she found that he was sick. He is very important to her, and she is very happy to be his little sister. While he was around, she couldn't fully realize it. She feels lonely without him. And she hopes to see him at the Spring Festival in a good health. Until then, she will pray for his health. Isis thinks he needs more influence than anyone else. If his sister is so smart and amazing, he must become even stronger. He believes this is the only way to protect her. Isis knows that Aisha is hiding a secret. He was really upset when she hid the book from him in the library. But he is sure that Aisha has a reason why she can't tell him. Isis decides to trust and help her. So he is going to destroy everyone who bullies his Aisha. Isis asks for a stationery set. Vian asks what his is going to do. Isis is surprised that Vian doesn't know it's customary to respond to a letter. Vian doesn't understand, is having a little sister so great? Vian doesn't have any siblings. He doesn't know what it's like to be so devoted to someone. But Vian is glad that His Highness has changed thanks to her. He was like a wild beast after Empress Thetis passed away. If not for Empress Iris and Princess Aisha, he would have been a completely different person. Vian wants to meet Princess Aisha and talk to her one day. The maid thinks this wonderful rainbow is a good sign. After all, tomorrow is already the Spring Festival. The maid says, she has heard that Princess Aisha has received a letter from His Highness. Yes, and Aisha is very happy about it. Isis explains to Aisha that their father's name means lion, and their mother's name means iris flower. And her name, Aisha, means white bird. Aisha says she knows what his name means. Isis means rainbow in ancient Almirian. Isis says she is almost right. His father and mother giving him this name hoped that he would overcome all the hardships that might come his way. Like a rainbow rising after the rain. The first day of the Spring Festival. After the offering of the prayer Luminos, the god of light, various rituals are held. Right now a priest performs a ritual to heal the ill. A girl from upstairs thinks what is happening is amazing. Aisha wants to ask Lu something. Despite the fact that her mana and affinity barely increase, Aisha is very happy that she can talk to Lu without needing her to be in her summoned state. Aisha asks if Luminos is in fact the king of spirits, how the priests use divinity. Lu says that they don't actually use divinity. The point is that elemental spirits of light have the innate power to heal people. In exchange for their faith, Lord Luminos gives the priests some of his power. Aisha believes that in this case Lord Luminos can be considered a god. Aisha realizes something. Does she have the power to heal too? Lu is sure she can heal. Aisha is shocked, and how much she can do. Lu thinks she can heal like that priest. And when she can summon an elemental spirit of a higher class, her abilities will become stronger. Aisha is unsure of her abilities. After all, priests serve in the temple most of their lives. Lu promises that she will succeed. After all, she is an elementalist. Affinity is a very important thing to use elemental power. The priests only have faith in Lord Luminos. Despite the generosity of Lord Luminos, elementalists can best use his power. Aisha feels she needs to hide this fact for now. After summoning a low-class elemental spirit, she can heal burns. She is afraid to imagine what she will be able to do after summoning a higher-class spirit. Mom asks why Aisha is shivering. Maybe she is cold? Aisha decides to hide her abilities until she can use them freely. Elementalist will be the trump card of the Elmire Empire. So, that's what her mother meant when she suggested finding friends her own age. She's of course grateful for her concern, but although today was the first time Aisha had seen her brother since he caught a cold. Because of the morning ceremony, she couldn't even talk to him. And now he is so busy that she cannot distract him. She can't believe she has to sneak a peek at her own brother. Anyway, Aisha is glad that he looks healthy. Aisha seems to know this boy with the red hair. It must be Lord Vian. She has heard that he is an excellent swordsman and has a talent for magic. He is the heir to a duke, with an attractive exterior and is also talented at many things. He's just like a prince in a fairy tale for little girls. One loud girl asks if Princess Aisha will visit their embroidery group. Aisha tries to politely decline, saying that she is not good at such things. The girl reassures her that it's not that hard. She begins to tell the story of how one girl, Aisha, already has a headache from her. She's been talking non-stop for 30 minutes. The other girls apparently listen to her because the family title is lower. Aisha hopes maybe someone will save her. Like in a fairy tale, now a prince savior will appear. Someone turned to Princess Aisha. Vian asks if he can distract her for a while. He means that Prince Isis wants to talk to her. Aisha says that if Big Brother asks her, of course she goes. As she leaves, she wishes the girls a nice time. Aisha thanks Vian. She might have burned out before all the events ended. Vian says she clearly looked bored. Vian wants to tell Aisha the truth. Prince Isis didn't send him to bring her. Aisha asks why then. Vian says that from a distance he notices that she is in trouble, so he decided to give her an escort himself. Vian is a little embarrassed, so he adds that he thinks Prince Isis wanted to see her very much. Aisha is surprised at how well he can read people. He is so brave and honest. Aisha is grateful that he saved her from that girl's chatter. She notices the boutonniere on his shoulder. Aisha says she's glad he's enjoying the event. She says that his boutonniere and her flower crown were her idea. It was her way of showing appreciation for the elemental spirits. Vian says he didn't even know she was involved in organizing the event. Aisha says that's the way it happened. And she's curious what he thinks about it. Vian thinks it's a fascinating way to emphasize the existence of elemental spirits. After all, it's quite easy to forget that spirits exist. She agrees with him, she could see spirits since she was born. Other people perceive elemental spirits as something distant. Vian notes that the rumors to be true. She really is just like an adult. Vian says that he will not be able to speak in front of Prince Isis. It was a great honor for him to talk to her even for a moment. Aisha does not understand why he cannot speak in front of her older brother. Vian wanted to explain, but it's her big brother Isis. He says that they haven't seen each other in such a long time. He asks if she's alright. Aisha says she is doing well, but how does he feel? Isis answers that he is very well, all thanks to her concern. Aisha is glad, and she likes the letter he sent. Isis confusedly says, he liked her letter too. He was very happy because it was her first letter to him. Aisha is also embarrassed. She had written to him something she was embarrassed to say in person. And this is their first meeting after that. Aisha says she was glad to get her first letter from him too. Someone calls out to the three of them. It's their mothers, grandfather and grandmother. Even though mom couldn't stay with them, she asked Aisha to show her parents the palace. Aisha is glad she got to spend more time with them. However, she did not expect Vian to join them. Aisha guessed. Vian and her brother are members of the same order of knights. Grandfather's knightly order is famous for its strength. They guard the borders of the Almina Empire. Aisha thinks they are quite similar. Grandfather asks Aisha to stand under the arch with the Almina flowers. Aisha doesn't know why Grandpa asked her to do this. But it is very beautiful here. She tries to catch a petal. She succeeds. Grandpa says, "Stop." What is this? Aisha wonders what it is. Grandfather says it is a new invention of magicians, video orb. It records scenery and sounds so natural that no painter can replicate it. Aisha doesn't believe it's really possible. Grandpa asks her to take a look. Aisha is all blushing with embarrassment. Does she really move and smile like this? Isis wants to know if this video can be duplicated. Isis asks Grandpa to give him the thing. But Grandfather says that Isis can see Aisha every day. And he will be gone soon and can see her only through this thing. Aisha notices that Lord Vian is laughing too. He apologizes. From the sight of such warmth and harmony in the family, he couldn't contain his laughter. Vian says that he has no siblings. Therefore, he is a little jealous of the relationship between her and her brother. She understands him. Today is the most important day of the festival. Isis, as heir to the throne, must offer a prayer at the altar. It is the tradition for all to wear white clothing. And in the evening there will be the biggest party of the year. Aisha regrets that Grandma and Grandpa left yesterday. After all, the truce has been in place for years. They might have stayed a little longer. Aisha found Isis and Vian. She asks what they are doing here. Aisha recognizes the late Empress Thetis. Isis says he was wondering what his mother would think of him. If she were still alive. He finds those thoughts rather useless. Aisha tries to cheer her brother up. Isis thanks Aisha. But she has no reason to worry, he is really happy now. Isis offers to continue the conversation sitting around the table. The servant brings them tea. Vian declines. Aisha finds the tea very beautiful. It seems to shimmer more than usual. It must be because she is near her big brother. Aisha does not remember this servant. If he is in charge of the tea, he must be working here for a long time. But this is the first time she has seen him. Although there are so many servants in the palace, she might just not have met him before. Despite the pleasant smell, Aisha finds the taste of the tea rather strange. Lu shouts that Aisha shouldn't drink this tea. The plant spirit tells her that the tea is poisoned. Aisha finds Big Brother's face very pale. Is it possible that his tea was poisoned too? She asks her brother not to drink the tea anymore. Vian shouts to call the doctor and the priest. A poisoning has occurred. Aisha feels weird, as if everything inside is on fire. Isis. One of the noble women says that, thanks to Lord Vian, the servant who poisoned the tea was caught. Someone says that if he had not been there. Vian blames himself for being there, but he could do nothing. Is he so powerless? He always thought that in order to protect someone, he had to attack. That's why he trained hard every day. But at just the time of need, he couldn't do anything. Thanks to the fact that the Empress was nearby, they were able to provide first aid quickly. Iris demands a doctor and a priest now. Vian believes that if the Empress Iris had not been nearby, then Emperor Tyrion asks how the treatment is going. The doctor says that Princess Aisha has consumed a small amount of poison. But for her young age, the effects may be lasting. But the prince has consumed a lot of poison. His life is in danger. Tyrion asks if there is nothing they can do. The doctor says that the main thing now is to find out what kind of poison it was. He believes that the best option is for the high priest to use divinity. However, high priest and the other priests are now making a pilgrimage. Tyrion understands that the attempt was carefully planned. The pilgrimage is performed every year. No one thought that such a thing could happen. It will take at least 4 days to bring the priests back. Can Isis and Aisha last so long? The emperor says they are his son and daughter, they must do all that is possible for them. Someone says it's all for a reason. It happened on the day the crown prince was to climb the altar. It's probably a terrible and ominous sign. People are picking up on the idea. Perhaps, it is a sign that he has no right to be the heir. A young man asks the man to be careful with such talk. Tyrion wants to know what exactly he wants to say. It sounds like he thinks his son is unlucky. The man says that he only thought it was a bad omen. Tyrion says he has no intention of spilling blood on the holy day. However, if he ever again defames the imperial family before him, Tyrion will cut out his tongue and feed it to the crows. The man apologizes profusely. Iris asks the priest when Aisha wakes up. The priest says that their powers were only enough to stop her condition from worsening. They need a divinity capable of cleansing the poison. He tries to reassure the Empress by saying that the high priest will arrive as soon as possible. This place. An underground prison. Alisa's throat feels like it's on fire. She needs something to drink. Stagnant water. She wants to drink it at least. Alisa doesn't understand why her family turns their back on her. Why do they trust Marianne and not her? She is in a lot of pain. She wants to die. An unknown voice asks her if this is really true. For it is not true. The voice reminds her that she has a purpose. Alisa remembers. She wanted to ask them why they decided to kill her. Why no one believed her. But it's too late. Everyone hates her. No one wants to hear her voice anymore. The voice says it's okay. After all, there are people who love and trust her elsewhere. They are already waiting for her. Alisa thinks this is a lie. Who can wait for her there? Fireworks. It is the truth. After all, she is not Alisa. She is Aisha. The only princess of the Elmire Empire. She has to go back. She does not belong here. Aisha tries to run to the light. But no matter how much she runs, the light does not get any closer. So, what does she do now? She's not going to give up. Maybe if she thinks about the light, she'll find a way out. The light is warm, it's like it's hugging her like family. Maybe family is the light. Not only that, Aisha feels the light inside her. the people who cherished her. She received the light from them. They shine inside her. Because of them, she has learned how to rise up and move forward. Now she is Aisha. Alisa wouldn't have been able to do it, but Aisha can. She calls Lu. Everything is alright. After all, she is not going to be afraid and cry anymore. She is on her way to a place where everyone loves her. Mother? Aisha was able to wake up. Iris can't contain her emotions. She hugs Aisha a little harder than necessary. Aisha missed her so much. The priest says that even though Aisha is awake, she still needs treatment and rest. Iris promises her daughter that she will recover, after taking medicine and a good rest. Aisha asks mother how her big brother Isis feels. The priest says that Prince Isis has consumed a lot of poison. He is now in a critical condition. The prince needs help from the high priest, but he is absent on the pilgrimage. He is already in a hurry to return, but at the earliest when he arrives tomorrow evening. Aisha only took a small sip, but how bad she felt. Besides, the spirits of light helped her wake up so quickly. She has no time at all. Iris and the priest ask Aisha to continue to rest. The priest gives Aisha a medicine that should help her restore her vitality. Aisha tells mother that she must see Isis now. Tyrion and Vian are waiting for Isis to get better. Tyrion hears voices outside the door. Who it could be? Tyrion asks why Aisha is here. How is she feeling? Iris admits that she couldn't stop her. She said she must see Isis in person. Aisha realizes that the priests have exhausted almost all of their powers. But her brother's condition is still so bad. Where is the high priest now? If her big brother never opens his eyes again, then Aisha cannot allow that to happen. When she was scared, her brother always helped and protected her. He trained to become stronger and protect her. So now it was her turn to save him. Aisha calls Lu. Lu says she was afraid the master would never wake up again. She promises to protect Aisha so she won't be in danger again. Aisha thanks Lu. But she needs to learn something from Lu. Is she able to summon a mid-class elemental spirit right now? Lu says she can't. Lu is very worried about her master, saying that it is dangerous. Aisha just woke up and now she's low on mana. Aisha thinks of something. If she uses magic gemstone, then she can do it? Lu thinks that it might work, but she still fears for the master. Aisha says Lu that she decided to make a contract with the mid-class spirit. If there is even a tiny chance, she will take it. Aisha believes that the healing ability of the low-class spirit is the same as that of a normal priest. So she must make a contract with at least a mid-class elemental spirit in order to heal her brother. Until now Aisha has been hiding the fact that she is an elementalist. She can do it. Aisha asks Lu if this magic gemstone will be enough. This gemstone was given to her by Arson, for her birthday. Since then, she always wore it. Lu studies the stone carefully. She says that all the mana in gemstone is exhausted. Lu believes that Aisha was able to wake up so soon, because of the protection of this gemstone. She will not be able to use the empty magic gem. The others in the room don't understand who Aisha is talking to. Mom suggests that Aisha go to her room. Aisha really needs another magic stone right now. Aisha asks if Vian can borrow his magic gem. Everyone is shocked at what Aisha is doing right now. After all, she hasn't told anyone what she's going to do. Vian doesn't understand what she's doing with the ancient book and the magic gem. Vian was shocked by her request. It turns out she knows that he is a magic swordsman. He thinks that the princess needs to rest. Would she be okay with moving around so much? This summons takes a lot more energy out of Aisha than loose summons. Despite the pain, she has to be able to hold on just a little longer. The spirit says her name is Limi. She is a mid-class elemental spirit of light. Aisha says her name and asks Limi to make a contract with her. Mother asks Aisha who this fairy is. Aisha answers that she is not a fairy. She is an elemental spirit. Everyone is a little confused, because none of them had seen elemental spirits before. Aisha calmly reports that spirits are able to heal. They can replace the priest. Aisha is going to help her big brother. Aisha asks Limi how she can use the power of an elemental. Limi reports that after the contract is signed, Aisha can use her power even at a distance. But the closer they get, the stronger her power will be. However, Limi says that the master is not in the best of condition right now. Limi asks for her forgiveness. They begin. Aisha feels incredible. Limi's knowledge enters her mind. The priest notices something. Her eyes turn golden. Aisha is ready, she must succeed. It takes more energy to heal than she thought. If she continues, she should be able to heal her brother. But she has almost no energy left. Not even Limi's power is enough. Aisha asks her brother if he has nothing else to do. Aisha says she doesn't know what she means. Aisha knows he's busy, then why does he always come to play with her? He answers that he comes to play with her, because he likes her. Aisha doesn't want her brother to die. She asks him to open his eyes. She so wants to see his smile again. At least one more time, to see his smile. Vian asks if she is okay. Papa says that Aisha needs to rest. She has tried her best. Mom worries that Aisha looks so pale. Aisha feels her heart bursting to pieces. Her energy was not enough. She wanted so much to help her big brother, at least until the high priest arrives. She hoped to save him. Aisha wonders if he has entered the afterlife. although he doubts that his family would have met him in the afterlife. Isis asks Aisha if she is okay. Aisha is so glad that her big brother isn't dead. And she is glad to see the smile on his face again. Aisha tells her brother how she used the power of elemental spirits to save him. Finally, Isis learns her secret about that book. Aisha has already forgotten how she hid the book from him. The priest says that even several priests working together were unable to awaken the prince. But the princess has such a powerful ability to heal. So he assumes that the princess is a holy maiden. Aisha says it is not. She is an elementalist. Aisha calls Lu. Lu introduces herself as a low-class elemental spirit of light. The parents are impressed. Father says he didn't know Aisha had the power to summon spirits. If she is an elementalist, her father promises to do everything he can to make her an excellent elementalist. Aisha thanks her father. Aisha is now at peace. She thought they would be upset when they found out. The priest still won't calm down. He thinks that the prince's power is the same as the priest's. Aisha explains that Luminos, the god of light, is also the king of the elemental spirits. The spirits tell her that Lord Luminos controls all light in the world. How priests devoted to Lord Luminos can use his power. In the same way, she can summon elemental spirits of light. Aisha considers this explanation sufficient. She will not say that Lord Luminos is only the king of spirits. The priest concludes that they share the same power. They have to give her the title Holy Maiden or similar status. Well, since she has no other option, Aisha agrees, but even if she is awarded a title like that because of her power, she doesn't want to live her life as a religious woman. She wants to stay in the palace, close to her family. Vian tells the emperor that since the princess and prince are fine, he is going to leave. Tyrion asks him to keep what he has seen a secret. Vian promises not to tell anyone about it. Isis turns to his father. Isis believes that this is not the end. He asks his father to find the man who hurt him and Aisha and make him pay the price. Aisha has never seen her brother so angry before. Tyrion promises him that he will find the mastermind. To make sure something like this never happens again, he will cut off his tongue and tear off all his limbs. Then he will find and execute all of his family members and close friends. They will be hung on the gates of the castle, and they will become food for the crows. Tyrion asks the children not to worry about this and to concentrate on healing. Isis suggests also poison their loved ones and make them watch. He thinks that would be fair. Aisha doesn't know whether to laugh or cry. Tyrion promises to do whatever the son wants. Aisha tells Nanny that she understands why she has to eat in bed, again. But why she spoon feeds her. The nanny is offended that the princess does not understand the importance of rest. In addition, the emperor himself ordered her to be fed in bed. Princess was so weak that she even vomited blood. The nanny wants to take care of Aisha. Under strict orders from her parents, Aisha was in bed all 3 weeks. Although, after the high priest showered her with divinity, she feels much better. She also has to drink a disgusting smelling bitter medicine after meals. After she drinks it, her hatred for the people who poisoned her grows. As her father promised, the man responsible for their poisoning has been caught. It turned out to be a count of the northern regions. During the interrogation he confessed. He had planned the poisoning because he didn't want Isis to be the successor. He seemed mad, all the while shouting that God would not recognize him as the successor. At least that's what Aisha had heard. At the end his family, close friends and relatives were executed. Her father declared that it was a light punishment for trying to kill members of the imperial family. However, something bothers Aisha. Did the Count really want to kill her big brother just because he disliked him? That's not enough. And then why did he poison her as well? It would have made more sense if he had tried to kill all the members of the Almina family. Besides, Aisha knows this poison. This is the poison Marianne used to poison herself. How did it get to the Count? Aisha wants to know why he used this poison. Why this one? Aisha asks what happened. The nanny worries why the princess is holding on to her chest. Why was she sighing so restlessly? Was her chest or her heart hurting? She calls the doctor right now. Aisha screams that she is fine. After 3 weeks of bed rest, Aisha was finally allowed to go outside. Even though she was only allowed out for 30 minutes, after 3 weeks of bed rest, it seems like a dream. The doctor saved her. He persuaded her mother and nanny that 30 minutes of fresh air every day would be good for her health. Aisha thought she would die of boredom. She's glad that she was able to get out. Isis came to see her. They suddenly ask each other how their health is. Isis says they are on the same wave. Aisha laughs and agrees. Isis tells that during his bed rest, he was not allowed to swing his sword. He couldn't even go outside. Aisha says the same thing happened to her. And the nanny even spoon-fed her. Isis thinks the nanny did everything right. Aisha knows what he's thinking. They continued to have fun together. Isis wants to talk to Aisha about something. In fact, that's why he came here. Aisha asks about what exactly. Isis says that the captured Count was not the mastermind of the poisoning. Aisha doesn't seem at all surprised by this. She asks why he decided to tell her now. Isis always thought of Aisha as mature, calm and wise. But in spite of that, she is only 7. Her parents want to protect her, they don't want to scare Aisha. Isis says he understands why their father chose not to tell her. Aisha concludes that her brother wants to tell her the truth, who the mastermind really is. Isis disagrees with father's opinion. He thinks she has a right to know. Knowing what your enemy is gives you the opportunity to prepare. Isis asks if Aisha wants to know. If she doesn't want to know, they'll just forget about this conversation. Isis says she can do it. After all, she's only 7. He promises to get stronger, so she doesn't need to know anything. He and the family want to protect her. Isis reminds her that she is still a kid. Aisha wants to know. Even though she is just a kid, she can protect him. She also has power. After all, she is the one who could heal him. Aisha promises that if he tells her, she will do everything she can to become stronger too. Aisha is proud of herself for being able to say this. She is so happy that she has the power of elemental spirits. But still, Big Brother is right. Despite memories from her past life, she is still a 7-year-old child. Isis asks if she is sure she won't regret it. Aisha is sure. Isis says that the Count didn't want to confess until the end. He claimed to be the mastermind. And the reason was that, the Count didn't want Isis to be heir to the throne. But their father realized that was not enough reason. After he dug deeper, it turned out that the mastermind was the Denver imperial family. Aisha can't believe it. Isis says it is. They don't know exactly who planned it, but they do have a potential suspect. Now the Denver Empire is in turmoil. The reason is Lucius, who recently became crown prince of their empire. It is because of his serious flaw that the nobles are divided. Aisha doesn't understand what flaw her brother is talking about. Isis says it is because of his younger sister Alisa. She was stripped of her status after she tried to kill another member of the imperial family. Isis asks how Aisha is feeling. He shouts that she needs a doctor. Aisha asks her brother how this all relates to their poisoning. Isis doesn't know what she's talking about. In her condition she need. Aisha screams for him to tell her why they tried to kill them. Isis says they don't know exactly. But he has a theory. So the Crown Prince wanted to shift people's focus elsewhere. He wanted to create turmoil in the Elmire Empire. They know for a fact that the Count was a spy for the Edinburgh Empire. Executing the orders of the Edinburgh family, he tried to kill the heir to the Elmire Empire. Isis explains that Aisha was caught in the crossfire. Isis apologizes to Aisha. Aisha feels nauseous. They killed her in a previous life. And they are trying to kill her in this life. And not just her, they want to kill her family. Isis thinks he shouldn't have told her anything. They should be back from their walk by now. Isis will escort Aisha to the palace. Aisha turns to Rina. She asks Rina to tell the nanny that she will return later. She has something to discuss with her brother. It is important, very important. Rina says she understands. She will tell the princess's words to the nanny and return. Aisha wants to tell her brother something. It's something that he should know about her. Isis asks what it is she wants to tell him, that makes her so. Aisha explains that she had memories since she was born. Isis asks what she is talking about. Aisha says she remembers things from before she was born here. She was once the fourth princess of the Edinburgh Empire. Her name was Alisa del Edinburgh. Her 14-year-old girl was accused of poisoning a member of the imperial family. They falsely accused her of trying to kill Princess Marianne. She was interrogated about things she had nothing to do. All because they found poison in her closet. She wasn't even given a chance to defend herself. Everyone just assumed that she was a culprit. In the end, she was executed. Isis has something to say to Aisha. But Aisha interrupts him, saying that she never tried to kill Marianne, her sister. She never thought of killing anyone. Aisha cries, saying she never meant to poison anyone. She swears that she is innocent. Aisha begs her brother to believe her. Aisha told her brother the whole truth, but what will be his reaction? Will he believe her? Believe in such a ridiculous story? Aisha afraid. What if he doesn't believe her? Isis believes Aisha. He believes that she was once a princess of Edinburgh, and that she never attempted to kill her sister. Isis believes everything she said. Aisha says that her reincarnation story is so ridiculous, and that she was Edinburgh princess. Isis says she will believe anything she tells him. Besides, he knows that his cute sister is too kind to even think about killing someone. Isis promises that even if the whole world doesn't believe her, he will believe her, and he believes her now. Aisha thanks brother for believing her. Aisha felt like she was stuck at the age of 14 after being reborn. But thanks to her brother's trust, her time is ticking again. Isis thanks her for trusting him and telling him this. Her innocence is hidden behind a veil of lies, is finally free. Aisha tries to wipe away her tears. But her tears won't stop. Isis takes Aisha by the hand. He promises that he will never leave her, and he will never question her rightness. Her enemies is his enemies. Isis will destroy anyone who wishes to harm her. even if he has to risk his life to do it. Isis wants to know what his cute sister wants. Aisha wonders what she really wants. Aisha wants revenge. She wants to find the truth and prove her innocence. She will not turn her back on her past life as Alisa. Isis understands. It will be the way she wants it. Isis promises his adorable sister that he will get justice for her. The world will remember her past life. And the Edinburgh Empire will beg for her forgiveness. Aisha thanks her brother. Aisha has something to say to Isis. She feels as if she in a dream. But even if it is all a dream, she is fine with it. Aisha doesn't want to wake up from a dream, where everyone loves her. Isis says that this is not a dream, and that she is really here. Aisha is so happy. But she is scared. What if the happiness ends? Then Isis offers to call it a dream. He will make sure it never ends. So Aisha can sleep soundly. According to the precept, if you wait in front of the temple of Selena, you will see a flood of dead bodies of your enemies. Everyone who commits evil will never escape Selena's revenge. Lokias don't like the mess that's going on. They failed to kill the crown prince of the Elmire Empire. In addition, Lokias have lost their spy. If it gets out that the Edinburgh Empire is involved, the fragile peace will end, and war will break out. Lokias feels he must prepare for this. He planned to take advantage of the destabilization of the Elmire Empire, to build up his political power. It was also meant to distract people from his flaws, which would allow him to become emperor faster. And the Elmire Empire, left without an heir, would be devoured. Lokias isn't sure how much evidence the Elmire Empire has been able to gather already. But he assumes that the trail will lead them to him. He must be ready for war. Lokias asks why she prays here again. Which? Marianne greets him. Lokias reminds, she can pray in the prayer room in the palace. Marianne explains that she feels Selena's presence better here. Marianne asks if he has come to see her again. Lokias says he has. Marianne thanks him for that. Alisa notices her big brother Lokias. Lokias would like to say something, but Lokias finds it strange. Every time he thinks about her, he gets a headache. Marianne asks what's wrong. Maybe he is in pain. Lokias says it's nothing serious. He has important information about the Elmire Empire. Marianne is unfortunate that their assassination attempt failed. Lokias finds this ironic. That a holy maiden would consider it unfortunate that someone didn't die. Lokias concludes that there must be a powerful priest along with the prince. So also the spy who planned the assassination attempt was killed. Lokias thinks that the plan was unreliable from the beginning. Still, he had no choice but to make a move. He seems to understand why the headaches continue. When he thinks of Alisa della Denver, the story of her attempted murder and execution became very famous. Her mother, the Empress, was spared because she was the one who insisted on sending her daughter to the guillotine. However, because Lucius and Alisa have the same mother, he will never be free of the suspicions associated with this assassination attempt. To become emperor, he must have no flaws. Fortunately for Lucius, all of his siblings support him in becoming emperor. But this story gave the noble families the perfect opportunity to promote another candidate. Lucius believes that the attacks on him will not stop. All he needs is a remarkable achievement to silence them. Like conquering the Almina Empire. Lucius does not understand whether poisoning his precious sister was not enough for her. Even after her death she gives him trouble. But still. It seems to him that they got along when they were little. But now, he is not sure of that. Lucius finds these thoughts useless. He invites Marianne to return to the palace. Marianne agrees. Marianne asks if everything is alright with her brother. Lucius says everything is alright. Marianne admits she is a little hungry. Lucius says he will have servants prepare her supper. So cold. He thinks that the girl's hand was so warm. But still she has committed a heinous crime. And received a fair punishment for it. Anyone who commits evil will never escape Selina's revenge. Grandpa asks Isis not to worry. Grandfather promises that the throne will surely go to him. Isis's mother passed away. Isis thinks it's all because of him. Isis asks his mother to get well soon. He has heard that his mother has always had weak health. Mom thanks Isis for taking care of her. But after Isis was born, her condition got worse and worse. Everyone told him that her weakness had nothing to do with him. But Isis believed he was the reason she passed away. Year passed after her death. Right after her funeral, Grandfather acted as if the only thing that mattered was Isis to sit on the throne. Soon there was a power struggle between the adults. Many arrows were shot at the prince. Isis believed that in order to survive he had to kill his heart. And give up all emotion. At first Isis was skeptical of his mother's family's attempts to keep him on the throne. But he actually understands them. He is next in line for the throne. But his position has been shaken since his mother's death. Luckily for him, his father declared that he would be the only crown prince. But no one really knew what would happen to him, or his grandfather's family, if the new empress gave birth to another prince. Isis must hone his skills and grow stronger. He cannot be trusted by anyone. This is the way of the crown prince. Recently, the situation has become even more tense. To be more precise, it happened after the new empress arrived. Empress Iris. Now every time grandfather sees Isis, he reminds him to be careful of the new empress. Surely she hasn't shown all her cards. But really, Isis sure she is a good person. Because she has such a soft voice and beautiful smile. The servant says that the Empress has sent Isis a letter and an invitation. Isis didn't want to be dragged into a struggle for the throne of adults. And he didn't want to die in such a trivial way. So he continued to avoid her. Even knowing that she was sincere with him. Isis always answered briefly and ignored all her invitations. He wondered how much longer he had to act like this. He was so tired of talking about the crown prince and the throne. Isis once that someone to see him as something other than a crown prince. That someone would see him just as Isis. He wouldn't spare 1,000 gold coins for that. Or even his life. Iris asks what he is doing here. Isis can't get close to her. He cannot open his heart. Year has passed, since the Empress Iris appeared in the palace. That day has come. The maid congratulates Her Majesty Iris on the fact that she is pregnant. Iris thanks her for that. The maid says that they will immediately prepare an empty palace for her. The man in the monocle wants to see the prince or princess. Tyrion says that whoever is born, they will love him with all their heart. Isis liked to spend time alone in the garden, near the palace. Apparently soon he would not be able to go there. He decided that tomorrow would be the last time he would go there. Isis liked autumn days like this, but he is sad that he won't be able to come here anymore. Someone is calling Prince Isis. It can't be, but it's Empress Iris. The prince asks what she is doing here. Isis says that since Her Majesty is here, he should leave. Iris asks Prince Isis to wait. But he shouldn't look back. If he turns around, then... Isis rolls around for a long time. And now he is hurting all over. Iris runs to him. Isis is worried that if she keeps running like that. Iris asks if he is all right. She notices that he is scratched all over his knees. Isis says he's fine and she doesn't have to worry about him. Iris replies that she is worried because he is bleeding. Isis says he's more worried about his clothes than his knees. He asks her not to worry about the little things and to leave him alone. In fact, her worrying only stresses him out. Isis says he doesn't understand why she put herself in danger, when she decided to run to him. Isis thinks she's going to get angry now. She must be upset after the harsh words he said to her. Isis doesn't know why he didn't think of it before. Instead of ignoring her, he just needed to hurt her. Isis asks her to stop worrying about him, and mind her own things. Isis is sure that these words will be enough. Surely she is already sick of his cold attitude and harsh words. She will stop writing him letters, stop bothering him. And she will no longer smile at him. Iris orders him not to move and stay still. Isis only now realizes what has happened. She lifted him so easily, how strong she is. Iris asks him why he doesn't take care of his body. She was very upset when she saw his bleeding knees. Isis can't believe it, her pained expression, because of him? Iris says he is a very important person to her, and she is worried about him. Then why he push her away, why doesn't want her attention to him? Iris concludes that it's because she's not his biological mother. Isis offers to go back. After that day, Isis didn't hear from her for a while. Tyrion decided to hold coronation ceremony for the prince soon. Apparently the father wants to strengthen his son's position, before the Empress gives birth to the child. Isis is sure that grandfather will be happy to know this. But what is the point of the coronation ceremony if only his grandfather will be happy? Isis doesn't want to be a puppet all his life. He is so bored here. In fact, Isis has no reason to stay here. But the truth, he has nowhere else to go. He just wants to fly away from here. Isis was so shocked, that he forgot to give her a handkerchief. Iris asks Isis to promise, that he won't hurt himself again. He must not ignore himself. Iris says he shouldn't keep quiet if something hurts. Isis thinks it has been quite some time since that day. Someone turns to Prince Isis. Iris is glad to see him after all this time. She laughs that she should now call him the Crown Prince. Iris congratulates him on his future coronation ceremony. She suddenly asks if he is busy right now. In fact, Isis is not busy, but Iris offers him to have tea at her palace. Isis is struck by how pleasant and cozy the Empress's palace is. Iris notices his surprise. Iris says that she wants to be honest with him. She wants to ask him for one favor. Isis asks what favor she is talking about. Grandfather warned him to be wary of the new Empress. You never know what people have in mind. Isis thinks grandfather was right. Perhaps now she will reveal her true intentions to him. She wants something from him, after he became the official crown prince. Iris says the favor she wants to ask. When she safely gives birth to this baby, could Isis be a good big brother? Iris says that it will most likely be a girl. And she hopes that he will get close to her. Then, he won't be so lonely. Isis thinks this is the first time he has been asked to be anything other than the crown prince. Iris worries maybe she is asking too much of him. Isis says he will think about it. Iris is glad to hear it. After that day, Isis began to frequent her palace. He thought he had nowhere to go, but that was not true. After all, Empress Iris's palace was so cozy. The role of big brother pleased him very much. Isis was happy to know that he would soon be a big brother. After a while, Tyrion announced the coronation ceremony. The banquet began and lasted a whole month. Grandpa came to see Isis. The grandfather says the costume suits him very well. Isis thanks him. Grandpa calls Isis the crown prince. He likes the sound of that. His grandfather is really happy, for his wish has come true. Isis wants to tell him something. He warns that his words are likely to sound unexpected. But he never really wanted to become the crown prince. Isis admits that he just wanted to live, but he never wanted to become the crown prince. But his grandfather pushed him so hard to do it. Isis says it was hard for him to carry this burden. Isis isn't sure if his grandfather will understand him. But still Isis wanted to tell him. To tell him that he doesn't want to become his trump card. Even if Grandpa doesn't understand, Isis isn't going to regret what he said. Grandfather apologizes to Isis. After all, he actually knew that Isis didn't care about becoming the crown prince. Grandfather says that perhaps his words will sound like excuses. But the truth is that he was desperate. When his daughter Thetis passed away, Isis was the only thing left of her. Grandfather tried to find a better way to protect him. He apologizes to Isis for pushing him so much. Grandfather says that his eyes are the same as hers. Every time he looked at those eyes, he tried to do his best not to lose him like he lost Thetis. Isis thinks of his mother. Isis says grandfather was wrong about one thing. He always told him that the new Empress was his enemy. But Iris, she is really good person. Isis first called her by her name. Grandfather agrees with him. He says she is probably at the palace getting ready for the Isis ceremony. Grandfather asks if Isis wants to see her. Someone asks Isis if he is going to see the Empress. It's his father. He notices that Isis looks happy. Tyrion says that after Thetis passed away, he was so busy with the affairs of the Empire, that he didn't pay enough attention to his son. For this he apologizes to Isis. Father says that he chose Iris not only for the Empire, but also for him. Now Isis is certain that she is a good person. Iris asks what Isis is doing here. She is surprised that he came to return this to her. Iris is glad he came here. She just had a wonderful dream. A white bird was flying in the blue sky, and a bright rainbow could be seen over the horizon. It was such a beautiful dream. Iris wants to share that dream with His Majesty, and convince him to name the child Aisha, which means white bird. Iris hopes that Isis will be a good brother to Aisha. Iris asks why he is crying. Isis says that if she wants him to be a good brother or crown prince, he agrees to be whatever she asks him to be, so he asks if she will be his new mother. Iris agrees. She will be happy to be a good mother to him. She will love him and Aisha with all her heart. Isis can't wait to see her little sister. He promises that everyone will love her in this world. Isis will protect her. He swears by his glory, faith, and strength that he will protect her. The nanny tries to awaken the princess. It is already time for her wake up. Aisha asks for a little more. Nanny reminds her that today is a special day. Nanny affectionately calls the princess sleepyhead. She is such a big girl, but she acts like a baby. Nanny wishes Aisha a happy birthday. Aisha thanks the nanny. Today is her 14th birthday. 14-year-old Aisha is only a foot shorter than adults. Her beautiful silver hair is already down to her waist. Aisha is glad to be getting closer to adulthood. In the Empire, you are considered an adult when you reach the age of 18. Aisha is only 4 years away from becoming an adult. Aisha greets mother and father with a good morning. The parents wish Aisha a happy birthday. Dad notices that his daughter looks tired today. Aisha pretends not to know what he means. Mother says she is so happy for Aisha. So many people are celebrating her birthday. Aisha sees that mom is really happy. Mother was worried about her daughter's position in the Empire when she was a child. At age 7, Aisha used the power of elemental spirits to save her brother. As a result, she was given the title of Holy Maiden. People rejoiced that decades later, a Holy Maiden was born in the Elmire Empire. But most of all, the attention was drawn to the fact that the Holy Maiden was the princess. Certainly it was good that their empire became highly respected. But still, it's a little embarrassing for Aisha. Tyrion says it's time for him to give Aisha a birthday present. Or did she think they would forget about her? That a map. Father decides to give Aisha a map for her birthday. Aisha seems to have guessed what it is. Now this whole island belongs to her. Aisha can't believe it. After all, this island belonged to the Principality of Riotin. Tyrion confirms that this is the Diamond Island of Principality of Riotin, or rather, it was their island until a few days ago. Aisha doesn't understand. Why would they give it away? Tyrion says she has Isis to thank for that. He was a diplomatic envoy. Isis apologizes for being late, his training ended a little late. Isis wishes everyone a good morning. Iris is glad he finally came. After coming of age, Isis began to call the Empress Iris, mother. Isis wishes Aisha a happy birthday. And hopes she likes their present. Aisha thinks her brother is too handsome. He combines sincerity and strength but also a soft look. He excels at his academics and physical training. Aisha thinks her brother is like a prince from a fairy tale. Isis has become the best bachelor in the empire. He is showered with marriage proposals and confessions of love, but Isis declines all marriage proposals. This allows him to spend more time with Aisha. She asks how her brother managed to convince Riotin to give him the island. Isis answers he has his own ways. Iris says that if the boys are done bragging about their present, she wants to give her gift. Iris' gift is a trip for Aisha. She has prepared a villa in the southern part of the empire. The weather is warm there, and the view is beautiful. Mom is sure that Aisha will have fun there. She hopes that Aisha likes her gift. Aisha is very happy with her gift. The trip is for her. She has the best mother. Isis asks Aisha to say that his gift is also the best. Tyrion didn't know that she likes to travel. Maybe next year he should gift her country she can easily travel to. The evening banquet to celebrate Aisha's birthday began. Many people gathered to see the princess. Aisha asks Lu if everything will be alright. Lu reassures her, saying that she does well every year. And this year will be no exception. Aisha agrees, but she is given so many presents, so much attention is focused on her. Aisha considers it payment for being the holy maiden. Lu assures her that everything will go perfectly. The temple supports Aisha as holy maiden. In return, she must heal sick people on her birthday. Aisha didn't really want the title and all this attention. But she uses the power of the Spirit King Luminos. Aisha must manifest his power and share his blessings. It's her duty as the princess. Aisha says this burden puts a lot of pressure on her. Vian unwittingly hears her last words. Aisha is a little confused. Vian apologizes and asks if he may join her. Aisha says of course he can. Vian wishes her a happy birthday. Lord Vian is still her brother's best friend. He's also the deputy commander of the Imperial Guard. Aisha borrowed his red magic gemstone to save her brother. That gemstone is still in her jewelry box. In fact, Aisha tried to return it. But Vian asked her to keep the gemstone for good luck. Aisha couldn't refuse. Now she has two magical gemstones. One is from Lord Vian. And the one from Arson, the friend from her previous life. Vian reminds Her Majesty that everyone is waiting for her, to begin the ceremony. Aisha says they should hurry. Vian recalls her words. She feels so much pressure. Vian says that if she needs help, she shouldn't be hesitant to ask for it. Vian reminds her that she is surrounded by people who are always happy to give her lend a hand. Aisha says she remembers that. And she thanks Lord Vian. The sacred ceremony is about to begin. It will be performed by the one and only star of the Great Elmire Empire, Her Highness, Aisha de Elmire. Aisha asks Limi to show herself. Many people are seeing the elemental spirit for the first time. Aisha asks Limi to heal that person. It seems to me, but Limi doesn't want to perform in front of people. Aisha feels that her powers are enough to do this. She doesn't want to use her life force to heal people today. Now her magical power has increased, and her ability to heal has become more effective. People have exploded with excitement. Everyone wishes the Holy Maiden a long life. Aisha feels that she used too much energy to heal people yesterday. She thinks, if she lays down for a couple of days, she should feel better. Aisha is bored. After all, she missed the banquet and will now lie in bed all day. But there must be something fun to do. Aisha asks the nanny to bring her something. The nanny doesn't understand what she needs. the Diamond Island given by father and Isis for her birthday. And the villa in the Southland, the gift from mother. Aisha still can't believe that it all belongs to her. The Diamond Island was given to them by the Principality of Riotin, after a military alliance was made. The Principality of Riotin gained independence from the Elmira Empire about 100 years ago. Their military power is still developing. Aisha is sure that the Riotin want the Elmira to help them develop their forces. Moreover, to the North Riotin border the mortal enemy of the Elmira, the Denver Empire. So it's a good strategy on both sides to make an alliance. After the imperial family was poisoned, the Denver Empire has been lying low for the last 7 years. Isis, eager to revenge for his sister, began to train even harder. Aisha focused on the study of elemental magic. Now she can use her abilities more effectively. So they are no longer as defenseless as before. Because of the Denver Empire, Aisha is always worried when she hears news about the world. Her mother must noticed how nervous her daughter. So she gave Aisha the trip to get some fresh air and feel better. At Share Estate, the weather is warm and the natural scenery is beautiful. Many aristocrats visit Share and celebrate the arrival of summer together. Aisha can't wait to go there. The family wishes Aisha a safe trip. Isis says they will see each other soon. Aisha promises to bring them gifts. Aisha is so excited to finally go on her first trip. Aisha asks if Lu likes this place. Lu is thrilled. She thinks it's the best place. It's so warm and bright, she loves it. Aisha agrees with her. The road to their villa goes through the southern village. After the emperor's children were poisoned, and the high priest couldn't come quickly enough, Tyrion decided to make a huge investment in circular magic. Because of this, Aisha can reach the south in just a few minutes. But still, she will have to drive another 3 hours to the villa. Aisha thinks that's even better. This bumpy road make her trip even more enjoyable. Aisha feels so good. Like Lu said, this place is so warm and bright. Someone says that Her Highness has already arrived, so she can get out of the carriage. Aisha takes a little nap. The maid asks if the princess likes the villa. Aisha feels that she will definitely like this place a lot. After dinner, Aisha was convinced that this villa was the best. This place is surrounded by a small forest. The style of this villa is very different from the imperial palace. White roses are already blooming in the garden, and Aisha likes the smell of them. All the staff are friendly to her, and they make a very tasty dinner. Aisha still can't believe that this villa belongs to her. Also, this mansion is surrounded by a magical barrier for protection. Mom and her family bought this villa and designed it especially for Aisha. She feels their care in every little detail. The maid asks if Aisha liked the meal. Why didn't the author name this wonderful maid? Let's call her Florence. She says that Aisha has sent several invitations. Aisha doesn't understand how this is possible, she has only just arrived. Florence reminds Aisha that she is not a simple noble, but the princess. This is why so many people have sent her invitations. Florence suggests that Aisha consider an invitation from Marquis Blame. The Blame family is one of the most powerful in the south, but more importantly, there is a girl of Aisha's age in the family. The young lady of the Blame family. Aisha has heard of her. Rose Blame, she is 13 years old and has not yet been to the debutante ball. But she is already famous, because of good reputation as a marquis. Aisha has heard that she is about the same age as her, and that she is nice. Aisha decided she would accept Marquis Blame's invitation. Florence says she will make all the arrangements now. Aisha says that the friends you make on the travels become special. It can't be, she must have said it out loud. Aisha thinks she hasn't had a chance to make friends yet. After all, she spent most of her time in the imperial palace. True, in the past her mother had tried to give her such an opportunity. But then she wanted to spend more time with her family, than making friends. Aisha thought it would be nice to have friends. Life without friends would be. In fact, Aisha has a friend. Aisha asks Lu to always be her friend. Lu assures her that she will. Before Aisha, no one ever called on her, so she was really happy when Aisha called her. Lu was looking for someone, who would need her. So she is very happy that Aisha became her master. Aisha is also happy that Lu is here. This dream seemed strange to Aisha. The next day Aisha went to the plains of Entrail to see the canyon. Florence says they will return after lunch. Florence is worried about Aisha, she must be tired from her travels. In addition, she still has to prepare for the evening ball. Aisha really wants to see the canyon. Florence says she can see the beauty of the sheer cliffs. It is a famous place that has hardly been touched by humans. Sheer cliffs. Aisha assumes that this is the place from her dream tonight. Florence doesn't know what Her Highness is talking about. They have arrived at Casca Gorge. Florence says this is the Feral Mountains, and this sheer cliff is the highest point on the continent. Aisha notices a blue flower. She has seen the exact same flowers in her dream. Aisha saw this cliff in her dream. Florence tells the legend of this place. Since this place is almost untouched by humans, mysterious creatures live there in secret. That's why polite people don't go in. If Aisha has done, Florence suggests going back. But after Aisha has heard this story, now she really wants to go up there. Aisha is sure, if she goes up there, she can meet the person from her dream. Then, she will ask Lu to find out what's up there. Florence asks Her Highness to wait here for a while. Marquis Blame's young lady will come to greet her. This is Aisha's first time being in the social world outside the capital. Florence asks her if she is nervous. Aisha confesses she hasn't chatted with someone her age in a long time. Florence is sure she has nothing to worry about. After all, whoever meets Her Highness will have no choice but to like her. Besides, Aisha has abilities that no one else. Originally Aisha didn't want to take Lu so as not to attract too much attention. But there are so many beautiful scenes on Marquis Blame territory, that she couldn't leave her. Lu looks worried. Aisha asks her what's wrong. Lu can't explain why. But she has a feeling that something bad will happen. Aisha has never seen Lu like this before. Florence looks worried. She says that the maid who was waiting for her at the ball is here. This maid wants to report something to the princess. It's all about one person who appeared at the ball. It's a white-haired elementalist. A white-haired elementalist. It can't be. Aisha now understands why her eyes turn red. She must be using the power of elementals. Perhaps Marianne's power is the same as hers. But Aisha doesn't understand why she appeared here. Aisha is scared. What if Marianne is there now? Someone is apologizing to Her Highness for being late. The girl with red hair asks if she is Aisha de Elmire. Aisha confirms that she is Princess Aisha de Elmire. Girls greet the only Elmire star. The girl introduces herself as Rose Blame. And this girl, Duchess Chloe de Monte. Aisha says it's a pleasure to meet them. But first she needs to ask them something. Is it true that an elementalist has appeared at the Marquis Blame ball? Chloe says it is, now at the ball. Rose interrupts her saying that everything will be alright now. After all, the real princess is here now. Aisha asks what a real princess means. Rose is unable to say anything intelligible. Aisha thinks that for some reason she can't tell her. Then she asks not to waste any time, and go inside. The Marquis Blame's mansion looks luxurious. Aisha believes the rumors about their family controlling the south are true. Many people are gathered here. But Aisha is more concerned about Rose's words about the real princess. Perhaps Marianne took advantage of the fact that Aisha is the only elementalist in the empire, and decided to pretend to be Aisha. There is little interaction between the empires. In addition, only a small number of people from the capital know Aisha's face. Even so, Marianne could easily be exposed. Aisha doesn't understand why she would take such risks. A girl can't believe it. Could it be that Her Highness is already at the ball? Another girl says she is, and she even saw the princess call the blue spirit. So it's definitely her, the only elementalist in the empire. Rose has something to say to Her Highness. But girls ran to look at the princess. Rose wants to scold them, but Aisha stops her. She says that everything is fine. Aisha thinks that if her suspicions are true, then her confession that she is the real princess will only spoil the mood of the ball. It will also reflect on the reputation of the Marquis Blame family. Aisha doesn't want to cause a commotion. She appeals to Lady Blame and Duchess de Monte. Aisha asks them not to call Her Highness anymore. She needs another name. She asks them to call her Ina. Girls are in a little shock. Aisha says it's fine, because she asked them to do it herself. Aisha turns to the maid. She asks to enter the ball, without announcing her arrival. Aisha also takes advantage of the fact that people don't know her face. She wants to find out if it is really Marianne. The girls agree to her adventure. So, they go to the ball. On the other side of that door, Marianne. Rose says this is Ashley Rowland, Marquis Rowland's second daughter. Rose explains, after people found out that the princess is an elementalist, it became fashionable for noble girls to study the power of elementals and go to spirit meetings. Rose confesses that the three of them went there. One of the wizards told Ashley that she had talent. Until recently, no one had been able to summon spirits. Rose is surprised that Ashley was able to do it so easily. Aisha is shocked by all she has heard. It turns out, after she became the Holy Maiden, people's interest in elemental spirits increased greatly. So much, that there were spirit gatherings. It appeared, that the white-haired elementalist was not Marianne. Marianne, that Aisha knows, would never do something so conspicuous. Aisha knows this spirit. It is Nyos, a low-level water spirit. Aisha doesn't understand why this girl decided to pretend to be the princess. If Rose's words are true, then Ashley was able to increase her magical power in a short period of time. How is this possible? Aisha senses, there's something wrong with this girl. She asks girls if they have noticed anything strange about Ashley. Chloe says that 2 days ago they were drinking tea together, and Ashley was acting as usual. Rose is sure that if anything unusual had happened to Ashley, they, as her close friends, would have noticed that. Now Aisha understands why Rose was hesitant to answer her. She was worried that her friend would be in trouble. But Aisha senses that there's something wrong with Ashley, maybe she's missing something. Aisha asks Lou to show up, but without anyone noticing her. Aisha knows that Lou feels uneasy. So she apologizes for calling her. Lou says it's fine. Aisha asks Lou to look there. That girl is an elementalist and she even summoned Nyos. But Aisha senses something strange about her. Lou assesses the situation with her keen eyes. Lou says that she has an artifact. This girl uses a magical item that temporarily increases her power. Lou is sure that the artifact makes up for the magic she lacks. Indeed, Aisha can barely feel Ashley's magical power. And her strange feelings are due to the fact that it's not Ashley's real power. The artifacts react to the user's negative emotions and use the user's life force. They are forbidden on the continent, because people who misuse them die. Even magicians try to stay away from artifacts. There are few magicians in the Elmire Empire, so artifacts would be hard to find. Aisha thanks Lou, she can rest. So where did Ashley get the artifact? This blonde hair and golden eyes. This man is just like the person in her dream. But why is he standing there, alone? While Aisha was flying in the clouds, she missed part of the conversation. Adults ask Ashley to stay a little longer, for this is the first time they have seen spirits. Ashley says there is nothing she can do. After all, the spirits need rest. Ashley leaves to rest, and Aisha is going to follow her. Aisha feels strange dark energy from the artifact. She needs to catch up with Ashley. Aisha didn't see which way Ashley went. Rose asks what happened, why did she leave them so suddenly? Rose worries, maybe something happened to Aisha. Marquis Blame asks his daughter to explain what is going on. Why people think that the girl belongs to the Roland family is the princess. Rose doesn't even know where to begin. Aisha says she is pleased to meet Marquis and Marquis Blame. Chloe introduces the noble Elmire star. Her Highness, Aisha de Elmire. Marquis and Marquis say they are honored to meet the only Elmire star. Aisha thanks them for inviting her to this wonderful ball. But she wants to ask the Marquis a question. Where she can find the closest restroom to the ball. Ashley can't believe this has happened. She is sure, she saw the princess. There was so much noise and so many people around, that she didn't notice when Her Highness walked in. Perhaps Ashley never would have noticed the princess, if not for her spirit energy. She had already felt similar energy when she summoned Nyos. But the princess energy was even more powerful than that. Ashley managed to think of an excuse to leave the ball. She was afraid that Her Highness would punish her. But it's even scarier if her mother finds out. Nyos asks if all is well with his master. Nyos doesn't want Ashley to put herself in danger, so he asks her to take off the artifact. Ashley says she's fine, she just needs a little rest. If she takes off the artifact, Nyas will soon disappear. Without the artifact, she doesn't have enough power to summon him again. Ashley thanks him for his concern, and asks him to stay with her for a little longer. But what should she do now? She didn't want to impersonate the princess. Ashley has not had a debutante ball. She only has 2 close friends, so no one recognized her. However, Ashley never said she was the princess. People just assumed she was the princess. She just wanted to show off Nyas. It was the first time in her life that she had received so much attention. After all, she was always alone. The magician asks Lady Ashley, does she want to be an elementalist? Teacher sees Ashley's potential and wants to help her become an elementalist. Ashley couldn't see the person's face from behind the robe, but she is sure that the magician looked rather young. Now she doesn't know what she should do with this thing. Ashley knows that artifacts are forbidden in the Empire. But the person disappeared right after he gave it to her, so she had to take it home. She's scared to keep the artifact, so she hopes to return it to the magician. Ashley believes that if she studies even harder, she will soon be able to summon the spirit with her own powers. After all, teacher praise her. Mother will probably be surprised. Ashley apologizes for not coming to her at once. She thought her mother was gone. Ashley says that the teacher from the elemental spirit class praised her today. The teacher said she has a very good compatibility. And if she tries even harder. Mother asks if she made it. Has she summoned the spirit? Ashley admits that she hasn't yet. Mother says she thought so. Then why is her daughter showing off something that isn't real? Her mother asks her not to do these silly things and prepare for the ball tomorrow. After all, at that ball she will meet the princess. Her mother says she has no reason to brag about her. Ashley asks her mother, if she summons a spirit, then, she will be proud of her. Ashley hears people coming this way. She wants to find a deserted place, where she can. Aisha and the servants still can't find Ashley. In such a huge mansion it will be difficult to find her. Aisha is sure, in her condition she could not have gone far. Chloe says there is one place Ashley could have gone. Chloe explains that only the 3 of them know about this place. It is an isolated place, where Ashley most likely went. Aisha says they don't have much time, they have to go there. The man asks if she is looking for the white-haired girl. Aisha asks if he has seen her, and where she went. She has used up a lot of her strength to summon the spirit, and may be in danger. The man thinks she probably is. Aisha doesn't understand why he saw Ashley's condition and did nothing. She asks if it is possible that he was the one who gave her that thing. The man is surprised that she thinks he possesses such a disturbing artifact like that. Rose asks for explanation of what artifact they are talking about. Aisha apologizes for the rude question. But who is he? After all, Aisha never said that it was an artifact. She says he was acting strange in the ballroom. Everyone was mesmerized by Nyas, except him. It seemed as if he had seen elemental spirits before. The man calmly says he knows all about elemental spirits. Now Aisha is sure that the man in front is definitely not an ordinary person. He has the same mysterious energy as the person in her dream. Aisha screams, why he didn't stop Ashley when she used the artifact. If he knew about artifacts and spirits, he could have fixed the problem before it got worse. Aisha worries about Ashley. She didn't have the strength to summon the spirit herself, so she guesses what Ashley's physical state is right now. In addition, when spirit and elementalists make a contract, a connection is formed between them. So if the elementalist's life is in danger, the spirit will be concerned. Aisha is sure the man knows it too, then why? The man asks why he should care about this. Using the artifact to summon the spirit was that girl's own choice. Why would he be involved in this? Aisha feels a strange energy. What's going on out there? Ashley thinks only of her mother's last words. Useless child. Running away from people, Ashley runs into her mother. She asks how mother found her. Although it doesn't matter, Ashley shows her mother Nyos. She finally gets a summoning of the spirit. She asks if her mother is proud. Mother asks why people think she is the princess. Just because she was able to summon a spirit, doesn't give her the right to do what she wants. Her mother says that Ashley should have used the fact that she is an elementalist to make friends with the princess. Ashley apologizes. Mother doesn't understand why her daughter is still standing here, she should go back to the ball now. Ashley says that after summoning the spirit she has no strength left at all. Her mother calls Ashley a useless child. Ashley can't return now, she has lost control of the artifact, and very soon she will have to say goodbye to Nyos. Ashley doesn't want that. The person in the robe says he has finally found her. Ashley recognizes him, it's the magician who gave her this artifact. The magician praises her. After all, she was able to summon such an amazing spirit. Ashley thanks him. The magician asks how she feels after being treated like a princess. Ashley shouts that people have assumed this. Of course she had plenty of time to correct them. But she never did. That was the first time people cheered her. Ashley thinks it's all useless now. When she returns to the ball, she must tell everyone the truth. After all, she is not a real elementalist and a real princess. Ashley thinks that she has lost her mind for a while. What was the point of it if her mother wasn't proud of her? The magician asks why she thinks that. He claims that she can become the real thing. Ashley doesn't know what magician talking about. Even if she continues to pretend, nothing will change. Just playing pretend won't make her real anyway. Ashley thinks the magician's voice has changed. Magician says she was hoping for a different result. If that's all Ashley is capable of, the magician will take the artifact from her. She also doesn't feel Ashley has enough energy. The magician finds this friendship heartbreaking. They managed to become friends while they were together. But the magician doesn't care about that. She says that people who try to go beyond their abilities could be in great danger. Ashley asks how the princess came to be here. Aisha came because she felt a strange energy in this place. Rose shouts what the hell Ashley is doing. Why did she use this dangerous artifact? And why was she talking to these strange people? Rose is glad Ashley is okay, but it could have ended very badly. She doesn't understand why Ashley would take such a risk, just to summon a spirit. Ashley asks Rose not to yell at her. After all, she doesn't know anything about it. Rose didn't need to earn anyone's love. Ashley says she just wanted to be loved, but no one can understand her. Aisha knows how Ashley feels. She remembers the times when she tried to earn her mother's love. But she was berated and beaten for every little mistake. Aisha thinks Ashley is like her in a previous life. Aisha asks Ashley to take off the artifact, but Ashley refuses. She is sure Her Highness will never understand her. After all, she has such great power since she was born. What could she possibly know about it? Ashley runs away from them into the woods. Aisha asks her not to run away, she still needs treatment. The man asks Aisha to wait. I hope everyone understood that he is the king of spirits. So, Luminos wants to ask Aisha one question. Why is she so involved in other people's affairs? It's all that girl's own choice. Also, she was mean to Aisha. So why Aisha want to follow her? What will she get out of it? Aisha doesn't understand him. Is it really necessary to have a reason? Aisha believes that if you have power to help someone, there is no need to look for a reason to do this. Aisha also wants to ask a question. Most recently he protected Rose and Chloe from those magicians. After all, whatever happened here doesn't concern him. So why did he do it? Luminos admits that he helped because he could. Aisha says he has enough power to help others. So she also wants to help Ashley. And she doesn't need a grandiose reason to do it. Aisha doesn't know where to look for Ashley. The Blame family mansion is too big to see it all. Aisha hears someone coming toward her. It must be that annoying man again. Aisha senses a tremendous energy of light from that bird. Luminos wants to borrow it to Aisha. She can fly it if she wants. Aisha calls the bird by name, Riotin. Aisha thinks about what she said to that man. That she doesn't need a reason to help others. But in fact, saving Ashley is her selfish wish. When she was an Edinburgh princess, no one reached out to help her. Even her family only mocked at her. She wanted so badly to be listened to and helped. Thanks to the help of her current family, Aisha was able to survive the painful memories of the past. She knows how Ashley feels. Aisha found her. She commands Riotin to go there. Even if she can't help, she will at least listen to Ashley's story. Aisha wants to give her a helping hand. Ashley thinks it's all over for her. She not only pretended to be Her Highness, but she also yelled at her. Ashley is sure that Aisha will punish her. And what her mother will think of that? Mother will surely abandon her, for she is nothing but trouble. Ashley doesn't understand why she can't get even a little affection. Someone notices her. There are already quite a few nobles gathered here. They ask what happened. Someone notices the wounds on Ashley, and asks to call the servants. One man says it is Her Highness. Another says it's not, she's a young lady of the Roland family. The first man is confused, for this girl has recently summoned a spirit. Ashley wonders what she should do now. Perhaps she had better tell everyone the truth. But she is so scared. Ashley begs for someone to help her. Familiar voice calls to Ashley. He says everything will be fine. She will help Ashley. Aisha thanks Riotin for her help. Thanks to her, she was able to find Ashley quickly. Riotin says please, and disappears. Aisha notices a large group of people. Everyone is discussing the big golden bird and the girl who flew on it. They are very impressed by such a big spirit. Everyone comes to the conclusion that the girl who flew in on the bird is the princess. Aisha greets them. Woman asks who that girl is. Ashley wants to explain everything to the princess. But Aisha reassures her, she came because felt the magic power she gave Ashley was unstable. She asks Lady Ashley not to push herself so hard. Aisha knows that Ashley has gone into the forest to practice alone. But she must not forget about her health. People start to talk about new information. Ashley is touched by what Her Highness has done for her. Clever Girl asks Her Highness if she understood correctly, that she gave her power to Ashley to summon spirits. Aisha says she did. She has heard that spirit meetings are popular with young girls. And that there is a talented girl in Cher's estate. Aisha thinks it would be good to have more elementalists in their empire. But the man can't understand what happened at the ball. Aisha asks, maybe they have some kind of problem? Man says there is no problem. There was probably just a misunderstanding. Aisha is glad. She says that the misunderstanding arose because she arrived late to the ball. That's exactly what happened. Ashley can't hold her tears, because the princess is so kind to her. She deeply apologizes to Her Highness. People decide they've seen enough, and go back to the ball. But Ashley has one more thing to do. Aisha says it's hard, but Ashley has to give up her spirit. She reminds her that spirit's not a tool to get any recognition. They are valuable friends to the elementalist. Aisha wants Ashley to summon the spirit with her own powers next time. Ashley promises Nyas that she will certainly do it. She will work hard to summon him again. Ashley asks if he agrees to wait a little longer. Nyas promises he will always stand by his master's side. Even though they have not been together long at all, Nyas is very grateful to her. So he will wait for his master. Aisha is glad Ashley has friends. She tells Limi that it's time for them to go home. Aisha thinks a lot has happened that day. Lu agrees with her. Still, Aisha is glad her muscles don't hurt as much. Lu gives a free massage to her master. Aisha turns to Lu. She believes that everyone has moments when they are trapped. So why do evil people use people's desperation for their own gain? Lu thinks it would be healthy if there were only light in the world. But light can't exist without darkness. Aisha is surprised that the artifact still exudes dark energy. It seemed to her, if she removed it from Ashley, the dark energy would dissipate. Luminos says that it's the collected negative energy of the child. Aisha is shocked and little frightened. This man has entered the villa with magical protection. Earlier he summoned Riotin, a high-level spirit. Aisha senses an enormous energy from him. Now she is certain he is the spirit king of light, Luminos. Aisha and Lu greet him. Aisha doesn't understand why she didn't recognize his strong energy of light before. Luminos looks much younger than Aisha imagined. Luminos asks Aisha to raise her head. Aisha apologizes for what happened today. She was rude to him, because she didn't know who he was. She just wanted to save Lady Ashley. Luminos says it's all right. After all, he deliberately hid his energy. So he is not angry with her. It is much more important now, how she feels. Luminos says she has used a lot of energy and now her powers are unstable. Aisha feels warmth in his hand. Aisha says she is doing well, and thanks him for his concern. She asks what he meant about Ashley's collected negative energy. Luminos explains that the goal of these magicians was to collect the negative energy in the artifact. The spirit was only a tool for their purpose. Aisha can't believe it, how they can use spirits like that. Aisha so angry. Luminos asks if she always cares so much about spirits. Then it seemed to him, she was worried not only about that child, but also about the spirit. Aisha says that she has been around spirits since she was born. She always shared her emotions with the spirits, so she was worried not only about Ashley, but also about Nyos. After all, spirits are precious friends for her. Aisha wonders if he came to the human world because of this incident. Luminos doesn't refuse that he came because he felt troubled by the spirits. But also he came to see her. Aisha asks why he came to see her. Luminos thinks she is an interesting human. He has never met anyone who cares so much about spirits. Luminos thinks it's so unusual, he's glad he got to see her. He also apologizes for what happened earlier. He doesn't know people very well. And he doesn't know her well, so he misunderstood. Aisha thanks Luminos for the beautiful flowers. They are the same flowers she saw on the cliff. Aisha thinks she is dreaming again. How can it be that the King of Spirits himself came to see her? His golden eyes and hair outshine the stars in the night sky. Aisha can't believe that she met him like this. Aisha asks if he will leave now. Will she be able to see him again? Luminos is sure, this will not be their last meeting. Aisha says it's an honor to meet him. She will look forward to their next meeting. Aisha is a little sad that her trip ended so soon. She's only been in the south for 3 days and she's leaving tomorrow. Lu says this is her last chance to enjoy the local cookies. Still, this is Aisha's first trip alone, so her family is worried about her. Anyway, a lot has happened on this trip. Of course it's a shame that she didn't get to make friends. But Aisha is glad that the ladies were able to reconcile. Lu wants to say something to Aisha, but someone knocks on the door. Florence says that Her Highness has received a request to see her. Lady Blame, Duchess de Monte and Lady Roland are here now. Apparently they don't know that Aisha is leaving tomorrow. Aisha doesn't know what to do, maybe when she arrives here next time. Lu asks her master to wait. Lu is furious, her master can't leave like this. So Lu asks the indecisive Aisha to hurry up and meet them. As the ladies were getting into the carriage to leave, Aisha catches up with them. Rose asks what Her Highness is doing here. Ashley says they have left a request, and when Aisha chooses a time they will come again. Aisha says she is returning to the palace tomorrow. The girls wonder what they should do then. Rose says they are going to go downtown now. So perhaps Her Highness would like to join them. Aisha is amazed at how wonderful downtown Cher's estate is. People here seem to glow with happiness. Aisha asks where they should go first. Ashley says they were planning to buy books about spirits. Rose confesses, they are all very interested in learning more about elemental spirits, but perhaps Her Highness would be bored, because she already knows everything about spirits. Aisha says that's wonderful, she will help them choose good books. Aisha asks the girls to call her Ina. Her Highness attracts too much attention. Rose promises that they will do everything they can to make Ina feel comfortable. So the ladies set out to explore the downtown area. Aisha says, this pie is delicious. Rose is glad she liked it. Aisha asks what kind of place it is. Rose explains, it's a secret place where the three of them have often gathered since they were children. The house is in the forest, so it hasn't been cared for in a long time. But everything in it holds their stories and memories. Aisha is surprised that they decided to bring her to a place so meaningful to them. So Aisha is really happy. One of the girls offers to show that to Her Highness. Another asks if she means the treasure box. Aisha doesn't know what they're talking about, so she just chews on the pie. Suddenly she asks if the ladies would mind if she calls Lu. Aisha wants Lu to taste the pie as well. The girls like this idea. Chloe says it's an honor for them. Lu thanks the master for summoning her. Her name is Lu, and she is the low-level spirit of light. The girls are thrilled. Rose offers Lu a piece of cake. Lu is shocked that they give her a whole piece. Ashley wants to say something to Her Highness. She would like to apologize for what happened at last night. Her mother has always been hard on her, that's why she did what she regrets now. Even though she was rude to Her Highness, she helped her until it was over. So Ashley says she doesn't know how to repay for her kindness. Aisha realizes that this girl is only 13 years old, so she can make mistakes. Aisha says it's alright, her apology will be enough. If no one notices how hard you try, it's natural to feel miserable. So Aisha understands that Ashley couldn't have made a different choice. Ashley has a crush on Her Highness. Aisha says it was all because of the artifact, it increased her negative emotions. She reminds Ashley of her promise to Nyos. She must rely only on her powers, and will one day be able to summon him again. After all, Nyos has been watching her ever since. Ashley asks if Nyos is here now. Aisha asks the expert if this is right. Lu says it is true, the spirits always stay close to their master. Ashley is touched by what is happening. She is very thankful to all of them. Aisha thanks the girls for taking her to such interesting places. Rose says it was an honor for them to spend time with her. I know another girl who is also named Rose. Aisha promises to invite them to the palace, she hopes they will come to visit her. Rose says they would be happy to receive an invitation from her. They will definitely come to visit her. Because they are friends. The other girls tell Rose that this is no way to address Her Highness. Rose says why not, they address each other by their first names and even use a fake name for her. Aisha says they are friends. They will meet each other again for sure. Florence says that all luggage is already loaded into the carriage, so Her Highness can go home. Aisha is sad that she has to leave already. On this balcony she meets Luminos. That day still seems like a dream to her. Of course the King of Spirits promised that they will meet again, but Aisha doubts that she will meet him again. Aisha is shocked. Florence asks Her Highness what happened. Maybe something is wrong with the carriage. Aisha realizes that Florence can't see Luminos. Aisha asks what His Majesty is doing in the wagon. Luminos calmly says he is interested in her. Spirits kings have no family or friends, however, she so proudly calls the spirits her friends. So Luminos wants to be her friend too. Aisha tries to comprehend what he has just said. The king of the spirits himself wants to be her friend. There are several people watching the departing carriage. Hooded person says that because of this girl, their whole plan is a failure. No one expected the noble princess to interfere in this way. Hooded person is disappointed, for they have come such a long way. Marianne is sure that she will not be able to get along with the Elmire imperial family. Aisha Elmire, she will remember this name. Marianne hopes they will meet again. Since they have decided to become friends, Luminos wants Aisha to call him by his name. Aisha asks if she understood correctly, that His Highness wants to become her friend and go to the imperial palace. Luminos answers that he wasn't planning on going to the palace, but if she is going there, he's going with her. After all, they have decided to become friends. Aisha wonders if he understands what it means to be friends. He doesn't know anything about the human world, and what is she to do? She can't tell the family that he is a real Luminos. But if she returns from a gifted trip with a strange man, Isis probably won't make it, and will die. What will happen to the mother who gave her this trip? The father will most likely decide to kill Luminos. Aisha must not let all this happen. She tries to explain to Luminos, friends don't spend every minute together. Everyone should have privacy. Luminos asks what privacy means. He seems to be completely hopeless. After a long conversation, Luminos understands people better. He didn't expect humans to be so complicated. Aisha thinks His Highness is too simple. So Luminos asks what he needs to do. He wants to change the question. What he needs to do to be with her. Aisha says he can visit her sometimes, and it would be nice if he became a status person. After all, she is a princess. Luminos says he has realized he needs to create an identity in the human world. At this time the wagon arrives at the capital gate, so Her Highness can come out. Aisha notices her brother. He is so busy, but still finds time to meet her. Aisha can't wait to see him. Luminos says she looks very excited. Aisha explains that her brother is waiting for her, so she's getting ready to meet him. Luminos asks if this person is precious to her. Aisha answers that her brother is very precious to her, and no one can replace him. So she will leave Luminos for a while. Isis jumps off her horse to meet her sister. Aisha jumps into his arms. He hugs her, asking if she is well. Aisha says all is well and asks how he is. He says she looks good. He's sure she enjoyed her time in the south. Aisha says it's a wonderful place, and one day she wants to go there with him. Isis promises to make time for it. Now he suggests that they go to the palace together in her wagon. Aisha thinks this is a bad idea. Isis asks her not to delay, their mother and father also want to see her. Aisha still has one last hope, that Luminos is still invisible. Isis wants to ask her sister something. Who is this gentleman? The rest of the people don't understand what the prince is talking about. There is no one in the carriage. But the author really wants to embarrass Aisha, so Isis can see him. Aisha tries to pretend that she doesn't understand what kind of gentleman her brother is talking about. But Isis doesn't want to hear the answer from her. He wants to hear the answer from this gentleman. Aisha asks Isis to wait. She will explain everything to him now. But she hasn't come up with anything yet. Aisha almost blurts out that it's Luminos, but stops at Lu. Of course not, this is Mr. Loon. He happened to be in the same carriage as her. But Aisha asks her brother not to worry, this man is not dangerous. Aisha realizes that her explanations are not enough. Aisha. She can't tell everyone that King Luminos wants to be friends with her. If people found out about it, it would shake up the whole continent. Isis seems to have guessed it all. It's love at first sight. After their fateful meeting at the ball, they promised each other to be together forever. So they went together to the imperial palace to ask permission to marry. Even if their parents would not allow it, they would still elope for their love. Aisha doesn't understand why her brother says such things. It's not like that. Isis says that Aisha is too young to get married. Aisha fails to convince her brother that this is not the case at all. The gentleman says his name is Luminos. Isis doesn't believe him. He says his joke is not funny. The gentleman corrects himself, by saying that he is only a follower of Luminos. Isis concludes that he is a priest of light. The gentleman agrees with him. It looks like Luminos will manage to create an identity for himself in the human world. A priest of light is probably the best identity for the god of light. Isis says he doesn't look like an ordinary priest. Aisha thinks he is unlike a ordinary priest, because he is the god that all priests worship. Isis asks how Aisha met him. Aisha quickly comes up with a story about the priest needing to go to the temple. So she decided to give him a ride. But her brother never understood why she didn't give him another carriage. So, Isis asks how long the priest is going to sit there. The priest doesn't know what the problem is. Isis says that he will get another carriage and travel in comfort. But priest says he doesn't want it, he wants to talk to the holy maiden a little more. Isis asks to take them to the Temple of Light as soon as possible. Since Aisha has promised to take him to the temple, they will do so. Aisha finds herself in an unpleasant situation. The priest is casually talking to the crown prince. And Isis casually talking to the god of light. Aisha asks Lu if they can get to the temple without trouble. Lu is full of optimism about this. After a while they do manage to get to the temple. Aisha is glad they finally made it. She thought she would die from such an oppressive atmosphere. Isis says they have arrived, so the priest can finally get out of their wagon. Mr. Loon says goodbye to Aisha, saying they'll see each other later. Luminos leaves the carriage heading confidently towards the temple. Aisha worries about him, wondering if he's going to be okay. Isis sighs, finally they can talk in peace. Isis wants to apologize to Aisha for misunderstanding her. But still, he asks her to be careful. She is the princess and should not give a ride to the first person she meets. Especially men. In general, Isis asks Aisha to stay away from men. Isis says that to meet a priest on the street, who also needs to go to the capital is quite strange. Aisha realizes that her brother is really worried about her. Aisha apologizes for making Isis worry, but Mr. Loon is really a nice man. Isis still doubts that the priest was good. So Isis asks her to swear in the name of the god of light, that she will not get close to this guy in the future. Aisha finds all this very ironic, so she won't do it. Isis concludes that she does have feelings for this man. Tyrion and Iris are surprised by what Aisha has brought with her. They ask what all this is. Aisha says it's all gifts for them. Aisha manages to spend all her savings on gifts. She wanted to repay her family for giving her such great presents on her birthday. Isis is grateful to Aisha, but still thinks she went overboard. Aisha says that while she was traveling she was always thinking about her family, so she bought all these things. Tyrion finds a teacup that reminds him of Iris. Aisha explains, she was thinking of her mother when she bought it. There are also gifts that reminded her of father and brother. The parents say they have a lovely daughter. Isis is touched that she continues to think of them even while she is on vacation. Aisha says that some of the gifts her friends helped her pick out. Isis wonders what they're like, Aisha's friends. One of them is bright and energetic. The other is caring and thoughtful. And also a friend, who Aisha really wants to cheer on. Aisha says they are all really good friends. So she wants to invite them to the next banquet and introduce them to her family. Iris is sure that Aisha's friends are really good kids. She says she heard about what happened at the Marquis Blame Ball. Of course Aisha's parents, who are concerned for her safety, know about the incident. Iris praises her daughter for being so brave in resolving the situation. And she hopes that the girl is one of her new friends. Aisha says she is. But as the princess, she should have settled the case according to imperial law. Tyrion asks her not to worry, any princess action is imperial law. Isis says that Aisha is smart and kind, so he has no doubt that she made the right choice. After all, the most important thing for them that she is unharmed. Iris says that sometimes those who know how to gently embrace others, can overcome anything. Now Aisha knows this too. Tyrion is glad that Aisha has gained something of value on this trip. It's the best gift for them. Isis congratulates Aisha on returning from her first trip. Aisha is happy to be back home. It had been several weeks since Aisha returned from her trip. Now summer is in full swing, which means the summer solstice banquet is coming up. one of the 4 major holidays of the Elmire Empire. The summer solstice is the day the sun stays in the sky the longest in the year. This is the sacred day for the people of the Elmire Empire, who worship the god of light. This year the priests will be invited to celebrate. Iris is in charge of organizing the event, and Aisha has decided to take over the hosting of the priests. Aisha has heard that a very strong priest has appeared in the empire, who might even become the next pope. So Aisha put all her plans on hold for now, and put this priest on the invitation list first. If this priest can become the next pope, his power of light must be really strong. Aisha finally found the name of this priest. Lune. Wait, so this priest must be Lord Luminos. Aisha is shocked at what he's doing here. After all, her room is on the 3rd floor. But more importantly, what happens if someone notices him in the Imperial Palace? Aisha tells the maids she wants to be alone for a while. Rina doesn't understand what Her Highness is talking about. Aisha explains that she would like to think alone. So she asks them to wait outside until she calls for them. The maids don't know what is going on, so they will wait until she calls them. Aisha excitedly asks what brings Luminos here. And why is he wearing that garb? Is he really going to be the next high priest? Aisha realized that it wasn't polite to pounce on the god of light like that. Aisha apologizes and asks him to come in. Luminos says it's okay, he shouldn't have frightened her with that appearance. He is surprised that she already knows everything. Aisha explains she is holding an event, so when she studies the materials she saw the name Lune. Luminos admits he showed the children a piece of his power and they were so excited. He didn't actually want to become a high priest, but they asked him so desperately, so he agreed. Aisha doesn't know which children he is talking about. Luminos was talking about priests. Aisha thinks it's funny, but to Luminos they are really like children. Luminos asks it will be okay now. Aisha tells him before that people should have privacy, so he asks to be allowed to visit her once every few weeks. Aisha believes that the conversation had an effect on him. She's a little embarrassed that his sudden appearance startled her so much. But it will take some time for him to fully realize what privacy is. Aisha agrees to let him visit her. She would also like to apologize for her brother's rudeness in the carriage. She wonders why he let Isis see him. Luminos says he was curious. At the time Aisha said that her brother was very precious to her. So he was curious to know what such a precious person to her represented. Aisha has that feeling again. Like when he first told her that he was interested in her. Aisha feels herself blushing. Lu finally woke up. She notices His Majesty. Lu bombards Luminos with many questions. She also tells him that the priest's garb suits him very well. Aisha reminds Lu that she is talking to the god of light. Luminos says that Lu reminds him of someone who recently talked to him the same way. She must know that spirits are like their masters. Aisha tries to justify herself, after all, he showed up too suddenly. Aisha wants to know that dream she had, he created it. Luminos says he's been to this cliff, because it's a convenient spot, but he hasn't heard of it causing dreams. Maybe this dream is caused by her energy reacting with his. Aisha asks if this is possible. Luminos doesn't know, but the fact that she can see spirits with her naked eyes is also an anomaly. It reminded him of a story he heard a long time ago. Aisha asks him to tell the story. Aisha is so excited, now she will hear a story that the King of Spirits heard a long time ago. Luminos says it's time for him to leave. Someone asks why the maids are outside and not in Aisha's room. The maids answer that the princess wanted to be alone, so they wait here. Aisha recognizes her brother's voice. Luminos thinks he should leave now. Aisha realized something, unlike the lower spirits, Spirit King could be seen by humans even when he didn't materialize. However, to them he remained translucent. But now he was definitely visible. Such a strong energy of light was emanating from him. So now Isis would surely be able to see him. Aisha is too timid to be with Luminos and Isis at the same time, so he really should leave. Luminos says he enjoyed having tea with her. He will look forward to the next meeting. Isis is already starting to knock on the door. Aisha asks them to come in. Isis asks what happened, why she wanted to be alone. Aisha assures him that everything is fine. She just wanted to focus on organizing the holiday. But Isis notices that something is wrong. So he wants to ask Aisha something. Who was in her room? Aisha explains she had tea time with Lu. They sometimes have tea together. Why does Isis look so serious? Maybe he figured out everything. Isis asks her not to startle him like that anymore. After all, Aisha is rarely alone. Aisha thinks it was Isis who startled her even more. Why is he so observant? Isis says that after the sword training, he decided to stop by Aisha's room to go to lunch with their father and mother together. Aisha asks Isis if her parents have anything to say to them. They must be busy getting ready for the summer banquet, so it must be something important. Isis says he doesn't know, but maybe there will be a surprise at the summer solstice banquet. And Isis is sure Aisha will like it. A surprise that Aisha will like. She wants to know what it is. But Isis says it's a secret. Aisha finds it not fair, why her brother can't tell her. Isis asks her not to look at him with those eyes. He won't fall for her puppy dog eye trick. Aisha doesn't know what he's talking about. She didn't do anything. Isis promises that she will find out soon. She needs to be a little more patient. Aisha is shocked to hear about her debutante ceremony. Tyrion says they decided to have her debutante ceremony during the summer banquet. Aisha hasn't experienced a debutante ceremony, even in her previous life when she was Alisa. Iris says the time has come. Usually a debutante ceremony is held when a girl is 14. Tyrion says she has the lead role at the summer solstice banquet. So they decide that Aisha will shine even brighter if she debuts during the event. The parents ask what Aisha thinks about it. If it's all too onerous, they can postpone it for another day. Debut is the official entry into the social world. It is an important ceremony for young people. After that, people are halfway through adulthood and are free to participate in all kinds of social events. No one has ever debuted at a summer solstice ceremony before, so Aisha is a little worried. But this is her long-awaited debut, which only happens once in a lifetime. Aisha says she's very happy. She has long wondered when that day would come. Tyrion is glad to hear that, because he was worried that it would be too hard for her. Isis reminds her that he promised she would like it. Aisha finds this a really nice surprise. Tyrion says that on this day she will be blessed by a priest who will become the high priest in the future. In fact, they would like her to be blessed by the high priest, but he politely declines. He said it would be better if the princess is blessed by the future high priest, not by a decrepit old man like him. Iris had heard that the new priest had no less divine power than the high priest, so his blessing will be just as powerful. Aisha realized that her parents thought she would be disappointed if she didn't get the blessing from the high priest. In their empire, the Temple of Light is the state religion. That is why the nobles are blessed by the priests of light. And the higher a person's status, the higher the position of the priest should be. The imperial princess should be blessed by the high priest. That's what Aisha's parents think. But the next high priest is Luminos. Aisha is not disappointed, on the contrary, she finds this honor even excessive. She can't believe that the King of Spirits himself gives her a blessing at her debutante ceremony. Aisha says she is looking forward to the day. Isis suggests a small debutante ceremony. They will have a lot of problems, if the entire empire falls in love with Aisha. The parents think Isis is right. Aisha can't believe her ears, they can't cancel everything now. Still, she's right. Since Aisha agrees, Iris says there are many preparations waiting for them. They need to prepare a dress for Aisha and organize the ball. Isis says he will help them, He thinks he knows more about Aisha than anyone else. Iris asks them not to underestimate a mother's intuition. Someone calls her master. Lu tells her in confidence, she also knows a lot about her. Aisha never forgets about Lu. She confesses to Lu that she can't wait for her debutante ceremony. Aisha thanks Isis for walking her to the Princess Palace. It's a good thing she has a free schedule this evening. Actually, Isis would like to talk to her about what happened. Aisha thought so. That artifact really came from the Edinburgh Empire. Isis can't know for sure, but apparently despite the artifacts is forbidden in Almina, the Edinburgh Empire is secretly distributing them. That teacher who taught the spirit classes was invited from Edinburgh. So Isis is sure, the Edinburgh Empire was involved in this incident, and Aisha's guess was right. After Aisha returned from her trip, she and Isis had a conversation. Aisha has such a cute curtsy in this art. Isis thanks Aisha for her gifts, and wishes her a good night. Aisha winks, showing that she wants to talk to him alone. Actually, Aisha would like to ask Isis for a favor. She tells her brother what really happened on this trip. Of course Isis heard what happened, but he didn't think anything like that would happen. Isis can't understand how this dangerous item ended up in the young girl's possession. Aisha thinks that someone was trying to collect Ashley's negative energy. She doesn't know what this person was planning to do with it. But Isis is sure that this person's purpose was clearly not good. Aisha's intuition tells her, this incident is connected to Edinburgh. Isis says he will find out where this artifact came from. Isis says that they have no proof that Edinburgh is involved in this incident, so it's just their guess. But there is one person who could confirm their guess. Aisha decides to invite Ashley to the summer solstice banquet. She is the only person who can confirm that the person who gave her the artifact came from Edinburgh. In any case, Aisha planned to invite her friends to the banquet. When she returned to the Imperial Palace, she would write invitations to them. Isis thought it right to invite her friends to the debutante ball. Aisha wants to ask her brother for one more favor. If it turns out that Edinburgh was involved in the incident, Aisha wants Isis not to make it public. Isis concludes that it's because of Ashley. If everyone finds out that she used an artifact, she won't be able to escape the consequences. Aisha thinks that a 30-year-old girl can't handle the consequences. But she also wants the Edinburgh family to let their guard down. After the poisoning of the Spring Festival, the peace between the two empires is almost broken. Despite this, the Almina Empire quietly maintains the peace treaty. Of course this is done for the peace of its inhabitants, but not only because of that. Almina waits the moment when Edinburgh will brazenly bare their claws. Aisha thinks they need to act carefully, to find out what they are up to. Isis asks if Aisha remembers what he once told her. She looks more like an adult than he is. When he found out what the reason was, everything falls into place. He can't believe that she's 14 years old now, but he admits that she's more mature. Isis remembers her saying that Alisa del Edinburgh died when she was 14. Whatever Edinburgh is up to, Isis promises to protect her, and then she will meet her 15th. No, Isis promises to protect her for the rest of her life. He swears to protect her in any way he can. Aisha asks if Isis has found anything else, besides the artifact incident. Isis says no, absolutely nothing. He feels it's time for them to go back, it will be dark soon. Aisha thinks that Isis knows it. As well as he knows her. So well does she know him. After that day, Luminos often visited Aisha. Each time she told the maids that she wanted to be alone for a while, and asked them to leave her room. Then Aisha had a good time chatting with Luminos. Perhaps because of this, strange rumors began to circulate. Florence is sure of it. Another maid, who we will call Nancy, thinks so too. Her Highness often wants to be alone. She seems to have a lot on her mind. And she looks out of the window with such a sad and pensive look. Their beloved princess is definitely going through puberty. Aisha wants to know what the ladies were just talking about. The maids answer that they weren't talking about anything. They were just discussing her dress for the debutante ball. Florence wants to ask Her Highness if she wants to be alone today. Aisha says she's not sure yet. After all, Luminos comes at random times, so she can't know for sure. Florence means that girls her age often need to be by themselves. Nancy says they all go through this phase. Florence explains, it's a natural process, so it would be strange if it didn't start at her age. Aisha doesn't know what they're talking about, what they mean. The maids list her actions, which indicate that she is going through puberty. Aisha can't believe that her hastily invented excuse would cause such misunderstanding. So Aisha says it's a misunderstanding, she is not going through puberty. The maids quickly agree with her. Aisha thinks it's like when a drunk person tries to convince everyone that he's not drunk. Someone runs in here. Aisha asks what brings Isis, her mother and father, here. Isis asks if Aisha is going through. Aisha confidently says, no, she is not going through puberty. Isis says he believes Aisha. Iris begins to cry because her baby has grown so much. Aisha realizes that they don't believe her. She asks Rina if she also thinks she is going through puberty. Rina says that she was the only one who believed to the last moment that Aisha has lost all hope. But she really isn't going through puberty. This is all Luminos' fault. After a while, the maids begin to try on the best dress for Aisha. A summer party dress, sewn according to the latest fashions of the social world. This is a classic elegantly designed pink dress. Florence believes that every girl imagines herself in a pink dress at her debutante ball, so Her Highness will look stunning in this dress. Nancy still thinks Her Highness would look better in this light green dress. It will maximize her cuteness, just like a summer fairy. Both ladies ask which dress Her Highness likes. Aisha thinks they've been getting along just fine until this day. Perhaps they quarrel so much because they are mother and daughter. Anyway, Aisha asks for a short break. She has been trying on dresses for hours and is very tired. While mother and daughter decide which dress will suit Her Highness best, Aisha tries to catch her breath. She had no idea that choosing a dress would be so exhausting. Rina brought Aisha some refreshing tea. And letters from Lady Rose, Chloe de Monte, and Ashley Rowland. Aisha opens the letters. Rose writes that she was very happy to receive her invitation to this summer banquet. Aisha thinks the letter was definitely written by Rose, even her handwriting reminds Aisha of her. Rose writes that she is staying at the Chloe Palace. She is certain that Her Highness is very excited about her upcoming debut. Rose asks Aisha to take care of herself. They will meet soon. Rose also can't wait for her own debutante ball, and will definitely invite her. Chloe greets the one and only star of Elmire. She wonders how Her Highness is doing. After the ball, she stayed for a few days at the Marquis Blame's mansion, and now she is back in the capital. She congratulates Aisha on her upcoming debutante ball. And she says it's normal to be nervous, but she is sure Her Highness will do splendidly. Chloe is a year older than Aisha, so she already had her ball last year. Chloe writes that they will arrive at the ball with Lady Rose. She will pray for her well-being until they meet. There is one last letter left from Lady Ashley. She was very surprised to receive an invitation from Her Highness. Ashley writes this letter with a joyous heart and can't help her excitement. She has been thinking a great deal about what Her Highness has told her. She is still afraid of her mother, but she doesn't feel anxiety anymore. Now she knows, Nyas is always by her side. Aisha tells Lu she is so glad. Nyas balances Ashley's longing for a mother's love. Ashley writes that Her Highness wants to ask her about that day. Actually, there's one strange thing that's bugging her. Ashley would like to discuss it with her when they meet. She hopes her story can help Her Highness. Ashley congratulates Aisha on her debut, they will meet soon. So much is going to happen at the summer solstice banquet. Aisha is sure that this will be a special day. Lu agrees with her. She will have her debutante ball, receive a blessing from Lord Luminos and meet her friends. Aisha is happy to be able to share the happiness of this day with so many people dear to her. The priests of light at this banquet want to show the world Mr. Lune, or Lord Luminos. The next pope gives his blessing to the Holy Maiden. This will be a great headline for them, but if it helps the Empire and her family, Aisha agrees to go along with them. Also, it's a great way to get the attention of the Edinburgh family. Aisha needs to stay focused. She has a lot to do at this banquet. The maids ask if Her Highness has rested. There are still more dresses to be tried on. Aisha had completely forgotten that she had yet to pick her dress. Alright, Aisha is ready. Since picking her dress is her first step in all the preparations, she will happily pick one of the dresses now. A few days before Aisha's debut, the High Priest arrived at the Imperial Palace. The Pope says he is honored to be here, he is looking forward to Her Highness' debutante ball. Tyrion thanks the Pope for coming. The debutante ball be held for his only precious daughter, so Tyrion wants to make the day special. Aisha thinks her father is so wonderful. He must be busy, but he has invited the High Priest anyway. Although there is one thing that keeps Aisha from relaxing. Tyrion says he was surprised when he found out that a new High Priest was coming soon. But now he sees that this person has a special energy. Aisha didn't expect Luminos to come either. The Emperor asks Lune if he belongs to a noble family. Everyone looks at Luminos. What if he doesn't speak politely to their father? After all, he is speaking to the Emperor. Luminos says he is not from a noble family. Now everything will be fine, he has succeeded. Pope and Aisha met each other's eyes. Aisha is sure that the High Priest has done a good job. Tyrion finds his question irrelevant. Priests leave the worldly life behind to serve God. It's just that Mr. Lune has a very unusual energy. Lune says it's natural to be curious about what interests a person. Aisha doesn't understand why he looks at her, saying such things. Others might find it strange. Aisha says it's an honor for her to be blessed by a person like him. Aisha tries to pretend that she is seeing him for the first time. Luminos says it's an honor for him too. He will try his best. Luminos is so good at playing his part, that Aisha is so happy. But she finds it a little strange. King Luminos speaks to humans in a polite way. Besides, it sounds so natural. When he spoke to her brother the last time, he looked like someone who knew absolutely nothing about respect. The Pope finds Mr. Lune to be the best candidate for the next High Priest. Nor is there a more suitable priest to bless Her Highness. Tyrion is glad to hear that. Iris suggests they proceed to preparations for the banquet of the summer solstice. Elmire's family begins to discuss the upcoming celebration with the priests. After a while, Isis and Aisha escort the guests to a carriage. The couple have nothing to say to each other. Isis is sure that they have met before. Then he noticed his unusual energy, but Isis couldn't imagine that this man would be the next pope. Luminos thought so. Isis says they should drop the formal communication. As far as he remembers, the priest doesn't like polite talk. Luminos agrees, that would be better. Isis lost the duel, so the priest can do what he wants. Watching from afar, Aisha finds this situation amusing. Perhaps they can become friends. The Pope finds it all so mysterious. Suddenly a new high priest appears, just before Aisha's debut ceremonies. The Pope is sure that God must have blessed Her Highness. Aisha agrees with him. After all, the man walking in front of them is God. The high priest looks so happy. He finds it hard to believe that Her Highness is already grown so much. He remembers the day when the princess first showed her power. Now she does her duty as a holy maiden. Pope says he is very proud of her and the Elmire family. He would like to watch her grow up, but he is too old and can't keep up with Her Highness' tempo. So now he will watch her in the background. The Pope hopes that with the blessing of the priest Lune, a bright future awaits her. Aisha knows that as a holy maiden she brings much benefit to the temple, but the high priest does have genuine feelings for her. Aisha says there is nothing more reassuring than to know that there is a person watching over her. She asks Father to continue to help her in the future. Luminos has been watching this touching talk. It had been dark for a long time, but Aisha still hadn't gone to bed. She had to finish filling out the paperwork. When she is finished, she can go to bed. Aisha noticed him. Luminos asks her why she is still awake. Aisha wanted to finish her paperwork before she went to sleep. Aisha didn't expect him to come at this hour. Still, he needs to sleep too. Luminos considers sleep a waste of time for spirits. Anyway, he was passing by and decided to talk to her. They didn't get a chance to talk alone in the afternoon. Aisha admits to being surprised that he has learned to speak politely to humans. Luminos says that after a few days in the human world, he has learned that people tend to be respectful of others. Since he is human now, he will try to follow human rules. This should help him get to know more about Aisha. Aisha seems to understand. Since Luminos has no human feelings, it will be easier for him to follow the rules. Actually, Luminos is curious about something. All those people he met today, they are precious to Aisha. He understands why her brother is precious to her, but it seemed to him, that child was also precious to her. It's true, all of them are very precious to Aisha. When Aisha wandered in the darkness, these people were her light and showed her the way. Only thanks to them, Aisha found a way to escape from the darkness. Luminos says this is not entirely true. He feels that the darkness is still in her heart. Aisha is at a loss for words. If he thinks so. Luminos says that Aisha looks tired, he should leave. When she wakes up tomorrow, tiredness should go away. Aisha thanks him. So, Luminos leaves. Aisha thinks what Isis might be hiding from her. Rina says that Her Highness is shining today. Aisha answers that she just got a good night's sleep. Of course Luminos promises her tiredness will pass today. But now Aisha is overflowing with energy. This is the power of the King of Spirits. Aisha is actually quite frightened by his words. Perhaps it was Luminos' ability, but she thought he knew all about her. Still, he must not know her secret about her past life. It's not so important right now. Aisha must choose a dress, but how to do it when they are all so beautiful? The maids say that her debutante ball is only a few days away. Her Highness must choose one. Of all the dresses she has tried on, only 3 remain. It seems to the stylist that none of the dresses are to Her Highness' liking. Aisha assures them, all the dresses are beautiful, but she is missing something. Nancy suggests Aisha consult with Her Majesty. She will surely be able to help her. The Empress is busy preparing for the upcoming banquet. The servant informs Iris that Her Highness wants to see her. Aisha greets her mother. Iris is also happy to see her daughter. Aisha notices the wonderful white dress. While the maids prepare their tea, Aisha can't take her eyes off this dress. Iris notices where her daughter is looking. The dress is really beautiful. Aisha agrees with her, it's gorgeous. Iris says that she wore this dress to her debutante ball. Her debut was also when she was 14 years old. Aisha is surprised that the dress still looks chic and neat even though it's over 20 years old. Iris says that when she was preparing for the banquet, she remembered those times and decided to get this dress. Aisha asks her mother to tell her more about that day. Iris doubts that she would be interested, but Aisha asks her mother to tell her. She really wants to hear the story behind the dress. So, Iris begins to tell the story of what happened more than 20 years ago. In the northern regions it's always cold, so it's customary to have the debut ceremony in the summer. Iris doesn't know, maybe the gods played that way with her. But a few days before her ceremony, the rainy season began. Little Iris doesn't understand how this happened. It doesn't rain so much in the north. Also, her brother, who was supposed to be her dance partner, fell off his horse. There will be no guests, and no dance partner. Her debutante ball is completely ruined. Someone says he accidentally overheard her. He can't stop the rain, but he can be her partner in the ball. Tyrion sees that the girl doesn't react. He gets down on one knee and asks, she will give him the honor of being her partner. Iris' smile is a precious treasure of the Almina Empire. That summer day was like a dream for Iris. Just when she thought it would be the worst day of her life, it turned out to be the best day. Aisha asks if that was the day her mother fell in love with her father. Iris won't admit it. Back then he was already the crown prince, and she thought she wasn't up to his level. Most importantly, Tyrion was sincere in his role as partner that day. They had never met before, but he held his hand to her anyway. Iris will remember his kindness for the rest of her life. Iris is actually a little sad. She won't be able to wear that dress anymore. That dress was to remain only in her memories. Aisha wants to ask her mother for one favor. What kind of favor? Just look at that pretty face. Nancy thought the green dress was very pretty, sad that Her Highness didn't choose it. Florence is sure that the pink dress was the most beautiful. But mother and daughter agree on one thing. Her Highness has excellent taste. Everyone says the princess looks gorgeous in Her Majesty's debut dress. Aisha says it's all thanks to them. Finally, the day of the banquet has arrived. While the guests enjoyed a morning boat ride, Aisha, like the holy maiden, spent time with the priests. When all the preparations were finished, Aisha would introduce the priests to the people. As she had expected, Luminos would host the banquet with her. Now Aisha will be changing into her debut dress, so she will see Luminos later. Aisha says she is ready, she can go now. The jewels turned out to be too heavy. Apparently they picked the most wonderful ones for the debutante ball. Someone knocks on the door. Vian says that soon Her Highness will have to go to the ballroom. Aisha tells Lord Vian that she is just about ready to go. Aisha asks Vian if something is wrong. Vian apologizes. He congratulates Aisha on her debut. And one more thing. Her Highness looks unbelievably beautiful today. Aisha thanks him. She thinks this is the first compliment she has received from Lord Vian. Aisha finds Lord Vian looks wonderful too. Vian asks what is bothering her. Aisha answers that it's the jewelry. They are a little heavy. Vian asks her to wait a moment. His ring flashes and the jewelry around Aisha's neck becomes lighter. Vian says he used magic, so it won't be so heavy. Aisha greatly thanks Lord Vian. Vian is always glad to help her. Aisha greets the priests. The priest Loon is pleased to see Her Highness. Aisha introduces her two boyfriends to each other. I apologize. So, they can come in. The herald introduces the one and only Elmire Star. Her Highness, Princess Aisha Elmire, and the priest Loon. All the guests think Aisha is very beautiful. Today is also Her Highness' debut ceremony. Her Highness is already so grown up. Next to her is the priest who will be the next pope. Many people think he looks absolutely perfect. Tyrion is surprised by Aisha's dress. He asks Iris if this is the dress. Iris can't believe he still remembers it. Of course Tyrion remembers that day. How could he forget that young lady in tears? Actually, It was Aisha's idea. Aisha asks her mother to borrow this dress. She wants to wear it on her debut, so her mother can remember that day. Iris reminds her daughter, it's only her day. Stylists will help pick the best dress for her, so why does she want to wear her old dress? Aisha explains, she likes her mother's dress better than the others. This dress is a memory of her mother and father. Besides, it doesn't look old. If mom lends it to her, Aisha will treat it carefully. Since Aisha wants this dress so much, Iris wants to give it to daughter for her debutante ceremony. Aisha would be happy if her mom would just borrow her dress for the day. Why would she give away the dress so precious to her? That's why Iris wants to give it to Aisha. This dress has given Iris many happy memories. Now it's time for her daughter to create her own happy memories. The parents are so happy. Their Aisha has grown into a healthy and beautiful young lady. A very interesting picture. Try to find Isis and Vian in it. Star of Elmire, Aisha de Elmire greets the sun, moon, and little son of Elmire. Her father asks her to step up. He asks if she is nervous. Aisha doesn't worry at all. The emperor blesses Aisha at her debutante ceremony. He hopes she will have many experiences in the future, and achieve everything she wants. Tyrion will always support her, so the Elmire star will shine brightly. Aisha thanks her father. Then the emperor announces the start of the summer solstice banquet. The time has finally come. It's time for Aisha to receive the blessings of Luminos.
My heart rages around like an ocean in my head, because there are so many things that I left unsaid. I can almost feel you walking in the distance, but I know that it's not reality. If you are echoing around inside these parallel dimensions all alone, now I'll find you in my dreams.
Aisha thanks him. Luminos says it's nothing. Iris reminds Aisha the first dance is coming up. But because she is the host of the banquet, they didn't have time to find her a partner for the first dance. Iris suggests that she dance with the priest Lune. After all, they are both hosts of the banquet. Mother can't allow her daughter to be left without a partner. She finds Father Lune to be the perfect candidate. Aisha doesn't know. Dance with Luminos would be too much. Luminos has already started to talk, but Isis interrupts him. He says that dancing with Aisha is his job. On such a special day, he can't give in to someone. Iris got a little upset about it. Aisha knew that her older brother would protect her. Aisha says she wants to dance with Isis. They have always danced together, so with him she can show her skills and not make mistakes. Isis is touched by these words. Iris thought that on such the special day, Aisha would want to dance with someone new. Aisha says everything is fine. She wants to dance her first dance with Isis. Isis congratulates Aisha on her debut. She did a good job organizing the banquet. Aisha says it was fun. Her family helped her prepare for the day. Isis believes she has a lot of fun waiting for her in social circles. But as much fun as she had, he asks Aisha not to forget about her brother. Aisha will always remember the time she spent with him. Those memories are very precious to her. Aisha also asks him to promise that he will always be around. The music is already over. The first dance comes to an end. Aisha still hasn't heard back from her brother. Isis orders Vian to escort his sister. This is the prince's order. Aisha is glad to see him. Isis is sure that Vian can handle it. The song for the second dance begins. Aisha asks Lord Vian, does he want to dance with her? Of course Vian will dance with our belle. Aisha asks if Vian knows the music. Of course Vian is familiar with the traditional music. Vian apologizes, he is not a good dancer. Aisha finds this funny, he's always been good at everything, but now he's so clumsy. Vian asks her to stop teasing him. Aisha says that the talent for dance is not that important. If he relaxes, he will have a lot of fun at the banquet. Vian does his best. Aisha tells Vian that it was quite painful. Isis is surprised that Vian is a terrible dancer. That's why he always refused to dance at balls. Vian says it's all Isis's fault, why he made him dance so suddenly. Someone holds out his hand to Aisha. Luminos didn't refuse to dance with Her Highness. It was a surprise to Aisha. Of course she will dance with him. Isis was too careless. Aisha asks if Luminos knows how to dance. Luminos says that dancing for the spirit is basic. Aisha had completely forgotten, spirits love to attend balls before. Luminos says his name is Loon. Aisha should call him Loon. She calls him that only in front of others. While he is in the human world, his name is Loon. Aisha ponders his words. While he is in the human world. Luminos notices her confusion. He wants her to call him that, because he likes that name. After all, it was Aisha who gave him that name. Since this is what Father Loon wants, Aisha agrees. After the dance, Aisha can't find Isis and Vian. It's strange. They were both here just a minute ago. Aisha hopes that Luminos will be alright. Priest Loon is surrounded by people on all sides, asking him many questions. Aisha is surprised that people didn't pounce on him earlier. After all, he has too handsome face. Some girl says it was a beautiful dance. Aisha notices her friends. They really haven't seen each other in a long time. The girls congratulate Her Highness on her debut. Aisha is happy to see the three of them. Rose confesses they missed her very much. Chloe says that every time they got together, they talked about her and how much they missed her. Rose says Ashley especially missed Her Highness. She was constantly wondering what Her Highness was doing, if she had eaten. Chloe says when Ashley wasn't around, Rose also said interesting things. Aisha is a little embarrassed by her friend's behavior. Rose's stomach growled. That's because Rose hasn't eaten anything since yesterday. She wanted to wear a pretty dress to the banquet. Aisha knows where to find a lot of desserts, they should go there now. Chloe and Rose start eating delicious desserts. Aisha asks Ashley how her study of spirits is going. If she needs books, Aisha can borrow it for her. Ashley can't believe it, as these books are very hard to find. Aisha says it's okay, if she borrows some books for her friend. Ashley tells her that after those magicians disappeared, find books became difficult. Aisha is sure that Ashley got that artifact from that group of magicians. Ashley admits the item was given to her by a master introduced to her by the teacher. Aisha wonders what master it is. She asks Ashley to talk more about that day. Then the teacher leads her to the person who is supposed to help her summon the spirit. The master looks younger than Ashley had imagined. The master says she has beautiful hair. If Ashley wants to become an elementalist, the master will help her do it. Ashley is glad to hear this, what she needs to do. The master is surprised at how desperate Ashley wants it. She must answer why she wants to become an elementalist. Ashley is sure if she becomes an elementalist, her mother will finally love her. She has still failed to live up to her mother's expectations. So, this is her last chance to make her mother happy. The master assures her that nothing would be impossible, if she desperately wanted it.
We are reaching for the stars, but we're making this too hard, and I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show, 'cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show, 'cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow.
Aisha asks if Ashley is sure that the person had white hair and red eyes. Ashley didn't get a good look at the woman because of the hood. But it was definitely a young woman with white hair and red eyes. Maybe Her Highness has an idea who it was. Aisha asks Ashley to tell her what happened next. Aisha already knows what happened next. Ashley summoned the spirit, pretending to be the princess, and then her teacher appeared. The teacher was one of the magicians who attacked her that night. But something seemed strange to Ashley. When she told her teacher that pretending to be an elementalist wouldn't make her a real elementalist, his voice changed dramatically. The teacher also said that they had managed to collect enough fuel. Aisha recalls Luminos' words about Ashley's negative energy. Still, her hunch was right. Aisha thinks they should visit the Imperial Library. She wants to thank Ashley for her information and lend her some books. Ashley is amazed at how large the Imperial Library is. So many books in one place. Aisha doesn't seem to be in the mood to give Ashley a tour. She goes through the books looking for the right one. Aisha's found this information in this book before. Here it is. Fuel is used as negative energy to summon demons. Aisha didn't want to believe it, even after hearing about the white hair and red eyes. But this person must be in a high position to easily get the artifact. Someone who can use negative energy for black magic. A female resident of Edinburgh with white hair and red eyes. It could be only one person. Marianne, Princess of the Edinburgh Empire. It's more accurate to say Marianne, the black magician. All these strange things make sense if Marianne is behind it. Then the true nature of those red eyes becomes clear. Those red eyes are the power of a demon, not a spirit. Aisha tries to realize what terrible things Marianne is up to. Ashley asks Her Highness what happened. She says Aisha's hands keep trembling. Is everything all right with Her Highness? Ashley apologizes for touching her without permission. But Aisha says it's fine. She also needs someone to give her a shoulder to lean on. Aisha asks Ashley to stay like this for a little longer. This situation reminds Ashley of the first time Her Highness took her hand. Then Aisha was able to melt her heart. After that day, Ashley decided to become a person who could also give someone that warmth. Especially at a moment like this, Ashley hopes to become such person for Aisha. The girls came back from the library. Even though Aisha shows Ashley her weak side, she is feeling much better now. Aisha decided not to tell Ashley that her hands were cold. Perhaps it's because of her affinity with the water element. Rose and Chloe notice their friends. Rose says that the desserts at the Imperial Palace are really the best. Ashley shows the girls how many books on elemental spirits Her Highness has lent her. The girls are sure, Ashley will soon be able to summon Nyos, and everything will be wonderful. Aisha reminds them that there will be a lantern festival at midnight. While the ladies laugh at the fact that Chloe has chocolate on her lips, Aisha hears familiar voices from the balcony. Ashley asks what's wrong. Aisha answers it's nothing, they should hurry up. So the ladies go to see the lantern festival. The voices on the balcony say that the situation in the Principality of Riotin is getting more complicated. There's more fighting every day, and the Denver Empire seems to be hiring troops. All of this is worrying Isis. Vian is sure that there will be more and more provocations from Denver. Emperor Tyrion is going to dispatch knights to the Principality of Riotin in accordance with the military agreement. If nothing changes, war will soon break out. Emperor Lycias has been recruiting new troops for a year now. Despite the fact that Lycias was able to become emperor thanks to the support of the fifth princess, the Holy Maiden Denver, the nobles were against his becoming emperor. The new emperor needs a resounding victory to consolidate his influence. The Principality of Riotin occupies a favorable geographical position. But because of its weak fighting strength, it has become a target for the Denver Empire. Isis knows this is only a superficial reason. When Denver conquers Riotin, they will be able to invade the Elmire Empire. Despite the dismal situation, Isis thinks this is even better. Now is the perfect time to avenge Aisha. That day, Aisha says she doesn't want to wake up from a dream where everyone loves her. While Aisha was sleeping, Isis kept thinking how he could protect his lovely sister. Isis asks Aisha not to worry. She will always be in this wonderful dream. Isis will do everything by himself. Isis knows that under Prince Denver's command there are small skirmishes. Isis is not going to sit here and do nothing. He will prepare to join Vian on the battlefield. There was a noise outside the door. Isis asks Vian to wait here. Isis really hoped it wasn't who he thought. Still, the hunch didn't fail Isis. Behind the door was his sister, Aisha. Aisha didn't know that Denver's provocations began before they signed a defensive alliance with Riotin. Now she understands why the Principality of Riotin gave them that diamond mine. If Lycias begins the war, Marianne would surely help him. Perhaps Marianne wants to use black magic in the war. So Aisha must prevent Isis from joining the war. Isis wants to explain his decision to Aisha, but she won't listen to him. If Prince Denver will join the war, it doesn't mean that Isis should too. If Elmire's only heir goes to war, the empire will fall into chaos. The Denver Empire will certainly take advantage of that. But it's not so important to her. Aisha can't let him go, he's the only brother she has. Isis asks Aisha to calm down. Aisha talks about the day when Isis promised to always be on her side. He had already made up his mind then. If she hadn't overheard that conversation, Isis would have kept it a secret. That's what his words had meant at the time. Isis wanted to do everything alone to protect her. Aisha tells Isis that the artifact was from Denver. If they were preparing for war, this incident was part of their plan. They must know that Princess Elmire is an elementalist. Another elementalist would shake up the empire. But Aisha protected Ashley, and now she is still looking for clues to the incident. Aisha has no regrets about dedicating her life to studying spirits, and developing her powers. She intends to protect herself and precious people with her power, not just be protected by her brother. If Isis really cares about her, Aisha asks him to hold out his hand to her, instead of turning his back on her. But what about her dream? Isis wanted to protect her, that her wonderful dream never ended. For Isis to see her smiling brightly in a peaceful and beautiful place. He needs nothing more from this world. But now he realizes that he was wrong. After all, these dreams belong to Aisha. His joining the war was a hasty and emotional decision. They should look for another way to solve this problem together. Aisha asks if he's telling the truth. Isis has never lied to her. But Aisha reminds him of the time he said nothing was happening. From now on, Isis shouldn't keep secrets from her. Isis couldn't say no to such wonderful sister. Vian thought it strange that His Highness had instructed him to escort Aisha. Usually, he would have done it himself. Aisha will need time to process what she has learned today. She will tell Isis about Marianne after the banquet. Right now, she needs to learn more about black magic. Wait, Lord Vian is a swordsman but still has magic. Aisha asks him if he knows anything about black magic. Vian doubts he can tell her anything new. Books on black magic are even rarer than books on elemental spirits. Vian apologizes for not being able to help Her Highness. Indeed, black magic has been considered extinct since ancient times. Since Aisha can't learn anything new about this magic, she will have to battle Marianne with only her own powers. As Aisha pondered whether she would be strong enough to beat Marianne, Vian noticed her sadness. He reminds Aisha that the Lantern Festival will start soon. When the festival starts, people will launch their lanterns with wishes into the night sky. Vian seems to think that by making wishes, you're letting yourself know what you really want. He asks if Her Highness has a wish. Aisha is trying to realize what she really wants. Aisha thinks it's weird, but she hasn't decided what she's going to wish for. Vian asks her not to worry, even if she doesn't make her wish at this lantern festival, it will definitely come true. The God of Light illuminates all things, and will always be with them. Aisha agrees with Vian. The God of Light always takes care of them, no matter how far or near he is. He hears them even now, and always will. Aisha thanks Lord Vian for walking her out. Now she will gather her thoughts and go to the festival. As Vian was about to leave, Aisha suddenly asks him, had he decided what he would wish for? Vian says that a few moments ago, he had decided his wish. Vian tells Isis that he has escorted Her Highness to the festival. Vian asks Isis to relax his face, his thoughts are as deep as the Almina River. Isis jokes that Almina River is not as shallow as he says. As Vian already knows, there have been many incidents involving artifacts. Also the skirmish is going in Riotin. Isis believes they should not let their guard down. In any case, Vian finds his idea of fighting in a war unreasonable. Even if the princess hadn't stopped him, he would have discouraged him. Since Isis has hurt Her Highness, he will have to put up with his nagging. Vian asks why he is looking at him like that. Absolutely nothing. Isis will be able to protect her sister even from Vian. Anyway, Vian asks Isis not to worry, when war breaks out in Riotin he will be there. Isis recognizes that Vian is an excellent swordsman, but he is still a terrible dancer. Vian doesn't understand why Isis is suddenly bringing this up. Isis doesn't know, but maybe if Vian was also an excellent dancer, Edinburgh would have to surrender. Beautiful night, beautiful imperial garden, and a beautiful girl sitting on a bench. Aisha sits alone, thinking about what she will do in the future. Aisha asks if Lune is here. Luminos comes out of the bushes, casually saying that the banquet hall is too noisy. Aisha jokes that Lune looks more comfortable now. Luminos suddenly asks her the same question. Does she feel more comfortable? Aisha confesses that she still has some unresolved issues. It was a long time ago, but no matter how hard she tries to forget it, what happened then remains in her heart like sediment. Now the past threatens her family. Luminos asks if that's why there's darkness in her heart. That's right, only by resolving all of this, Aisha will be able to move on. And for that, she needs to become stronger. Aisha decides to tell Luminos about her plans. She wants to summon the King of Spirits, Luminos. Lune asks if she wants to summon him. He reminds her, no human has ever been able to summon the Spirit King. Aisha knows that, maybe it's presumptuous of her to say such things, but if she has any chance at all, she will do whatever it takes to make it happen. Aisha says she'll work hard, study every day, and improve her summoning skills. She will give it her all, so that one day, she can summon him. Luminos was surprised to hear her words. Then he asks why she needs it. She is already strong enough, and there are people to protect her. Can't she just enjoy the peace and happiness she has gotten? Luminos says the same things as Aisha. The embrace of her family is so warm, that she has already thought about forgetting about revenge and being happy. However, Aisha says that such a life is not real happiness for her. Seeing what the Denver Empire is doing, she realized her happiness will only exist after revenge. Her true happiness will only begin after breaking with the past, and when she can protect the people precious to her. Right now her strength is not enough, so she needs to become even stronger. Even if she has to summon the Spirit King to do it. Their conversation was interrupted by the sound of the crowd. The Lantern Festival seemed to have begun, and people from all over the capital began to launch lanterns with wishes. It doesn't matter who Marianne is. Aisha just needs to become strong enough not to lose to any opponent. That would be her wish. Luminos thinks, having a master with eyes full of resolve might not be so bad.
What does perfect even mean? Is there even such a thing? Ooh, can we switch up all the rules and imagine a utopia? Darling, I'm just so fed up with these expectations. They keep weighing me down. My heart is begging me to get the hell out of my head. I'm gonna live inside the upside down for a minute and pretend, honey, I'm a perfect 10. Whoa, whoa, honey, I'm a perfect 10. Whoa, whoa, and if I say it enough, it gets ingrained in my head, and I start to see, honey, I'm a perfect 10. Honey, I'm a perfect 10. Whoa, honey, I'm a perfect 10. Honey, I'm a, yeah. Oh, yeah, I've discussed it with myself, and I'm disgusted with the way we're told to have a certain face. I stood and wait because we aren't pixels on a screen. No, we're human, we breathe. Every single thing we see curated, it's overrated. These expectations, they keep weighing me down. My heart is begging me to get the hell out of my head. I'm gonna live inside the upside down for a minute and pretend, honey, I'm a perfect 10. Whoa, honey, I'm a perfect 10. Whoa, and if I say it enough, it gets ingrained in my head, and I start to think, honey, I'm a perfect 10. Honey, I'm a perfect 10. Whoa, honey, I'm a perfect 10. Honey, I'm a, yeah.
After the Lantern Festival, Rose asks what her friends wished for. For example, she wished health and happiness for her friends and family. Chloe reassures Ashley that she doesn't have to tell her wish, if she doesn't want it. Rose believes that friends shouldn't keep secrets from each other. Ashley wished to be a better person, Chloe prayed for the prosperity of her family. The ladies notice the person walking toward them. Everyone is curious as to what Her Highness wished for. Aisha says that it is such a warm day, they could use a couple glasses of refreshing juice. The liquid of one of the glasses seemed very strange to Aisha. Her throat was on fire from just one sip. Everyone was worried, asking what had happened to Her Highness. Isis and Vian are already running to help. Isis can't believe it, it's the poison again. He asks Aisha to wake up. They need the priest immediately. Isis finds Aisha looking rather strange. She smiles. Aisha is so happy that her older bro came to her. Isis is shocked. Vian concludes that Her Highness has drunk wine, rather strong wine. So, Aisha is drunk. But she's also so cute. The first thing Isis should do is take Aisha away from here, there are too many people around. But Aisha wants to tell him something. He's so stupid, why he didn't consult her. After all, she's lived longer than he has. Isis asks Aisha not to upset so much, everything will be alright. Vian asks if Loon can wipe people's memories. Loon can do that, but only if it's necessary. Then maybe he can make Her Highness sober. Loon has never done this before. Tyrion and Iris rush to find out what happened to their children. Aisha notices her parents. Aisha gathers her family in a circle, and says she loves them so much. The family also loves her. Hi guys, it's me. I'm glad you've seen this far. This story is so precious to me, I hope you enjoyed it. Please like and comment under this video, then more people will watch this wonderful story. See you soon. One sunny morning in the garden of the Elmire, Aisha was ready to begin her morning training. She called Lu and Limi. They are happy to see their master. Aisha asks if they are ready, they will do it again today. Aisha uses Limi's divine power, she is overflowing with the power of light. Now she uses Lu's power, and the little spirit turns into an arrow. With the power of light, Aisha materializes a bow. She is ready to shoot the arrow of light straight at the target. Aisha hits the tree with the arrow. The light from the arrow continued to glow for a while. When the power of light ended, Aisha could see an impressive hole in the tree. Aisha congratulates her friends. After the summer solstice banquet, Aisha's daily routine changed. Now every morning she practices using spirit magic. She remembers her goal. She needs to become stronger and summon Luminos. So, Aisha increases her spirit power and prepares for the upcoming war. Of course, the power of light is meant for healing, not attacks, but together with Limi and Lu, Aisha was able to come up with some attacking techniques. If this continues, Aisha will soon be able to summon a high-level spirit. After a few hours of training, Aisha was completely exhausted. But knowing that she was getting closer to her goal every day, Aisha couldn't be more excited. She wondered how Luminos was doing, she hadn't seen him since the banquet. When Aisha thinks of Luminos, he's already here. Loon comes to the conclusion that Aisha really wants to summon him. Aisha will try her best. Luminos notices what she's doing. She must be tired after using so much power of light. Loon asks her to take a break. Aisha agrees with him, but she can't waste time, she needs to get stronger as soon as possible. Luminos uses his power to help Aisha regain her strength. Lu and Limi amazed at how close their king and master are. The children of the temple tell Luminos that humans have important things to do as well as work. Rest and leisure are just as important to humans. So, Loon and Aisha went to the capital for a walk. Of course Aisha took care of their disguise, so no one would recognize them. Luminos doesn't like disguises, he even suggested Aisha to go to the capital on Riotin. Aisha asks Loon not to attract unnecessary attention. Loon asks her not to worry, they have already attracted all the attention of people. Aisha believes that it's because of Loon, he's standing out too much. Luminos finds her the same. Aisha excuses herself by saying she chose the most modest dress she had. Aisha notices a clothing store. Since they came to the capital, Aisha wants to buy new clothes for herself and Loon. Aisha believes that she will be inconspicuous in these clothes. Luminos says it's the first time he's done something like this. He asks Aisha how he looks now. Aisha thinks he looks pretty good, and the other women in the store think the same. So Aisha quickly leaves the store, saying that Loon had better wear a hoodie, to avoid attention. Outside, Aisha tells Loon that the wig is nice, but it's still better to wear a hood. It will be warm in it, but still. Luminos calmly takes off the hood, ignoring her worries. He explains that he's refracted the light, making it hard for people to see them. People really don't notice them. Aisha is confused, why he didn't do it earlier. Luminos was going to do it, but she dragged him into the store. Aisha notices a place where a lot of people have gathered. There must be some kind of show starting now. Aisha suggests that Loon go together and watch the spectacle. Luminos agrees. Luminos notices his reflection, how much he's changed since meeting this girl. A little girl asks the Holy Spirits to answer her call. A soft toy greets the audience, her name is Lu. Loon assumes this is the story of Aisha. Apparently it is. Of course Aisha knew she was a favorite among the people, but this play embarrassed her. Kids tell their parents they want to be elementalists too. One man tells his daughter she can't do it. The princess has been blessed by God of Light. For this, his wife yelled at him saying he was hindering the child's dream. Loon finds Aisha very popular. Aisha surprised that Loon decided to tease her. She smells a strong odor of meat. The vendor is calling people saying that she has the best meat in the capital. While Aisha is looking at the meat from the counter, a man says that he has the best grape juice. Aisha refuses him, saying that she has bad memories of grape juice. The family told Aisha how cute she was when she got drunk. Next time Tyrion and Isis promised to take a video orb to film her. Aisha asks how much one sausage costs. The vendor quoted a price of 1 silver. She explained that it wasn't so expensive for high quality meat. Aisha tries to calm the vendor by saying that it's not about the high price at all. In fact, Aisha has spent all the silver on clothes, so there's only gold in her purse. She notices a boy standing next to her. The boy apparently sells newspapers. The vendor asks him not to come here without his parents. She is ashamed in front of the customers. Aisha felt sorry for the boy, so she thought of something. She tells the vendor that she only has gold, to which the vendor replies that she won't have change. Aisha thought so she buys everything she has, but it will be too much for 2 people, so Aisha asks the boy to help them eat it. The boy is amazed at her generosity and thanks her. Still, this food would be too much for 3 people, and Aisha wonders who could help them. The boy offers to take the leftover food to his siblings, if they don't mind. Luminos agrees to help the boy. So, they will take the food to his house and eat it together. Taking the gold coin, the vendor couldn't help but wonder what the girl was doing here. The girl explained that she was a traveler visiting Elmire. Perhaps the person with such bright smile can't be a bad person. The boy led his new guest to some slums. Aisha thought it was dangerous for children to go around alone in such places. She began to worry if they were going to the right place. With a casual movement of her hand, Aisha dropped her earring. It remained lying on the cold floor of the alley. Not far from here, the guards are looking for someone in the square. They can't figure out where he could have gone. The man who is clearly hiding from them, noticed something in the alley. A small earring, left here by a person who clearly doesn't belong in a place like this. The man wondered why the owner of such a thing would come into this alley. The boy says they're here, it's his house. When they opened the door, the lantern began to sway from side to side. A little girl meets her brother at home. The girl's name is Rachel. The boy shows her how much food he has brought. Rachel asks Karina if she can eat it all. Karina tells her that kind people brought the food to eat with them. Some boy asks Karina who these people are. This boy's name is Eden. He is not happy that Karina has gone to deliver newspapers, but has returned with strange people. Karina explains that these wonderful people have a lot of food left, so they have come to share it with them. Eden believes that there is no good without a reason. These people must be aristocrats, and they must have hidden reasons for doing this. Aisha would like to clarify the situation. They met Karina by chance and offered to share a meal with him. Eden finds all this very suspicious. The aristocrats have nothing to do in their house, so he asks them to take the food and leave. However, Eden's stomach rumbled loudly. Rachel says she's hungry and would like to eat before it gets cold. The girl thinks these sausages are the best food she has ever eaten in her life. The others seem to agree with her. The vendor was right. While Rachel tries to solve the mystery of the Luminos beauty, Eden doesn't like them acting so careless. Rachel calls Eden a silly kid, who is stubborn for no reason. When he comes over to explain who's older, she shoves a sausage in his mouth. Eden admits it's really tasty. The others just laughed at the situation, but still. Aisha thinks this is bad place to raise children. Their parents should understand that this place is dangerous. Karina realized what Aisha thought of this place, by the look in her eyes. He says that abandoned children like them have no other place to go. They are not siblings at all. Eden found him and Rachel, and brought them here. So now they live here, and help each other as a family. Aisha didn't expect this. She asks how long they've been living alone. Eden finally realizes why she came here. The noble lady wanted to know how the commoners lived. Rachel and Karina asked him to stop saying such things, but the boy didn't plan to stop. The lady decided to share her food with the boy selling newspapers, because he looked pitiful. This girl was just lucky to be born into a noble family, and now she can brag about helping starving children. Eden asks Aisha not to look at him that way. Her pity makes him feel even more miserable. Aisha has heard similar words before. Marianne was quite frank with her that day. She was grateful that her sister was trying to be kind to her. But such pity made Marianne feel only worse. Aisha had always felt that Marianne had no reason to betray her. But maybe she was wrong. Aisha says she understands Eden's feelings. He can think what he wants about her, but she didn't help them because of pity. If she were asked to name this feeling, she would call it love. She felt the same way about Marianne. Aisha apologized for the inconvenience. Perhaps she should leave now. She says bye to the children and leaves. Luminos stayed in the doorway and looked at Eden. Humans seem such strange creatures to him. He says that people are always missing the opportunity to correct mistakes. It's so strange, even when the opportunity is so close, they don't step forward. Sometimes we can hurt someone with words, the main thing is to apologize in time. Eden abruptly opens the door, asking them to wait a second. The swinging lantern falls on Eden with a crack. It happened so fast, that no one had time to do anything. Although, one person had enough of a moment to save Eden. The man asks if the little boy is all right. Everyone's running up to the boy asking if he's okay. Eden is clearly touched by their concern, saying he is fine. Karina is glad that everything is all right, but there is still one question. Who is this man? The stranger will try to explain everything, but first they should enter the house. He said he was just looking for the owner of an earring he found on the road. Aisha finds his behavior logical. In any case, the stranger is glad he followed the road. He was lucky enough to meet cute young lady. Aisha finds his behavior too indelicate. Luminos asks him to keep a distance. What he wants to achieve by his behavior. The stranger apologizes for his rudeness. Karina would like to thank the man for saving Eden. Eden thanks him as well. After his cruel words to the young lady, the stranger is surprised that the boy knows the words of thanks. Rachel says eavesdropping is not a good thing, but the stranger retorts that the situation was not right to return the earring. In fact, he wants to know why the little boy ran out so quickly. Eden says it's none of his business. Aisha notices that something is wrong with Eden's leg. She rushes over to him. She notices the wound from the fall. Eden is confused and asks her to leave his leg. Aisha tells him to stand still, she will think of something. Aisha would like to use the power of light, but these people must not find out who she is. She asks the children to run for water to wash the wound. It wasn't hard to distract the kids, but this man looks like a simpleton, but judging by his clothes, he's no commoner. Aisha telepathically asks Luminos to distract this man. Aisha is so glad that Luminos is spirit, so she can communicate with him like Lu. It's such a strange feeling. Aisha has never telepathically communicated with Luminos before. Loon points the man to the clouds, saying they look like the sausages they were eating. Aisha is confused by the fact that it worked. Bandaging Eden's leg, Aisha uses healing magic, but in a way that the boy doesn't notice it. That should be enough, tomorrow his leg should be healed. Eden apologizes to her, he didn't mean to hurt her. He just didn't believe that someone could help another for no reason. Eden stopped believing that someone could love him. Thanks to this belief, no one can hurt him. Aisha tells him that there was a time when she thought the same thing. The person she loved betrayed her. Her wounds were so deep, so she vowed never to love, or be loved again. Eden never thought such a thing could happen to the noble. Aisha had long wandered in the darkness, but not anymore. Someone has shown her, love without reason exists. Aisha asks Eden, when he brought Karina and Rachel to this house, whether he felt compassion for them. Eden thinks it was a different feeling. Karina and Rachel have already returned. Karina says that he loves Eden. The stranger apologizes for ruining the moment, but he has to say it now. With those clothes left out in the rain, will everything be okay? The children have completely forgotten about the clothes. Soon, all the clothes were rescued. Loon thinks this is the last train of the summer. Aisha even doesn't know what to do now, they should go home already. Luminos asks if she wants him to stop the rain. Aisha is shocked, he says it as casually as if he offered her an umbrella. Luminos wasn't joking when he said that. For him, stopping the rain is easier than buying an umbrella. Aisha is so used to spending time with Luminos. She even forgot. He was a powerful spirit from another world. Rachel runs out into the alley. She wants to walk in the summer rain. Eden ran out to stop her. Karina asks them to be careful, they might catch a cold. The stranger finds the kids so funny. Of course Luminos has lived with humans for a long time, and even become like them. But no matter how much he changes, he will always remain a divine being. Aisha asks Loon if he had fun today. He did. Luminos learned a lot today. Before she returning home, Aisha would like to try something new. Aisha asks how he likes the summer rain. It must be refreshing. Luminos agrees. The stranger finds it curious. It seemed to him, this noble lady had never been wet in the rain before. Generally, he doesn't like his hair wet, but he can't resist. The stranger picks up Karina and runs out into the rain. On that summer evening, people who met each other by chance, got completely soaked of their own will. Still, it was time to say goodbye. Aisha says it's time for them to go back. Karina thanks them for everything, and wishes them a safe trip. Rachel hopes that they will meet again. Eden would like to apologize to Lady, and thank her. He is sure that the person who hurt her, will also apologize one day. Aisha doubts that this will ever happen. Eden looks sad hearing her words. Aisha will hope that one day it will happen. The stranger says he has to go, he was glad to meet them. By the way, he never found out their names. Aisha says the first names that came to mind. "Well, what's your name, stranger?" After a bit of thought, the stranger says his name is Aldi. They can call him Aldi. Since Shasha lost the thing, Aldi wants to keep it as a souvenir. With these words, Aldi runs away. Aisha is shocked at how frivolous a rascal he is. Aldi walks through the deserted streets of the capital. His feeling was quite faint. There was an unusual energy emanating from this girl. Aldi was curious about this girl, how many times she had managed to surprise him during this day. Someone interrupts Aldi's thoughts, calling him brother. The girl asks what he's doing here. Doesn't he realize that his behavior is killing her? Aldi asks her to calm down, he was on his way back. The girl asks where he has been all day. She notices a small earring in his hand. His sister asks him not to forget why they have come such a long way. They have a very important job to do. A man gives Aldi his cloak. The Aldi cloak is embroidered with a coat of arms, showing two snakes with a shield. He asks his sister not to worry, he remembers why they are here. They go to the Imperial Palace of Elmire. The summer season is over at the Elmire. The first days of fall came with a cool breeze. Aisha is enjoying the fall, after a hard summer training. She can enjoy the happy moments spent with her family. Cloudless skies and delicious cakes. Tyrion informs Isis and Aisha that they have both received marriage proposals. That's how unexpectedly, Aisha received her first marriage proposal. Elmire's only star and Elmire's small son is in shock. What a marriage proposal, not only Isis, but also Aisha. Tyrion calmly explains that Princess and Prince of the Principality of Riotin will come to them with a marriage proposal. Isis doesn't understand why father is so calm. Aisha is only 14 years old. Tyrion asks the children not to worry. He plans to reject their proposal. Tyrion believes that the purpose of their visit is to learn about Elmire culture, and strengthen relations between the countries. The marriage proposal is only to show how much they value this alliance. If it were not an act of courtesy, Tyrion would already be at Riotin to personally explain his opinion about their marriage proposal for his daughter. Anyway, Isis asks father not to shock him like that next time. Iris agrees that Aisha is still too young, but Isis should think about getting married. Iris is not pushing him at all, but he will be getting more and more marriage proposals. Aisha thinks that their father has started this conversation on purpose to find out what Isis thinks about marriage. The Riotin delegation will visit them in a week. When they arrive, Isis will escort their princess, and Aisha the crown prince. Aisha thinks it would be better for her to escort the princess. Iris agrees with her, but when Riotin delegation arrive at the Imperial Palace, a ball will begin, so the prince will be her partner at the ball. Tyrion is sure they will have a good relationship with the royal family of Riotin. Aisha thinks this is related to Denver's increasing provocations. If this is nothing more than a cultural exchange between the two countries, Aisha will do her best. In her room, Aisha looks at the papers that were sent to her. So, the first prince's name is Aldif Riotin. This year he turns 20 years old, he has light green hair and purple eyes. The Riotin family consists of the king, queen, prince and princess. Aisha thinks his family is like hers. It says he's a quiet gentleman, who likes art. Prince Aldif seems like a nice person, but Aisha thinks she's heard that name before. Light green hair and purple eyes. It can't be, but he really looks like that guy. The Riotin delegation should be arriving in a week, so why is he already in the capital? Such person can't be the crown prince. Florence says that the carriage for Her Highness is already ready. Aisha completely forgot that she has to attend the event for the new salon today. After the summer solstice banquet, Aisha started attending various social events. Florence wishes her a good trip. Aisha thanks her, but is still nervous. After her debut, Aisha started attending social events quite often. A lot of young ladies come around Aisha to greet the only Elmire star, and ask how she is doing. Aisha feels uncomfortable with all this attention. It's hard to be the princess. In addition, the ladies clearly want to say something to her, but apparently shy. Aisha gets uneasy. Maybe someone can tell her what's going on. One lady wants to address Her Highness. Finally, now Aisha will know what's going on. The lady heard that the priest who visited the imperial palace during the summer solstice banquet was very handsome. What Her Highness thinks of him? Quite an unexpected question. The other ladies immediately start discussing his beauty and blonde hair that looks like gold. Indeed, what else are young ladies to discuss but handsome men? One lady says she saw him at the banquet with her own eyes. The rumors describe only part of his beauty. When she saw him, she accidentally spilled a drink on her dress. The ladies seemed so excited, each of them ready to get married to Mr. Loon. Priests of the Temple of Light are not forbidden to have a family. So, they can get the temple's blessing and get married. The ladies find Her Highness even more popular. Her Highness has relationships with 3 of the Empire's handsome men. His Highness Isis, Lord Vian, and even that mysterious priest. One lady believes that despite the new priest's beauty, His Highness is still the most desirable groom in the Empire. The lady who saw the new priest in person, doesn't think so. She fell in love with him at first sight. The third lady confesses that her first love was Lord Vian. I even found this girl when Vian first met Aisha. Aisha agrees with ladies, all of them are wonderful people. The girls think Her Highness is something wrong. In any case, the girls would like to know something. Among these 3 men, is there an ideal type of Her Highness? Aisha is a little confused. They want to know her ideal type. We all want to know who you like best. Aisha doesn't know, she never thought about it. Then the lady asks if she has the boy of her dreams. Everyone wants to know what kind of man Her Highness wants. Aisha repeats that she has never thought about it before. Then, the girl with green hair asks Her Highness to know what the ideal type these men are. What kind of food they like, any details about them. Ladies are so eager to know what their ideal type is. Aisha will try to find out from them. The young ladies will thank Her Highness very much. The girls have already started dreaming of marrying the boy of their dreams. Anyway, they are happy to be able to talk to Her Highness. They congratulate Aisha on her debut, and think it's fun to talk about love with Her Highness. Aisha also enjoyed chatting with them. Next time they can talk about the ideal type more. Aisha finally reached her carriage. Attending such events, Aisha spends more energy than usual. But still, the girls were cute, they talked about boys with such enthusiasm. Aisha thinks it's not so hard to find out the ideal type from Isis and Lord Vian. She can just ask Isis about Vian's ideal type. The main problem is Lord Luminos. Asking the God of Light about his ideal type. Aisha seems to think it's a little much. What's Aisha's ideal type? Aisha sees no point in thinking about such things. When Aisha returned to the imperial palace, it was a warm fall day. Some men were unloading someone's luggage. Florence runs up to Her Highness to tell her the important news. The Riotin delegation has arrived earlier than planned. After the first prince met with the Emperor and Empress, he immediately began to request an audience with Her Highness. Aisha thought it was strange, they were supposed to arrive in a few days. What caused them to arrive early? Aisha had definitely seen this man before. Aldif is pleased to meet her. He introduces himself as the first prince of the Principality of Riotin. His name is Aldif Riotin. After a while, Aisha and Aldif end up in the audience room. The man Aisha met in the capital is actually Prince Aldif. He seemed unusual to her when she first met him, but at the time he wasn't so elegant. Aldif would like to say something to Princess Aisha. Aisha doesn't know if he recognized her. Luminos had cast magic on them that day. Aldif believes that Her Highness inherited only beautiful features from her parents. Yeah, that's really Aldi that Aisha remembers. Suddenly Aldif notices some papers on the floor. He picks it up to give it to the princess. It seems to be a business plan. Aisha didn't have time to put the papers before he arrived. On this paper is a child welfare project. Thanks to a chance meeting, Aisha learned about the need to protect children. Now she's preparing a business plan. After meeting with Karina and other children, Aisha decided to build an institution, where children without parents could receive free education. Mother helped Aisha to develop the plan, and now it's almost ready. Those children from the capital, Aisha hopes they are doing well. Aldif likes her idea about social protection for children. The rumors that the Almina family takes care of their people turned out to be true. Aldif says that he has recently thought about a child welfare program himself. After all, children need help from adults. He was thinking of creating a facility for children with poor living conditions. Aisha thanks Aldif for the advice. She'll think about it too. Prince Aldif was better than Aisha thought he was. The maid informs them that the Crown Prince and the Princess of Riotin are waiting for them in the Blue Palace garden. Aldif confesses that they were originally supposed to have tea together. But he insisted on meeting Her Highness in person. He apologizes, it's because he wanted to be alone with her longer. Aisha takes back her assessment that he's a nice guy. Aisha and Aldif walk in silence into the Blue Palace garden. Aldif stares at Aisha. Perhaps he can't believe that the girl he met on the alley is Princess Almina. However, there were darker thoughts troubling him. Was all of this really necessary? Going inside, Aisha tells her brother she's here. Aisha asks what's going on here. What this girl is doing with her brother. The girl who looks like Aldif is pleased to meet Her Highness Princess Aisha. Her name is Almina, she is the first princess of Riotin, but Aisha can just call her Mina. Aisha welcomes Almina to Almina, she is pleased to meet her too. For some reason, Aisha feels like Aisha's asking her for help. Almina claps her hands. She comes closer to Aisha than necessary. She says that the Crown Prince is very handsome, so she was sure that Princess Almina would be beautiful too. Aldif agrees with her. Princess Almina has inherited the best features from the Emperor and Empress. Aisha thanks them for their compliments. In return, Almina thanks Her Highness for the opportunity to spend time together. Brother and sister Riotin begin to prepare the tea ceremony, talking about how much fun they will have together. Aisha is a little shocked at their behavior. What's wrong with them? Why are they so noisy and cheerful? While they are drinking tea, Princess Riotin remarks that it is quite hot in here. Of course it's already fall, but the summer heat is still present. Almina asks if His Highness agrees with her. Aisha doesn't understand why Almina says she is hot, while shivering from the cold. There can be only one reason. Almina uses the honey trap on Isis. Aldif tells Aisha, this tea was brought from the Principality of Riotin. It's very pleasant smelling, if Her Highness agrees. So, Aldif uses the same trap on Aisha. It's not like the marriage proposal was just a formality. Sounds like they're serious. The military alliance between Almina and Riotin could change, depending on the international situation. Even though the first Duke of Riotin was a prince of the Almina Empire. After 100 years, the blood relationship between Almina and Riotin is faint. Because of the increasing provocations of Edinburgh, Riotin needs to find a way to strengthen their power. Marriage between members of the royal family would allow Principality of Riotin to gain the powerful support of Almina. Aisha had originally guessed, the purpose of their delegation wouldn't be for cultural exchange between the countries. Isis says he had a good time at today's tea ceremony. Almina is so happy, she had a good time too. Isis thinks the two of them should go to the palace, and rest before the banquet tonight. Aisha agrees with her brother, now they should finish the tea ceremony and leave. Almina thinks they still have time to chat, but Aldif agrees that they need time to prepare. He reminds Mina that at this banquet she will be partnered with His Highness the Crown Prince. She will need more time to prepare. Almina will be looking forward to tonight's banquet. Aldif is looking forward to the next meeting with Princess Aisha. Isis and Aisha see off the dear guest with smiles. Isis looks so exhausted. It was the first time he had ever met such an active girl. Aisha doesn't know what Isis's ideal type is, but it's definitely not Lady Almina. Aisha can literally hear voices asking what Isis's ideal type is. She says she wants to ask him a question. Naturally, Isis would answer any question she had. Aisha asks what the ideal lady would be for Lord Vian. Isis is not quite sure why she is asking him this. Aisha knows that Lord Vian is his best friend, so she assumed he knew that. Isis asks if she really wants to know. Of course she wants. Isis can't understand why it's all coming down on him today. First Princess Riotin and now, a serious conversation with his sister. Isis would like to ask Aisha something too. It's about the priest Loon. Isis asks if she saw him after the banquet, maybe he came to see her. Angel on Aisha's shoulder asks her not to lie to her brother. She promised that there would be no secrets between them. Demon Aisha doesn't know what the angel is talking about. How can she tell Isis that she is friends with Luminos? Aisha says she never saw him after the banquet. Well, then Isis would like to ask her one more question. This priest Loon, does Aisha know his ideal type? Wait, why would Isis ask that? After Isis met Loon, he started refusing all marriage proposals. Aisha had certainly hoped they would become friends, but not like this. So, her brother fell in love with Loon. Aisha yells at Isis, Loon is absolutely no good for him. Perhaps Loon is so handsome that he can charm anyone, but she can't accept the fact that Isis has feelings for him. Isis is shocked by what she's talking about. If she has feelings for Vian, Isis just got rid of Loon for her. Aisha doesn't hear him. She keeps assuring him that Loon has exactly the other ideal type. Suddenly, Aisha realizes what Isis just said. Now Isis believes that she has feelings for Lord Vian. After a while, Aisha and Isis were able to calm down. Aisha explained that she had asked Vian's ideal type not for herself but for other ladies. Isis chose not to comment on her sister's fantasies. In any case, they are both glad that they were able to clear the air. By the way, Isis tells her that Loon became a priest of the imperial palace. Isis was just trying to be nice to him. Indeed, Luminos is becoming an increasingly powerful person in the temple. It's funny to compare Luminos to Mario. I think they have a similar goal. Isis begins to think what the ideal Vian type might be. He thinks Vian likes a loving woman who treats the people around her well. A woman with her own mind, and a strong will. Aisha agrees, it's really like Lord Vian, but what about Isis? Isis says he hasn't thought about it before. Aisha asks him to speak freely about it. In fact, she'd be curious about her brother's taste in women. Well, Isis starts thinking out loud. He would prefer her to be older than him. It's important that she be able to fulfill her duty as the Empress. She must be intelligent and determined. Isis would prefer her to be more elegant than cute. At the same time, she should have a bright character and a kind nature. She should love children, and treat everyone well. And she should be decisive, when it's necessary. Aisha would like to interrupt him. Aisha lists all the things his ideal type should have, asking if she's missing something. Isis thinks the ideal type is the ideal type. Aisha can't believe that Isis has never thought of it before. Such a woman might not exist at all. Although, Isis is also kind and strong, just like their father. He is handsome, intelligent, an excellent swordsman and just a reliable person. Aisha is sure her brother deserves the woman he described. But there's a problem. Everything he said also applies to Lord Luminos. Aisha asks if he's sure he didn't describe the priest Loon. She still likes to tease Isis. Afterwards Aisha went to the Empress Palace, to discuss the business plan to support the children. Iris suggests to finish for today, they have to prepare for the banquet. She asks how Aisha spent time with the delegation from Riotin. Aisha herself would like to discuss that with her mother. Aisha tells her mother that even though they were rejected marriage, the prince and princess from Riotin are still trying to win their hearts. Especially Almina. Aisha even feels sorry for Isis. Iris says that upon arrival the delegation from Riotin asked her to reconsider the marriage proposal. Aisha ponders, what if Princess Almina becomes Isis' wife? Isis won't be able to keep up with her. He will die of exhaustion. Aisha assures her mother to refuse them again, even though this alliance is important. Iris asks her to hold on for a second. No one is forcing them to get married. Why would she refuse them now? What if Isis himself wants it? If they want Isis to be happy, they should wait for his decision. Aisha agrees with her. The most important thing is what Isis wants. If Princess Almina wins Isis' heart, Aisha will have to support his decision. Aisha really wants Isis to build a happy family with a good wife, but still. Iris asks if Aisha feels sad. Aisha does feel a little sad. Isis has always been near her. If he marries and starts a family, won't she be lonely? Iris asks if Aisha knows that some things never change. It only gets stronger and deeper with time. Love between family members. Even when they both start a family with the person they love. The fact that their siblings will never change. Iris wants Aisha to know, she will always be Isis' happiness. And of course, Isis will continue to love his mother. Suddenly Aisha realized that Isis' ideal type exists. Their mother, that's who Isis was talking about when describing his ideal type. Indeed, how could anyone not fall for a woman like their mom? Aisha tells her mother that she is an amazing person. If Isis opens heart to Princess Almina, Aisha will do the same. But first she has to check something. Renee asks if everything is okay with Her Highness. She thinks Aisha is preparing too carefully. For tonight's banquet, Aisha dressed to win the battle. Aisha has learned many things from high society. If the princess from Riotin wants to seduce her brother, Aisha must find out if Princess Almina will be good for her brother. Prince Aldif waits for Aisha to go to the banquet with her. But his thoughts wander far away from Elmire. At the last council of Riotin heads, they discuss their defeats in the skirmishes with Edinburgh. Thanks to their agreement with Elmire, they are able to contain Edinburgh. But the troops Elmire has sent will not be enough to resist the invasion. If a real war breaks out, their country will fall. The only way for Riotin to survive is to make an alliance with the Elmire Empire. The barons explain to His Majesty that the only option is marriage. Only this will help them make a lasting alliance with Elmire. Aldif knew it would come to this, he is just their political tool. The barons believe it was a mistake to give up the Diamond Island in exchange for a military alliance. The only way now is for the prince to marry the Elmire princess, but there may be difficulty because she's too young. So they offer to send Princess Almina too. When she gives birth to an heir by the crown prince, their alliance will be even stronger. Aldif screams what the hell they're discussing here. His Majesty asks everyone to calm down. Marriage will be the last resort. Their idea contradicts Riotin's core value of respecting a person's freedom. The barons ask His Majesty to reconsider this, it's Riotin's last hope. After His Majesty left, the barons began to discuss the situation. One of them doesn't like that His Majesty is more concerned about his children's dreams than national security. But he's even more annoyed by the crown prince, who dreams of romantic love like a child. He reminds Aldif that when Riotin will be destroyed, it's too late for regrets. Love is a luxury, peace for his people much more important.
They said, don't fall, don't forget all the things you've been taught, you've been told. Don't blink, don't run, don't turn left or turn right or look straight at the sun. My mind's going in circles, I'm trying to fight it. Getting these voices inside to stay quiet. Gone to the place where all this began. Just start again. Oh, you won't see the light until the dawn breaks. No, till it's
Aldif was waiting for Princess Aisha so they could go to the banquet together. Aisha thanks him, he's a real gentleman. Aldif is honored by her words, she is like an angel coming down from heaven on this night. Aisha can't help but be impressed by his oratory talents. So, Princess Almina and Prince Riotin go to the banquet hall. Maybe it was just her imagination, but Aisha thought Aldif looked sad a moment ago. On their way they noticed some very sad ladies. When Aldif asked what was going on, Aisha answered that she had just told them about her brother's ideal type. One of the ladies is even glad that she doesn't know the ideal type of priest Loon. Aisha asks her if Loon will be at the banquet. The girl is sure he should be. Since he is the priest of the imperial palace, he will come to greet the distinguished guests from Riotin. In any case, Aisha is more worried about Princess Almina. Isis and Almina were dressed in traditional Riotin clothing. As they exchanged pleasantries, Aisha thought Almina was staying too close to Isis. Almina says that Her Highness Aisha has an angelic smile, she hopes that they have gotten a little closer during this time. She thinks Elmire's banquet is incredibly beautiful and grand. Elmire Empire is so charming, that it has already won her heart. Almina is so sad that soon she will have to leave this wonderful empire. She would rather stay with the two of them and live here forever. Aisha thinks that Almina is overplaying her role, she is literally transparent. This girl will definitely not be a good wife for her brother. Look at Isis, he's already tired, even though the banquet has just started. Aisha needs to go on the attack. She says she's happy that the princes from Riotin liked their empire. Since she is their important guest, Aisha will make sure that Almina leaves their lands with good memories. When she comes here next time, Aisha will give her a tour of the area. Her brother is too busy with his studies, so he doesn't have time for such things. Isis has no time to think about things like marriage. After saying that, Aisha was pleased with herself. Almina should definitely have understood her message. Princess Riotin sighed and fell on Isis. She said she had a headache. While Aisha was shocked by her behavior, Almina said that she had never attended such a large banquet before, so she was very nervous. Almina wants to go out on the terrace, and get some fresh air. Aisha is angry, this trickster just wants to be alone with her brother. Isis asks Princess Almina to return to her palace and rest. Rest will help her much more than fresh air. She must be tired from the long travel and needs to rest. Isis will personally take Almina to the palace and call the doctor. Almina asks him to wait a second. She is already feeling better. Isis is sure that the headache can't have gone away so quickly, he will escort her to the palace. Aisha realizes, her mother was right. She had nothing to worry about. Suddenly, Aisha heard a familiar voice. It belonged to the person she had known since she was a child. Aisha calls Lord Vian. Vian greets the star Elmire. Aisha asks how he is doing. Vian says he is fine, but why is she laughing? Aisha finds Lord Vian amazing. She called him from far away, but he immediately realized it was her. Aisha thinks he is a talented magician. Vian is a little embarrassed, Her Highness is too kind. Aldif clearly didn't like the appearance of another man near Aisha. Aisha introduces Vian to Aldif. Then Aldif introduced as the first prince of the Principality of Riotin. Aldif wants to say something to Her Highness. He moves to her ear and begins to whisper. At the end Aisha says it's a good idea. However, Vian heard nothing. Aldif suggests to discuss it with Her Highness tomorrow. Discussing with Her Highness gives him incredible pleasure. So he will wait for tomorrow. Aldif apologizes to Vian for this secrecy, but it's something that only the two of them know. Aisha explains that Aldif is helping her with her business plan. If Aldif's plan was to piss off Vian, he succeeded. Vian says he heard something about it. His Highness told him he was interested in her business plan. Vian offers to discuss it with His Highness. Aisha didn't expect Isis to be interested in her idea, she would love to work with him. Isis doesn't really know anything about her business plan, but Vian is sure that Isis will forgive him for that. For now, the score between Vian and Aldif is 1-1. You may not realize it, but in this picture, Aisha sneezed. The boys immediately start asking what's up with Her Highness, perhaps she's cold. Aisha says she's fine, she sneezed because of the perfume. The boys are happy to hear that. Vian remarks that His Highness Aldif is so caring to everyone. Aldif assures them, he is not caring to everyone. In contrast, Lord Vian seems kind. He must be popular with the ladies. Aldif notices that a new song has begun. He invites Her Highness Aisha to the next dance. While they dance, Aldif thanks Aisha for today. He admits that when he first came here, he was a bit worried. Today his sister has behaved inappropriately, but they still treat them with kindness. Aldif is happy to know that today he became a little closer to Her Highness. While Aisha doesn't know what answer to that, Aldif moves closer and closer to her lips. Isis took Princess Almina to her room and finally returned. Aldif explains that there is such a tradition in Riotin. They touch noses when they feel closer to someone. Isis is surprised that Riotin has such a tradition. What a beautiful country it must be. Vian agrees with him, but since they're here, they should follow Elmire etiquette. Aldif asks them to forgive his mistake. He will try to be more careful now. Aisha also asks the guys to calm down. But still, Prince Aldif is an unpredictable person. Somewhere nearby, there's a squeal of girls. Aisha immediately realized who had come into the banquet hall. Lord Luminos has arrived. Seeing Aisha, the priest Lune smiled at her. Boys, you can go home, the main crash of this story is here. Aisha thinks Luminos is already used to the human world. All he has to do is smile and wave. Approaching them, Luminos greeted Her Highness. They haven't met since the summer solstice banquet, so he is glad to see her. The student seemed to have surpassed his teacher. Aisha wouldn't have been able to lie so well. She congratulates Lune on his position as priest of the imperial palace. Luminos notices Aldif. He asks if he's caught a cold. He was worried about him after the rain. Actually, Lune didn't expect to meet him here. Aisha is shocked. She starts coughing and sneezing. When the boys ask her how she's feeling, she says it's because of the perfume. She needs to get some fresh air. She wants to go out with the priest Lune. As the holy maiden, she has some questions for him. Aisha feels relieved. Who could think that the title of holy maiden could help in a situation like this? Before she leaves them, Vian asks Her Highness to put on his cloak. It should be chilly on the outside. Aisha thanks Lord Vian. He is so kind. Aisha and priest Lune go to the balcony for some fresh air. Aisha doesn't understand how Lune could make such a mistake. Lune agrees with her. That child didn't recognize them. He didn't think about it. So, Luminos understood everything even without her words. What a smart student. Aisha thinks this is a good time to ask Lune. She asks what his ideal woman is. Luminos doesn't understand what the ideal woman means. Aisha tries to explain that it's a woman who has all the qualities he likes. She doubts that she has been able to explain it to him. Lune thinks she already knows the answer. After all, it's Aisha. His ideal woman is she. Aisha blushes completely. How can she be his ideal woman? He must not have realized. She was asking him about his ideal type. Lune doesn't understand what the problem is. She is his ideal type. He told her that in the carriage, and the first day they met. So, Luminos was talking about the ideal human. That's not exactly what Aisha wanted to ask him. but she doesn't know how else to explain it to him. She'll just tell the ladies that the priest Loon doesn't have the ideal type. It's still better than saying he likes her. Aisha suggests Loon return to the banquet hall. Actually, Loon thought she would ask him about Riotin. She failed to summon him, didn't she? A few weeks ago, Aisha tried to summon a high-level spirit. She drew a summoning circle and had enough mana to do it. Lu encouraged her master that she would succeed. She had practiced so much spirit magic. Aisha had been preparing for this moment for a long time, now she was overflowing with incredible power. This summoning was different from the previous ones. Aisha felt herself being pulled into the circle. But that didn't matter, if she could summon a higher spirit. Aisha asks Riotin to answer her call. The spirit summoning was not complete. Aisha can't understand why, she has enough power to do it. But she couldn't even see Riotin, as the summoning circle was completely destroyed. After the first failed, Aisha performed the summoning a few more times. However, the result was always the same. Aisha wonders if Luminos knows everything. Of course, Luminos knows when someone tries to summon his children. He doesn't understand why she hides it. In truth, Aisha just didn't want anyone to know about her failure. She's so embarrassed in front of her family and Luminos, that she's not making progress. She promised to help her brother lighten his burden. What if he finds out how powerless she really is? Aisha doesn't want that. She has thought a lot about it, but she still can't figure out the reason. Luminos seems like she could have just asked him about it. Aisha agrees, she is very lucky to be able to talk to him about it. But it's a shortcut. Her intuition tells her that she has to figure out on her own. Luminos is surprised at her words, calling him a shortcut. She always says something unexpected. Luminos uses his power, and the dim night is colored with light. He hopes Aisha will succeed. The answer is always near her. Luminos will wait for the day she comes to him. Aisha thanks Luminos for his words. One day she will surely reach him. So Aisha asks him to wait a little longer. Luminos is glad to see her smile. He will cheer for her. When they returned, Vian and Aldif were already waiting for Her Highness. Isis left to greet the other guests of the delegation from Riotin. Aisha returns the cloak to Lord Vian. It really helped Aisha to stay warm. She wishes Lord Vian a pleasant time. Actually, Vian would like to say something to Her Highness. Then she said that he is a magician, and so he recognized her voice. But he didn't actually use any spells. Vian doesn't know how to explain it. For some reason, he hears her voice better than others. Vian said this to clear things up, but now he has to go. So Vian left, and Aisha didn't understand what he was trying to tell her. Aldif even laughed a little. The situation was much more complicated than he had realized. He and Mina still had a lot of work to do. Meanwhile, Almina had finally calmed down. She keeps a diary of what Prince Isis likes. The next morning Almina came to visit Princess Aisha. Aisha is a little shocked at her request. She asks Aisha to help her marry Prince Isis. Yesterday Almina realized that Aisha understood everything, so she came to ask her for help directly. Aisha doesn't see any reason to help her. Almina is sure that Aisha knows that the Principality of Riotin descended from the Elmire Empire. The marriage of the states would help them create a strong alliance. Together they could have a greater influence on the continent. Almina's charm didn't work on Isis, so now she's trying to gain Aisha's support. Aisha reminds Almina, the marriage of states is based on the mutual benefit of both countries. So why should they choose Riotin over another country? In fact, Aisha wants her brother to find happiness in marriage. From what Almina said, Aisha concludes that making Isis happy doesn't belong to her plans at all. If she has no feelings for Isis, then any talk is pointless. If Almina has nothing more to say, Aisha asks her to go back to her room and rest. Almina seemed to think that Aisha liked the tea they were drinking. This tea is made from dried Riotin flowers. When Mina drinks this tea, she always remembers the mighty summer forests of her country. But soon her country will disappear from the pages of history, so this tea will not be a symbol of her nation. Almina agrees with Her Highness, everything she said earlier is true. Prince Isis is a kind man, but she has no time to develop feelings for him when her family and country are in danger. If war breaks out between Riotin and the Edinburgh Empire, Riotin's existence will be at stake. Only her marriage to Prince Isis can save their country. That night Aldif told his sister what the ministers were proposing. It was a bright night. The sea and the surrounding islands could be clearly seen from the castle walls. Aldif asks Mina not to worry, he will persuade the nobles. Almina would like to visit the Elmire Empire. She believes that ministers are right. The marriage of states would inspire the common people, and the army. Aldif can't believe that Mina agrees with this decision. Almina believes they should take every opportunity to defend their country. Elmire can open a new path for them. Mina asks her brother to look at this view. Their country is so beautiful. They must protect the precious things they see. Aldif was pained to admit it, but Mina was right. That night Almina vowed that she would do anything to protect her beloved country. She knows she won't make Isis happy now, but she will do everything she can in the future. Perhaps to Her Highness she seems shameless, but she does it not for herself but for her people. Princess Riotin's desperation was familiar to Aisha. Almina will do anything to protect the things that are precious to her. To protect the people she loves. Aisha thanks Mina for her honesty, but Isis should choose his wife on his own. Actually, there is one thing that can help her. Aisha can tell her what kind of women her brother likes. Almina thanks Her Highness very much. Knowing Isis' ideal type, she will be able to win his heart. Many ladies already know what kind of women Isis likes, so Aisha doesn't give her any secret. After a few minutes Mina was completely depressed. It was impossible to win Isis' heart. Aisha asks Almina at least not to push him so much. Alright, Aisha will try to make her the ideal woman for Isis. After a while, Aisha finished making up Princess Riotin. While Mina looks at herself in the mirror, Aisha asks how she's feeling. Mina feels awkward. She'd never dressed like this before. Aisha tells her not to worry, she looks beautiful. Almina thanks Aisha profusely, she would like to help Her Highness too. Aisha reminds her that it's time to meet the boys, so Mina should hurry up. Someone's knocking on the door. The maid says it's Prince Aldif. He came to see Her Highness. Mina rushes out of Aisha's room, wishing her a good time. Aldif is surprised when he enters Aisha's room. The girl who had just left Her Highness' room seems so familiar to him. Aisha says it was Princess Mina. Aldif is shocked, how could he not recognize his sister? Aldif came to show the cultural education program for children. They could provide children with a new life and education. The main goal is to teach the children to be self-reliant, so that they can live after graduation. While Aisha scrutinized the documents he brought, Aldif couldn't hold back a smile. He had spent all night studying these documents. However, he still didn't understand why he was doing all of this. Aldif wanted to impress Princess Aisha, but it took longer than he thought. Even Mina managed to get to know Isis better, by spending more time with him. Maybe it would be better to just chat with Aisha. That's her plan to culturally educate children. Aisha looked so happy spending time with those kids. With these thoughts, Aldif worked all last night. Now Aisha will give a verdict on his efforts. Aisha says his program to help children become self-reliant is amazing. She talks enthusiastically about the layout of the building she designed. Next to the building, there should be a place for children to play during recess. Aisha invites Aldif to design a place where the children can comfortably receive their education. Aldif thinks that the education place should be located away from the playground. Also, it would be good to educate children based on their individual characteristics. Aisha has one problem. She can't decide what the finished version should look like. Aldif offers his help. He knows a lot about Riotin's educational methods. Aisha wonders if he will agree to help her with the project. Aldif agrees. Aisha thanks him for this. She didn't expect him to be so willing to help her. Thanks to him, she will be able to realize her ideas, even better than she expected. Aldif is glad to know that he was able to help Her Highness. At the same time, Isis couldn't understand what had happened to Princess Almina. She no longer clung to him. On the contrary, she became and waits for him to come back to escort her. Almina tells Isis about a very smart book she read today in the library. Isis doubts that she would be allowed into the Emperor's library, unless she went there with Aisha. Mina even sent all servants home to rest. Isis has no idea what's going on. So, he asks Almina why she's acting differently today. Mina calmly says that Her Highness told her that his ideal type is elegant, intelligent and kind. Isis can't believe Aisha did it. He confesses that he told Aisha the first thing that came into his mind. He doesn't know what his ideal woman should be. Mina is sure, since it's the first thing that came to his mind, it's not far from the truth. In any case, Isis asks her not to behave like this. Mina is upset to hear this. Perhaps His Highness doesn't want it, because he already has someone he likes. Isis didn't say that to offend her. In fact, he even likes her. The reason why he said that is different. Isis wonders how to explain his feelings. In his opinion, pretending to be someone else, like wearing clothes that don't fit. For Isis, the most attractive girls who have the courage to be themselves. The next morning, Mina tells Aisha that she has failed. Aisha is surprised. Didn't Isis react in any way? Almina says that Isis reacted to her. Mina told Aisha what Isis told her. She planned to win Isis' heart, by pretending to be his ideal type. But Isis wanted to get to know the real her. Almina is convinced that His Highness is really an unbelievable person. Just like Her Highness. Mina is sure that they are both incredible people, who can make people's lives happier. When Aisha asks what she plans to do, Mina answers that she doesn't know. She has no ideas. However, she will do her best. Even if she fails, she will not regret it. Aisha thinks about her words. Almina asks if Her Highness needs any help. She would like to repay her kindness. Maybe Aisha has a problem they could solve together. Aisha remembers what Isis said. Courage means being honest. Actually, Aisha has one problem. She didn't tell anyone about it, but she failed at summoning a high-level spirit. Aisha doesn't know where she went wrong, and there are very few books about elemental spirits. If she knew where to look for answers, maybe she wouldn't feel so helpless. Mina is worried about Aisha. It must be hard being the only elementalist in the Empire. Aisha asks her not to worry so much, she is not going to give up. Almina ponders how she can help such a kind girl. Mina asks her to wait a moment, she will return soon. After a while, Mina comes back with a lot of books. She asks Her Highness to start reading from this book. The title of the book is History of Elemental Spirits, Volume 2. Aisha remembered, this is the same book, the second volume of which was to be bought on special offer. Mina explains that these books originally belonged to the first prince of Riotin. When they were going to Elmire, she insisted that Aldif take it. Aisha is surprised that there are so many books about elemental spirits in the Principality of Riotin. She finds it difficult to contain her emotions. She will finally learn how to summon a high-level spirit. Aisha thanks Mina, she will read them as soon as possible and return them. Almina suggests that she read the books together. She knows the ancient language too, so she will be able to help her. If everyone reads the book and takes notes on it, Her Highness can save a lot of time. Aisha doesn't know how to thank Mina, her help is incredible. From this day, Mina came to visit Aisha every morning. Together they studied books on elemental spirits. When Mina found something interesting, she showed it to Aisha. They spent a lot of time together. Over time the information in the books became repetitive, but sometimes they found something new. Almina tells Aisha how to train spiritual energy without the power of spirits. It also describes how to activate magic products. Aisha asks how to do it. Mina explains that magic products are for magicians. But she can also use them to replenish spiritual energy. Mina is glad that she can help Her Highness in some way. The girls continue reading books until the evening. Aisha read 3 more books, but found nothing interesting in them. As the sun was setting, she decided to finish for today. Aisha suggested it to Princess Mina. Almina fell asleep with the book on her lap. Aisha is sure she had a difficult reading all those books in the ancient language. However, Mina came to her every day, which surprised Aisha. She thought that Princess would get bored and stop visiting her. Mina tried to solve Aisha's problem, as if it were her own. Aisha felt like she found out the real Princess Mina. She wished Isis could see that side of her. Aisha admires the sweetly sleeping Princess Mina. Suddenly Aisha noticed a piece of paper sticking out of the book Mina was reading. It seemed to be an old letter. At that moment, Mina woke up. She apologizes for dozing off, but Aisha says it's all right. She shows the letter she found in the book to Mina. Even though the letter was old, it still had a seal on it. The girls are curious, what might be written in such an old letter? When they unfold it, they are surprised to see that the letter was written in a language unknown to them. The princesses who know even an ancient language, will have to go to linguists to decipher it. Aisha asks Mina to wait, she seems to know what language it could be. The letter might be written in the language of spirits, so Mina suggests asking one of them. Aisha calls Lu, and asks her to look at the letter. Lu confirms that it's written in spirit language. In ancient times, elementalists knew the spirit language. Even though many of the words are faded, Lu tries to read the letter. In the letter, the person writes that many elementalists began to increase their power to summon higher spirits. Some began to use tricks to prevent others from gaining their power. The person writing this letter has not been able to avoid this conflict. He will try again to summon the Spirit King, and if he fails, it will be his last summon. Mina believes that this letter describes the conflict between the elementalists as a result of their competition. Aisha worries that the letter mentions, some elementalists have lost their abilities after failed summons. She has never heard of any elementalist being able to summon the Spirit King. So she concludes that the person who wrote that letter also failed. Aisha wonders, who this letter is meant for. When Almina returned to her palace it was already dark night. On one of the balconies, she saw her brother. Aldif was writing something, so Mina wondered what he was doing here on a cold night. Aldif said he was reviewing some documents. However, he thinks Mina has forgotten who her target is. In his opinion, she spends too much time with Princess Aisha these days. Mina is helping Her Highness with her studies, but she seems to be really into it. Now Aldif understands why she took all those books with them. Mina apologizes, but Her Highness is working with such fervor, so Mina wants to help her. She's sure if Aldif saw her that way, he would want to help her too. Almina finds it all so strange. They came here to convince Elmire to help them, but now she thinks they've switched roles. Aldif agrees with her. Mina will go to the temple with Princess Aisha tomorrow. They will search there for something that can help Her Highness. Aldif is glad for her and suggests she go back to her room. The nights in Elmire are pretty cold. Mina remembers that she has one thing to help her brother read in the dark. She shows him the magic item that Princess Aisha gave her. Mina pressed the button, and the item shined brightly and flew up. Her Highness filled the item with her spiritual energy. They found mentions of the item when they read the books. Soon Princess Aisha managed to create this thing and then she lent it to Mina. Almina will give her brother this thing for tonight, but she asks him not to read too long, and to go to bed. Aldif never thought light could be so pure and warm. The next morning, Princess Almina and Princess Riotin went to the Imperial Temple. Mina finds the temple incredibly beautiful. Aisha tells the priest that she wants to walk around the temple with a guest from Riotin. The girls go to see the old temple. After the new temple was built, this area is rarely visited by people. Aisha has never been to this place herself. Soon they reach the temple itself. It was so bright that Mina couldn't contain her excitement. Aisha explains that light temples are designed to contain as much light as possible. Almina read in a book that natural energy can affect spiritual magic. Aisha knows it, that's why she feels so peaceful in this old temple. Nature's power comes from the essence of things. Aisha suddenly felt a strange energy emanating from the depths of the temple. She followed the thread of light energy calling to her. After the girls opened the massive door, they saw a beautiful place. Aisha had never seen such a place before, but she thought it was an altar. In the past, this place could have been the center of the temple. The place contained a great amount of natural energy that had not been used for years. Aisha thought that maybe she just didn't understand the true essence of light. But in this place, she would succeed. Aisha asks Princess Mina to make sure no one comes in here. She wants to summon a high-level spirit in this place. Mina will do whatever Her Highness asks. Soon Aisha drew a circle to summon the high-level spirit. Since the power of nature should affect her spiritual energy, it should work this time. When Aisha began the summoning, Mina felt an incredible power that tried to pull her inside. All the lights in the cave gathered around Her Highness. With all of her spiritual power and natural power gathered here over the years, Aisha would be able to make a successful summon. The pillar of light coming from the temple reached up to the sky. Ordinary people, priests of light, and all those who were not far from the imperial palace could see it. A powerful light visible even in the daytime, that hadn't been seen since ancient times. Mina couldn't see Her Highness because of the bright light, but she seemed to have succeeded. Soon the light began to fade, and a lot of dust rose up in the cave. Mina began to search and call for Her Highness. Near the altar, Aisha continued to sit on her knees in silence. She can't understand why. Why, despite all her efforts, she failed. A girl in a white dress stands over the corpses alone. Among the dead people, Aisha sees her father, mother, and even Isis. All the people who are precious to her are dead. The girl in the white dress asks Aisha not to cry. Such loving family doesn't suit her. She can't change that anyway. Mina grabs Aisha's arms saying it's not true. She can change everything if she really wants to. Aisha doesn't believe in herself. Even with all the natural energy gathered here, she couldn't summon a spirit. Almina tells her that she came to Almina to find help for her country. And no matter how everything ends, she always believes in herself. Her Highness can believe in herself too, but if she still can't, she needs to remember someone who believes in her. There is one person who always believes in Aisha. Her new life is full of warmth and happiness thanks to Isis. When Aisha was drowning in darkness, Isis' kind words created a world of light for her. She doesn't need all the light of this world to summon spirits. She needs to reach the brightest place in her heart. Thanks to the person who showed her the way to the light, and helped her stand up again, Aisha will summon a spirit for everyone who believes in her, to make everyone precious to her happy. Aisha got rid of her fears, and believed in herself. and Riotin, a high-level spirit of light, made a contract with her. Aisha thanks Mina. She forgot that there are people who always believe in her. If she didn't remember this, she would never be able to reach the light in her heart. Mina is very happy to be able to help Her Highness. Someone interrupted the girls from a sweet talk. Maid Lena asks Her Highness and Princess Mina to go back to the palace. There is news from the Principality of Riotin that their delegation must return urgently. Lena doesn't know what has happened, but she has heard that it has something to do with protecting the border. Aisha wondered how she could help Princess Mina, since they need to return to the palace urgently. The best way to get to the palace is to fly to Riotin. In this picture, it looks like two fairies flying on a dove. Mina enjoyed flying Riotin, especially the bird's eye view. The imperial palace looked even more beautiful from here. Aisha is sad that Mina has to go back to Riotin now. She didn't even have time to thank her for all her help. Aisha gives Mina a Riotin feather. When they return to Riotin, Aisha wants Mina to show it to everyone. Princess Almina gives this to the Prince and Princess Riotin, as a token of her deep gratitude. First, Princess Almina will fully support the Principality of Riotin. Almina could only heartily thank Her Highness for this. The Riotin delegation was about to leave Almina, when they noticed a huge bird approaching them. Isis immediately realized it was Aisha. Only his sister could create such a huge pillar of light. However, there was another person who wanted to see Princess Aisha. When the princesses descended from the huge glowing bird, everyone bowed to them. Princess Riotin ran to pack for the trip, while Aisha was called out by one person. Aldif tells her that he has to go back, then Aisha wishes him a safe journey home. Aldif thanks her and wants to give her one thing. This morning he visited his friends in the capital of Almina. Aisha is surprised that he has friends here. Aldi explains that they became friends by chance, when a friend hurt his knee. However, the friend says that the wound on his knee disappeared the same day, without leaving a mark. Aldi knows that Almina is blessed by the god of light, but this case is really incredible. He wants to return this hairpin to Shasha. Aisha guessed that he recognized her after all. Aldi apologizes for keeping it all this time. He confesses he didn't know what he wanted until came to Almina. He only tried to do what others wanted him to do. But after he met Her Highness, he finally starts moving towards the things he wants. Aldi would like to thank her for that. Aisha is happy to know that she not only receives help, but also was able to help him. They have only spent a few days together, but Aisha thinks Aldi is an intelligent and honorable man, so she's sure he'll achieve what he wants. Aldif makes her promise, as soon as the situation in Riotin stabilizes. The first thing he would like to do is to send a joint commercial proposal to Almina. Aisha is glad to hear that. She will wait for his letter. Isis would like to say goodbye to Princess Mina. He hopes that the next time they meet, they will be more comfortable together. Mina would like that too, but the next time they meet he will need to recognize her. Isis doesn't quite understand what she is talking about. Mina explains that she might be a completely different person next time. Isis will meet Princess Almina from the Principality of Riotin. She will be wearing the wonderful clothes that suits her best. Isis is sure that he will definitely recognize her. The royal family of Riotin got into a carriage, and went home. Isis and Aisha, servants and knights saw them off with glances. It was an unforgettable trip to the Almina Empire. Mina tells her brother that they both failed to marry into the Almina imperial family. Aldif says with a smile that they really failed. However, Almina is confident that they were able to open a new path for their country. Aldif agrees with her. Destiny is indeed unpredictable, and can bring pleasant meetings. Edinburgh Empire Palace had been gloomy in recent years, but in this part of the palace, everything seemed even worse. Some might find that strange. Why does the light of the Edinburgh Empire, the fifth princess who is a holy maiden, have such a dark room? Several people appeared on the threshold. Their head was a young woman, whose face could not be seen because of her hood. The maids bowed, and greeted Her Highness. Marianne asks the servants not to worry, she's going to the temple and she needs them to prepare her carriage. The young maid can't keep her eyes off Princess Marianne. She sees Her Highness for the first time, and can't help but notice how beautiful she is. After a while the carriage for Her Highness is ready. And Marianne, accompanied by the maids, left the palace. A head maid tells a young maid to finish cleaning, and leave this room as well. The lone necklace was left lying on Her Highness's desk. The young maid we will call Lily was amazed to see such a red gemstone. This jewelry belongs to Her Highness, so it must be very precious. Lily thinks this red gem must be a ruby, since it sparkles so brightly. Lily couldn't resist the temptation. The ruby was literally pulling her inside. She wants to possess this thing. Marianne asks if she really wants to steal it. Lily was scared to death, she thought Her Highness had already left. Her hands weakened, and she dropped the necklace. Lily begs Her Highness to forgive her, the necklace slipped from her hands. However, Lily can't understand how such a precious gem could break so easily. Marianne says that there is nothing strange about it. The stone she broke was a fake. Lily doesn't understand why Her Highness would wear fake jewelry. Marianne laughingly says the maid doesn't know anything. Who cares if it's fake, when she can make it real? Lily asks Her Highness to explain what she means. Marianne says it's simple. She asks the maid to look at this gem. In her opinion, what it is. Lily has been hypnotized by the stone again. She believes she sees the most precious ruby in the empire. What Her Highness holds is a real ruby. Marianne was satisfied with her answer. While Black Magician Marianne was weaving her plans, life in Elmira was still peaceful. Aisha slept soundly. After everything that had happened, she needed a good rest. A fresh breeze was blowing from the balcony. Just as lightly as the breeze, Aisha's old friend walked into her room. Luminos was proud of Aisha. She had summoned a high-level spirit even without his help. But not only that, Aisha was able to get rid of darkness in her heart. Luminos wants to reward her for that. He will show Aisha her hidden memories. She must face it, in order to move on.